Test, test. What's that?
We're not ready.
Not ready yet? Okay, still waiting. Quiet everybody down, but we're not.
False alarm.
False alarm. Yeah, and just making sure the gavel worked. The batteries weren't dead in it.
Vince, Dad, I'd like to gavel you in.
Straight into amendments.
Just for the heck of it.
I don't know if you'll know, but my wife texted me this morning. Steve stopped.
It's the only regret I'll have.
So that's us working that out. I noticed there was a quorum present. Before recessing, the committee had postponed further consideration of the committee print for amendment. We will now continue consideration of those amendments before the committee. And I know that before we adjourned, Congressman David Scott had an amendment at the desk, number 18, and members will suspend while the amendment is being distributed. Okay. Right back, need be. I think the clerk went to get the amendments. There they are. Oh, and his distribution crew. So,
I believe those were ready to go.
they were ready to go. Just thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all members having received the amendment in front of them, gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, has offered amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 18, offered by Mr. David Scott of Georgia.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize this distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am very troubled in mind. I listened to my friend, Mr. Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, yesterday. He's a fine gentleman. But this is the message that this amendment is going to deal with. Folks, it is an insult to the intelligence of the American people for us to sit here and think that you're going to take $300 billion from this program, and it's not going to hurt the American people. And I listened to Mr. Johnson yesterday, and he's a decent person, but the American people must rise up and help us. This is a bad omen for this nation to take $300 billion out of the most valuable program to serve the most basic need of the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do without a lot of things, but the one thing we cannot do without is food. And you mean to tell me that we're sitting here in Congress and trying to convince ourselves and the American people that you can cut $300 billion out of our basic food security program and nothing happens? It's proved. So I want to appeal to the American people. Write us, call us here in Congress. Stand up for America's values. This is totally wrong. We're not stupid. We're not dumb. You cannot take $300 billion out of a food program serving our veterans, our senior citizens, and millions of children. People are going to die. They're going to starve. They're not making it. Think now. This isn't the American way. The whole world is watching us. And we would be a laughingstock. Now we got to change this, and this is all this amendment does. An amendment simply strikes any reduction in funding to SNAP from the underlying bill. We should be here asking for additional money, but we're not. Our population has grown since SNAP, since we put this in. We got more children, we got more veterans, we got more senior citizens. The need is even greater now. But we're willing to just go with what we have. And that's what I'm asking this committee to do. It's just leave it alone. And I'm calling on the American people to call us here in Congress. And I've served on this committee for 22 years. And I've come to know many of my Republican friends. I've worked with them. And in my own mind and heart, I know that this is not really what they want. I don't know where this is coming from. But to sit here and try to convince us that you can take
Gentlemen,
$300
time
million out
has expired.
and do nothing.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
I do. Yeah.
Mr. McGovern is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strongly support the Scott Amendment. I want to thank him for his leadership on this. Let me remind everybody that SNAP provides people with $2 per meal for food. That's it. And a lot of my colleagues don't even know that. The chairman of the Budget Committee, when he testified before the Rules Committee on the cuts in SNAP, didn't know what the average SNAP benefit was per person per meal. Well, it's $2. The program lifts people out of poverty, improves health, and helps people afford groceries. That's what it does. This bill cuts SNAP benefits by $313 billion. I don't want anyone watching at home to buy the BS that Republicans are trying to sell here. Let's look under the hood at what this bill actually does. It slashes the food budgets of families with kids. It cruelly takes food away from single working parents who cannot find work, who may lack child care or transportation, with kids as young as 7 years old. Taking food away from a parent hurts the entire household. It means less money for the family to purchase nutritious food. It forces older adults up to age 65, many who have limited educations or dismal job prospects, off benefits after 3 months. It's tough if you're 64 years old and just been laid off to find a job within 90 days. And you all received a letter from AARP expressing their concerns about what this bill would do with regard to older Americans. This bill prevents future increases to benefit calculations, which will mean that families have less purchasing power to buy nutritious food as food costs increase. The Trump administration keeps on talking about making America healthy again, and at the same time, they want to reduce the food benefit for working families, for families that are struggling. It doesn't make any sense. This bill threatens food benefits for the 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities by shifting the cost of benefits onto the states, whose budgets cannot support the hundreds of millions of dollars that have to put up every year to maintain benefits for these individuals. Last night, we had the discussion with the chairman of this committee about what happens if a state can't meet its cost share. Well, the answer is they will cut the benefits. That's why we have governors who have written to this committee to say that states will be forced to cut already modest benefits, limit eligibility, or both. Republicans are taking food out of the mouths of hungry people. You are upending a highly successful program that helps people meet their basic needs when times are tough. Enacting this bill will mean more people go hungry in this country, and more people will get sick, all to fund a massive tax breaks for billionaires. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is the largest cut to SNAP in the history of the program. And I'm ashamed that this is what we are dealing with in this committee today. And I'm ashamed that we have a Congress that seems to care more about helping the billionaires who hang out with Elon Musk and Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago than a single mom trying to put food on the table for her kids. Where are your values? This is a moral question. This is a sick and twisted way to further rig the system against hardworking, regular people. You know, I've been focused on this issue for many years, and what I've concluded is that when all is said and done, hunger is a political condition. We have the ability, we have the funds, we have the technology, we have everything to end hunger in America. What we lack is the political will. And this is a prime example of that. We are moving backwards if we enact this. And maybe there's a political calculation that the people who will be adversely affected, well, maybe they don't vote, or maybe they don't matter in the political system, they don't give a lot of money. But I'm going to tell you, we were elected to help people, not hurt people. And what this bill is doing is hurting people, and I strongly support the Scott Amendment. I urge all my colleagues, I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up against this administration and those who want to target a food benefit that helps struggling families. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendments? Well, we'll go back and forth. Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just found something curious in the summary of this amendment here, which says the amendment allows USDA nutrition programs to continue operating as intended by Congress. So, as intended, that's an interesting piece there, because under the ABOD, and again, that's the able-bodied without dependents are allowed to be on SNAP for 90 days, and then they have to go seek jobs. When I was 34 years old, I was still an ABOD, because my wife had her own job being a school teacher. We didn't have kids yet. So I could have been an ABOD, right? So we're seeing, as intended by Congress, the original intent was 10% unemployment in a county. So in my own state of California, these two counties would have been the ones that qualified under what was intended by Congress. The Secretary was able to move under lack of sufficient jobs, which is a vagary that's written in the law that has been vastly exploited. So California at that point was able to have about half of its counties. As I mentioned, I know this is old news, but we need to hear it again. And then the state itself was able to just completely waive everybody of not having to continue to seek employment if you're an able-bodied without dependents after 90 days into perpetuity. Now, when I was 34, and I could have just sat home, I guess, and not had to go work out on my ranch, grow rice, whatever, and we hear this, as intended by Congress, Why don't we get back to what was intended here for the ABOD program? I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Pingree is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Georgia for submitting this amendment. I wholeheartedly support it. We started to debate this a little bit last night, and my colleague from South Dakota, who's not in here, was talking about how simple this would be for the states. You just go back to your state, you say, hey, just reach into that deep surplus that you've got, take a couple $1 million out, patch it all up, and you're good to go. Well, good on South Dakota. Lucky you, you're not a border state to Canada. You're not suffering from tariffs, lack of tourists, and people who don't want to visit your state anymore. Or you're not suffering from a budget downturn, because I can tell you in my state, there isn't a big surplus. The legislature is battling over a variety of items right now, and they're not going to be in a good position if we have to make this deep cut. Let's just face what we're doing here today. We are looking at a bunch of gimmicks to pretend we're not cutting food to hungry people. Because nobody wants to go back to their district and say, I cut food for children and seniors and the grandparents in my district. Oh, no, I just made a few changes. We put some people back to work who were getting ready to go out there and go to work anyway. We made a few moms change the age of dependence from 18 down to 7 so they could rush back to the workplace. But most importantly, we said to our states, hey, guess what? You guys got to pay the bill. Now, we're looking at in this bill asking some states to pay up to 25%. So I'm just trying to guess in my state, if our error rate happens to slip up over 10%, then we got to pay, I think, 25% of the bill. So in my state, that's not a small $2 million of our $400 million SNAP benefit program. That would be $100 million. So our legislature's got to find $100 million. Now, I just want to mention to you, at the same time, there's a committee hearing going on in ENC, and they are looking to take millions of dollars out of your Medicaid program. So your state is going to have to find out how to make up the Medicaid money and the SNAP money at the same time. And then if you haven't heard, we've been beleaguered for the last 3 months under the DOGE, and it's already been in your state, making massive cuts. Perhaps you haven't heard, they've cut across the board throughout your state. Your state is already scrambling to figure out how to make up workers in all ranges, everything from the Forest Service to healthcare to everything else. And then another little news bulletin. I'm lucky enough to serve on the Appropriations Committee while being on this committee, and we're already looking at the 2026 budget. Tomorrow we'll hear from the EPA administrator, and he's going to talk to me about the 50% cuts they're making to the EPA, and guess where they want to go? State categorical grants. So your state, if it wants to have clean air, clean water, or deal with the polluters in your state, is going to have to pay for that. And that's nothing compared to what you're going to have to do at HUD, where they're making 50% cuts. And let me guess, you have a housing crisis in your state just like I do in mine. So how do you think that your state is going to make up all of this money? So let's face it, what are we doing here throughout the Congress? We are making a massive shift. Not only are we taking back revenue from the wealthiest people in this country and big corporations, so we're going to reduce our revenue stream, and we're going to ask the states to pay for more. Nobody's going to notice, don't worry. It'll just happen in the dark of the night. People won't even know that we did it, and your state will just cover it, a couple million here, a couple million there. Good luck with that. That is not what's going to happen. And we are doing a massive overhaul of how we fund things. And I don't know about you, but I represent 125 small towns. And the one thing people hate the most is their property tax. And they're going to be very concerned when they find out that not only did the federal government cut the budget, but then the state government cut the budget. And so then a lot of those services that we expected to get from the state or the federal government in our small towns, whether it's aid to education, aid for our roads, a whole variety of things, that money won't be there either. And now we're going to have to tell people that good luck hanging on to your house because your property taxes are going up and there's not going to be a lot of relief for you. So we are not just taking away food from hungry people in this crazy reconciliation thing that we're doing in the dark of the night and all through the day. We are actually undermining the entire tax structure and funding in our country, and we're pretending nobody's going to notice or that it's somehow going to be easy and that every state is running a surplus and that every state has plenty of money to cover it. So I have a lot of concerns about what we're doing today and why we're changing the age of what a child is and everything else. But I think we have to keep in mind how we're doing it and where the money's coming from. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. I believe Mr. Vinman from Virginia was seeking recognition to speak. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To put it simply, it's cruel and inhumane to cut benefits that feed kids as young as 8 years old. When I listen to families and farmers, they know that costs are up and won't be coming down anytime soon, especially with the president's tariffs. The fact that House Republicans want to gut programs like SNAP while families face sky-high prices is unconscionable. $6 is the benefit that families get, individual gets per day. That's about $180 per month. No recipient is getting rich off SNAP benefits. If there are criminals that are using a criminal enterprise to profit off this, this bill does nothing to address enforcement in that regard. Where we see fraud actually is from the White House. President Trump and House Republicans should be focused on lowering costs, not figuring out how to accept $400 million luxury jet from foreign governments. There have been articles in recent days from the New York Times that describe this plan to pick up or to get a jet from the government of Qatar. And we all know that you don't get anything for free in this world, and certainly not a $400 million jet from Qatar. The headline is, Trump's plan to take jets from Qatar heightens corruption concerns. During President Trump's first term, this is a quote, the idea that special interests in governments are buying meals or booking rooms at hotels set off legal and ethical alarms about potential for corruption. Mr. Trump's second term is making those concerns look trivial. As a former White House ethics lawyer, the senior ethics lawyer on the National Security Council, I enforced ethics rules on White House officials. And I can tell you, I took that job very seriously, and what is happening now is making the ethics rules for the U.S. government a laughingstock. Let me read you an excerpt from a second article. Tiny company, this is just yesterday, I believe. Tiny company with China ties announces big purchase of Trump cryptocurrency. A struggling technology company that has ties to China and relies on TikTok made an unusual announcement this week. It had secured funding to buy as much as $300 million of Trump coin, the so-called meme coin marketed by President Trump. GD Culture Group, a publicly traded firm with a Chinese subsidiary, has only 8 employees, its public findings show, and recorded 0 revenue last year from e-commerce business that operates on TikTok, the Chinese-owned video sharing company. We talk frequently about our concerns about China, and this is outright purchasing influence with the president. It's outrageous, and as a former government ethics attorney and as a prosecutor who prosecuted fraud cases, it's absolutely unconscionable. This is corruption, plain and simple. Everybody on this committee should be outraged, and if we care about fraud and waste, let's not focus on the $6 benefit that a recipient gets. Let's focus on the actual corruption that's in your face. And I will just say this. When you lose Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro, you've done something wrong. The American people recognize what they're seeing. And I think if we just for a moment put the interests of the American people ahead of our own political interests and partisanship, the answer will be quite clear what we should be doing. I urge my colleagues to focus on the American people, support this amendment, and hold the president accountable. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded they're expected to refrain from engaging in personalities towards other members or impugning the motives of a colleague. Also, a clear violation of the House rules to make personally offensive statements directed at the President or the Vice President of the United States. Remarks of that type are out of order and not in keeping with the longstanding decorum of our committee. Any other members
Mr.
seek
Chair?
recognition to speak on the?
Mr. Chair, I
on
have
the
a
bill?
question. I read an excerpt from an article, so these are not my words, these are from, I just want to make sure that's clear, that this is a quote.
It's just a reminder.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't normally, haven't heard that much in committee, but it does pertain to committee. I hear it frequently on the floor, so members being reminded. Just a reminder. Any other members seeking recognition to speak on the amendment?
I just have a question. Does the,
No, does the gentlelady seek
a point of order?
recognition to speak on the amendment?
A point of order.
Are you seeking a parliamentary inquiry?
Okay.
Lady is
Just on
recognized to
the reminder
state her
that you just gave us.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Does that also apply to former presidents?
I don't believe. I
Because
believe
we hear a lot from the other side
I
about
don't-
the former
Well,
administrations.
The gentlelady asked a question, and I just read from you, and, I mean, I can read a little further if you'd like, in terms of referencing where it is in the House rules, and be glad to do that.
It's just a yes or no,
It only applies to sitting presidents.
only to sitting president. Okay.
Yeah. All right, seeing no other members, I'm going to go ahead and speak on the amendment. The reforms in the base text of the committee print ensure SNAP works the way that Congress intended it to by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach. This will preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward, so it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us. This amendment would cause the committee to fail to meet its reconciliation instructions, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year, and it would perpetuate poor management by states that hurt SNAP beneficiaries when the states claw back their overpayments, which contributes to their error rate. And I urge a no vote on the amendment. Okay, given that, this is Mr. David Scott, amendment number 18. All in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Yes, a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Other members seeking recognition to introduce amendments under subtitle A. Farm Bill. Mr. Thandar? The clerk will distribute, Ms. Thandar, do you know what the number of your amendment is? It would help us. 20.
Number 20, I believe, Chair.
Amendment number 20. And the clerk distribute the amendment. All right, I've been advised that we don't have to wait for it to be fully circulated. It's coming to everyone at their desk, so without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the ranking member. Look, as I sit here in the Agriculture Committee, listening to an attempt to take away food benefits from people who need it the most reminds me of the days when I was growing up in India. 6 sisters, a brother, My father lost his job, and there was time we had periods, 24-hour periods at times of hunger. There was times when I didn't know where my next meal is going to come from. And many a night I went to bed hungry. Today, I have the honor to represent Michigan's 13th congressional district, including the city of Detroit. 1 in 4 households rely on these benefits. These are people who want to get ahead, want to work hard, make a life for themselves, but they need a little helping hand as they take care of their families and pursue their American dream, like I did. And I got some helping hands. I got some help. I'm grateful to this country that I entered when I was 24 years old with the $20 in my pocket, and this country has given me so much. And we need to give those who are struggling a little help. So, Mr. Chairman, we can all agree that giving Americans the tools they need to thrive in the workplace, education, training, childcare, and transportation is important. But make no mistake, the Republican policies being discussed today will do nothing to create jobs or improve the SNAP program. In fact, data shows that adding more of the paperwork requirement being discussed today will actually lead to fewer people working. According to Forbes, half of all layoffs in America this year can be linked directly or indirectly to DOGE. It is beyond cruel that Republicans want to punish people who lost their jobs, oftentimes because of the Trump administration, by taking away their food too. If these changes my amendment strikes are implemented, the 3 million Americans will lose their food benefits. This bill is about Republicans kicking tens of millions of Americans off food assistance to pay for tax breaks for their billionaire donors. Single mothers, people suffering from chronic illnesses, and those who are caring for family members who are elderly or disabled will all have their benefits stripped away. This bill does nothing to stop bad actors from scamming America's most vulnerable, but it will permanently make lives harder for those vulnerable groups who depend on food assistance to survive. At a time of increasing economic uncertainty, rising prices, and plummeting consumer confidence, we need to help people gain the skills they need to work, not punish the seniors, rural Americans who will be the most likely to be hurt by losing their jobs and food assistance. That's why I'm offering my amendment to undo these harmful changes to SNAP, and I urge my colleagues to support it. This is something that's very close and dear to my heart, and I have talked with many of my constituents, and they are fearful, they are worried, they are afraid. And I want an appeal to my colleagues here to support this amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan who yields back. Other members that you wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll take my liberty to speak on the amendment. First of all, I just want to share with him my remarks, a visit I made recently to a wonderful school, actually, in Brockway, Pennsylvania, Jefferson County. And I have a very rural district, a lot of high poverty. And this is a school that they have two programs in particular I reference. One is a medical technologist program, the other is a pharmacy technology program. As you can imagine, the opportunities for being hired when you graduate from that, which is not even an associate degree, and it's mostly, the entirety of the program right now, there have been men involved in the past, but the entirety right now are mostly single-parent moms with children. And they don't pay anything out of pocket for this great program. And you know how they access it? Through the SNAP program. You know, it pays the tuition, and it's transformational to the lives that are there for these individuals. I spent a lot of time talking with them, and talking with Christina, who had graduated from the program and now works, has quite a few kids, and single-parent mom, we can be very proud of what we do in SNAP, and the program integrity measures that we're taking are really about making sure that program continues to work well and provide even greater opportunity. Despite a time-limited and work requirement enshrined in law for able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP, oh, by the way, the money there as a part of that actually has and can help with childcare and things like transportation and the other barriers that, in particular, single-parent moms may, but not just single-parent moms. I'm not trying to leave people out, but it really helps that group deal with those issues. So, but despite a time-limited and work requirement enshrined in law for able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP, only 28% of these individuals have earned income from work. USDA and states have intentionally limited enforcement of SNAP work requirements for ABODs through waivers, leaving 40% of these work-ready individuals today under a waiver of ABOD work requirements, really preventing them from the opportunities that come through the SNAP program. And they remain on the SNAP rolls long after the 3-month time limit. The changes in this committee print are necessary to restore integrity to work requirements in SNAP by ensuring waivers can only be used during times of true economic hardship, not states and counties with unemployment below 5%. With that, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Hearing no other conversation or questions on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Brown from Ohio has an amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and actually, before you do that, I'll ask the clerk to, I apologize. The clerk will report the title of the amendment. Ms. Brown, do you know what the number is for your amendment? 11.
Amendment number 11, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Very good. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you. My amendment would strike 2 especially harsh provisions in this bill, both rooted in cruelty, not policy. First, it would strike the provision that redefines a dependent child as under age 7 instead of under 18. And second, it would strike the provision that only exempts 2-parent households from the new expanded work requirements. So let's have an honest conversation about what these provisions really mean. They punish single parents, and they punish caregivers of school-aged children, families who are already doing everything they can just to stay afloat. Right now, SNAP rules give parents and caregivers with kids under the age of 18 some flexibility. If they can't meet the 80-hour-a-month work requirement because they are raising kids, caring for family, or stuck in jobs with unpredictable hours, they don't lose access to food. This bill changes that. It pulls away basic benefits from the moment a child turns 7. 7. But we can all agree, childcare for school-age children isn't easy. It's expensive, it's unreliable, and in many cases, it just doesn't exist. Picture a single mother of a 9-year-old child. She's working a part-time job at a convenience store, trying to manage school pickup, sick days, and the patchwork of after-school care, which is sometimes often costs more than she can earn in a day. Her schedule is unpredictable. She doesn't have a partner at home to lean on. Under this new provision, if she can't clock 80 hours every month, she loses SNAP, period. Never mind how hard she's trying or how many barriers she faces. That's not motivation. That's punishment, plain and simple. My amendment also moves to strike the narrow carve-out for two-parent households that allow only one caregiver to be subject to the work requirements. Now, what is that about? Because to me, it seems to tell single-parent families, which make up around 21% of all SNAP households, that they're less deserving of help. Because they don't have a partner, their kids matter less? Is that what we're saying? Really? This bill is backwards, out-of-touch policy that ignores the real lives of working families. These provisions ignore the daily struggles parents face as they juggle low-wage jobs, childcare gaps, and unpredictable schedules just to keep food on the table. It doesn't encourage stability or self-sufficiency. It punishes poverty. People do not want to be poor. People do not wake up wanting to be poor. It's punishing the poor, and it sends a dangerous message. It sends the message that if you're struggling, then you are on your own. Mr. Chairman, we should be lifting up families, not trapping them in a cycle of shame and blame. And with that, I yield back.
Joe yields back. Any members seek recognition? Gentlelady, Ms. McDonald Rivet, please recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague for offering this amendment. I think it's important for our consideration and debate, particularly having been a single mom with 2 kids, I can tell you that if you have never known the stress, the worry, and almost terror when you have an 8-year-old that is stuck at school when your childcare has fallen through and they have no way of getting home and you have no way of leaving your job, that is absolute fear as a mother. But what I really want to talk about, and I think really deserves our consideration, is that in this new language, it does not give consideration for parents who have children with disabilities in the work requirement. So if you have a child at home with a disability over the age of 7, the work requirement is in place. And I have spent the last 3 years meeting with families across mid-Michigan who are caring for children with profound disabilities. There is no child care available at any time of the day, let alone in emergency situations. I also want to point out that this is $6 a day. Most of us spent that on our Starbucks on the way here. $6 a day. So what we are doing is taking that money away from single moms who have a child in a wheelchair, maybe one with a feeding tube. We are cutting their Medicare benefits that will assist with home health care, insurance, health care for those kids, and the results are likely catastrophic. This is not about people sitting on a couch, which we heard over and over again last night. This is about people who need food. This isn't cash payments. This isn't luxury cars or airplanes. This is food. And I think the idea that we are not allowing exemptions for children with disabilities is cruel. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly support the Brown Amendment, and this really gets to the heart of the matter. What this is about is setting up hurdles to make it harder for the people who need food assistance to get food assistance. Nobody here is saying that SNAP is perfect, but the Republican bill makes it worse, not better. And a no vote on this amendment makes it clear that you don't want to make it better. You know, this Republican bill is not about helping people. It's not about helping people find jobs. It's about kicking people off of modest food benefits when times are tough. Now, so spare me the tired old right-wing talking points. Republicans are not serious about helping people find work. Trump's budget proposes large cuts to the Department of Labor training programs. Musk's Doge clowns have sabotaged the Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor. The Ed and Workforce Committee Republicans advanced a bill as part of this budget process that cuts Pell Grants, which help regular kids go to college to get them set up for successful careers. Doge eliminated the Head Start regional office in Boston, dealing a catastrophic blow to a program that actually provides support and child care to families so that parents can work knowing that their kids are safe. The school day ends at 2 p.m., earlier in some places. What happens if you don't have access to child care and your job hours aren't flexible enough to allow you to care for your young kids after school? The Republican plan says if you are a single parent with kids 7 and older and you can't find a job that fits with the hours you need to raise your kids, then you get kicked off of benefits after 3 months. That is cruel. It is cruel. And make no mistake, this proposal cuts into the food budget of the entire family unit. There aren't many 8-year-olds who do their own grocery shopping. So when you cut a parent's access to food, you are also limiting the amount of money the entire family can use to eat nutritiously. Think about the example I used in my opening statement last night. A single mom gets laid off when a local restaurant shuts down. There aren't any available jobs nearby, and she doesn't have access to child care. She has young kids to feed, but cruelly gets kicked off of food assistance after 90 days. I mean, you are taking food away from that family to give Elon Musk another tax break. Really? Really? That's why you all came to Congress? Now, I get it. I know where you're coming from. Poor people don't have super PACs. You know, they don't host big fundraisers. You know, they're not the kind of people who hang out with Trump and his billionaire cabinet in Mar-a-Lago. But here's the deal. The rich and powerful do not need more friends in Congress. Regular working people do, and we should have their backs. I strongly, strongly support the Brown Amendment, which will prevent this disastrous new time limit policy, which will cut the food budgets of regular families when they need a little extra help. You know, I'd love to hear, I mean, maybe we'll hear from the chair, but I'd love to hear from a single Republican. I'd like them to explain why they will vote no on this. I mean, why they think this is a good idea. I mean, because if you think this is a good idea, you're clueless when it comes to what struggling families are going through, what it's like to be a single parent with young kids. I mean, if somebody wants to, I'll yield the remaining time to anybody who wants to respond to that. Well, apparently I don't have any takers, but the bottom line is the Brown Amendment is a good amendment. We all should support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strongly speak in support of Ms. Brown's amendment. This is one of the most egregious parts of this entire package. And, you know, this is designed to make cuts to SNAP, but this is a policy choice that I can't believe we're even having a conversation about today, to redefine dependence in our country as anyone younger than 7 years old in our nation. No hearings, no discussion, no conversation, no witnesses who can talk about the impact that this would have on their lives. This amendment would strike these harmful provisions that attempt to say that dependent children older than 6 aren't actually dependents. For families with kids age 7 and up, it would subject parents and caregivers, this bill, to extreme paperwork requirements and specifically targets single parents. I honestly can't understand how my Republican colleagues can think it's a good idea to take food away and put more pressure on families who have 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. I mean, it's almost like nobody's got a 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old. Hell, I had 4 sons who range in age now from 22 to 27, which means I had all of those ages at once, their entire childhood. Are you kidding? Have you ever left a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, and 2 8-year-olds together all by themselves? There's all kinds of trouble they get into. All kinds. Think about this for a minute. This is one of the most egregious parts of this entire bill. And look, you know, my mom was a single mom. She had 3 kids. And her story, our story, is that she went to college at night for almost 9 years, taking one class at a time to try to become a teacher. And she did, and she taught, she served our community for over 30 years after that struggle. Do we really want to tell single moms that actually we want you to spend 80 hours a month not going to school to pull yourself up, but we want you to go to work at the local grocery store because we're going to make you choose between taking care of your kids or pulling yourself up or feeding your children? $6 a day. I mean, this is insane, folks. This is one of the most insane parts of this bill. Look, I strongly believe that we need to give people the tools they need to find work, like education and training, childcare and transportation. Unfortunately, that isn't the conversation today. Hunger is a policy choice. Giving people opportunity to pull themselves up is a policy choice. We act like there's some magic dust we can just sprinkle throughout our country, and all of a sudden it's all going to be fixed. There's no magic way to do this, folks. It's a policy choice. You keep the federal minimum wage at $7 plus an hour, that is a policy choice. What are we doing here, folks? We're trying to save $300 billion so that we can plus up a few farm programs that should be plussed up in a farm bill so that we can hand out tax breaks to the most wealthy people in our country. That's all policy choices we just laid out. And they're all bad choices as we sit here today. Let's come together. Let's work on a 5-year bipartisan farm bill. My colleagues know that doing this in this route is bad. Most of them know that 7-year-olds should not be on their own while they're single parent. Often a single mom is responsible for their child care, for their food, for their development, for the opportunity for that family to move forward and do better. So folks, I am urging yes on this amendment, and I am urging no when we get to the finish line on this package. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Dr. Adams, for 5 minutes.
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr.
North
Chief.
Carolina's a great state, too.
Florida is, North Carolina, nothing could be finer. Thank you. I want to speak in support of the amendment. It's a good amendment, and it's absolutely necessary. I'm listening to all of the words coming from members of this committee. Here we are again, PPP, punishing poor people. But listen, children live in poverty because their parents do. And no one would consider, I don't think they would, a 7-year-old child to not be dependent on their parent or guardian to provide them with food, shelter, and other necessities. And so this is a cruel proposal. And it would subject parents of children as young as 7 years old to requirements that would just lead to more families who are eligible for support to lose their food assistance for no good reason. And exempting them only if they are married and live with their spouse, well, that's downright cruel. It's critical to give everyone, especially single moms or dads, the support that they need to work, from education to childcare to health care and transportation. But instead of helping people into jobs, Republicans are just taking away food assistance from single moms and their kids, and that's downright unacceptable. This is a good amendment, and this amendment will strike those harmful provisions that would devastate families and children. I support the Brown amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to support it as well. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield my time to Ms. Brown.
Ms.
Thank
Brown
you.
is recognized.
Thank you very much. As I think about this from a personal place, my mother was on food assistance when I was in school, and I think about when I grew up as a child with epilepsy, petit mal seizures, having to rely on food assistance. To this day, I hate cold cuts because I had so many bologna sandwiches growing up because that's all we could afford. Bologna sandwiches, pancakes for dinner, which I thought was a treat, but later learned that's all we could afford for dinner because we depended on food stamps. I had epilepsy, seizures. My mother was afraid to go to work because she never knew when her daughter could have a seizure. She did not drive. She was on public transportation. That was the assistance that she needed to help us survive. To help us survive. She didn't wake up wanting to be on food stamps. She didn't wake up wanting to have a daughter who had unpredictable medical conditions that prevented her from keeping a regular job. But thank God for those food stamps. Thank God for those pancakes for dinner. Thank God for those syrup sandwiches. Thank God for those toasted cheese sandwiches that we got because we received the cheese to make toasted cheese sandwiches that I grew up on because of food assistance. And now you want to take things like that away from people who need them, who depend on them, who are just trying to get by because of systemic, structural, institutional barriers that have put many people in impoverished conditions that they did not decide to be a part of, but because of the systems that we are still utilizing to oppress people are in place when we could be giving them a helping hand. But instead, we want to take money from poor people so we can give it to rich people. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. People depend on this money. Not so they can get rich, not so they can invest it, not so they can get a jet, not so they can get a yacht, so they can have a meal, so they can eat. But we want to take it away from poor people and give it to rich people. Let it sink in. That's what we're doing. We're talking about food, poor people, and hunger.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be proud to support this amendment. I'm just trying to understand what the reasoning is in this bill of changing the age of dependency, because right now, under current law, I think we all know it's 18 years old. And I think that makes a ton of sense because at 18, you become an adult You can sign up for the draft. You can vote. You can get called for jury duty in a lot of places. At 18, you can start entering into legally binding contracts on your own. If you commit a crime, you can be tried as an adult. You can go buy a tin of Skull at the 7-Eleven if you want to. You get to make your own healthcare decisions. And that's the difference from 17 to 18. All of those things come into place because now you're 18, now you're an adult. And what I'm having a really hard time understanding is how did y'all come up with the transition from 6 to 7? Like, what is the big thing that happens from when you go from 6 years old to 7 years old that justifies changing the law? And I don't know the answer because we didn't have any hearings. My kids are 2 and 5, so maybe I'll see when they go from being 6 to 7 what the magical transformation is. But right now I don't get it. I was trying to think, I think maybe the thing is when you're 6, it's real hard to color between the lines, and when you get to 7, you can probably do it a little better. Right now, my 5-year-old, we cut his apple juice with water. Maybe once you get to 7, you can drink the apple juice straight, and that's like the magic thing here. My 5-year-old, still, we're trying to get him to understand inside voice, outside voice, so maybe 7. You can go to the library, not disrupt everyone. We've got a thing every morning when I try to get Patricio out to school. Every morning, he puts the shoes down in front of him, and he says, did I get the shoes on the right feet? And he's getting it right, like probably 80% of the time now. By the time he's 7, I bet he can get his shoes on the right feet all the time, start putting his undies on the right way and not backwards. And so then I was thinking, there's got to be some magic thing. This is a big bill. It must have been really well thought out. And so there must be some magic thing that happens when you go from 6 to 7 that justifies changing the law. And so I looked it up, what your math skills are as a 6th grader versus a 7th grader. And I was like, surely this is it. Because now we're going to let you stay home. Like, at least you're going to have the math skills. But it turns out it's not like you're doing multiplication tables. It's not like you're doing long division when you're 7. In fact, the arithmetic from being a 6-year-old to a 7-year-old is basically exactly the same, except that once you turn 7, you can start doing some word problems. You know how they do math, and you have 3 apples, you take away 2, how many apples do you have left? You had $6 a day for food, and Congress took it all away. How much do you have left? At 7 years old, you can figure out those math problems. So I'm just curious if anybody could help us understand, like, what was and this is I'm seriously trying to understand this, what was the social science or the basis to define dependency not as 18 years old when you're an adult, but 7 years old?
If the gentleman will yield.
Yeah, I'd love to hear the answer to it.
It's a significant milestone. At age 7, children enter into the school system. We currently have 2 different sets of work requirements, one for general work requirements under SNAP, which we've had since 1977, nothing new, not this millennium, last. And we have the ABALD ones. Our goal is basically align those 2. And the logic behind making this so that when at least most children are entering the school system and are in school for 6 hours a day or whatever it might be, depending on the school and the state, that there would be time for that parent to be able to engage in one of 3 options, again, which have been around for a very long time. One of it is work, 20 hours a week. One of them is, and by the way, anyways, I'm not going to get into the weeds with it, but 20 hours a week. One of them is my personal preference as somebody who really leads on career and technical education in another committee is to be engaged in SNAP employment, career and technical education, which we pay for through the nutrition title. That's reaching a rung higher in a lateral opportunity. I don't know anyone that doesn't want to do better for financially and as a model for their children. And then I also don't want to forget that the option, there's 20 hours of, you could do 20 hours of volunteer time a week, which would satisfy the requirement as well. So there's no magic on age 6 to 7. It's basically looking at preschool children, which aligns the 2 definitions. So And I appreciate the gentleman asking.
Yeah, no, I think all that makes sense, except that, well, it doesn't, because you're saying the line is 6 years old because that's when the kids are going to school. Really, I mean, I think a lot of kids are going to school at 5, right, for kindergarten. So we're talking about the difference between usually 1st and 2nd grade. In any event, if the line is where kids are going to school, what's going to happen next? You guys are going to come here during the next thing and lower the age to 5? I mean, the idea that you can leave a 6-year-old at home makes no sense. 18, you can defend it, but 6 makes no sense. And everything you're talking about, the things that parents should be doing, let's just take all that at face value. That these parents should be in these programs. Like, we're not investing in rural health care. We're not investing in raising the minimum wage.
And since you gave me an opportunity to take part of your time, I did take that to account, gave you extra time, but the time has expired at this point. And I believe, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, you've already spoke on this amendment? Okay, well then get somebody who ought to yield to you. And then we're now to Ms. Hayes from Connecticut.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. And just for clarification, the age that students enter school system is 5. It's required by law on or before September 30th. When children turn 5, they're in kindergarten. So it's not 7, it's 5. And coming back to this piece of legislation, I remember when it was first introduced, what a minor child was. They started at 9 years old. So I don't know how they went from 9 to 7. It just seems like an arbitrary number at this point. We hear time and time again how our colleagues on the other side support pregnancy, but not parenting. They support women having children, but not helping support those children and putting programs and structures in place. And the other thing I want everyone to consider, which you may not have considered, is not only are we taking meals away from these children at home, we would also, by default, be taking meals away from them at school. Because most schools use SNAP eligibility to determine free and reduced lunch. So these kids will no longer be eligible for food at school either. A 7-year-old can't fend for themselves. They can't decide. They can't say, my mom is not doing enough, so I'm gonna go out there and find a job so that our family doesn't lose benefits. So we are literally punishing children who have no control over their situation. We're also punishing, once again, single parents. And while my colleagues like to define or think that a single parent is someone who doesn't care, who is running fast and loose, who doesn't have a father for their children, but many children live in households where they are raised by grandparents, by caregivers, where their parent may have been widowed. A situation, again, totally beyond their control. And we're saying that if that one parent isn't out actively in the workforce for whatever reason with no exceptions, then you don't deserve to eat. But in a 2-parent household, it's okay for one of those parents to stay home and care for their child and provide all of the support and research. That it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I want everybody to hear what I am saying. We are taking, with this change, we would be taking food not only from children at home, but also at school, which is crazy. Let that sink in. Without reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, they would also lose summer EBT meals. So even when school is not in session, there's a lot of things we disagree with on this committee. Feeding children should not be one of them. And literally us discussing if a 7-year-old should be eligible for food benefits is insane right now. It is insane. You can talk about able-bodied adults without dependents, and we can have the conversation and debate and make the case. But there is no definition of a 7-year-old that should be required to fend for themselves. A child whose parent is doing the best that they can, but either way, it's so far beyond the child's control. And at 7-year-old, they're in school all day. So if they're not eating before school, they're not even eating in school. It just doesn't make sense. There's no rationale for it. They started at 9, they're down to 7. Who knows? Maybe it'll change to 5 by the time it gets to rules. But the idea that they double down on this doesn't affect pregnant women, okay. But once again, it's not just about having a child. It's about caring for that child after it's born. All of the legislation is supporting pregnant women, encouraging women to have children, but not putting any services in place, not putting any educational supports, not putting any wraparound programs, childcare, anything to enable those children to thrive so that they can change the cycle of poverty and not themselves have to rely on public assistance. I will be supporting this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wish to? Go ahead. Gentlelady from Kansas.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be speaking in support of this amendment. I ordinarily don't speak on these things unless I've had a chance to really stop and figure out exactly what I want to say, because everything that we do in these jobs as members of Congress is important. Whether we agree or disagree in terms of policy and in these debates that we have around the policy. But I also am, I don't love having to have members or anyone have to share particular personal details to make a point. But sometimes that's what's absolutely necessary. I was raised by a single mom, and I know I have a lot of colleagues. There are people on both sides of the aisle that have been raised by a single parent, that have lived in a household where they made use of the nutrition assistance programs in one way or another, that were recipients of free or reduced lunch, that as a Native person, we call it commods, love the cheese, but I always hope that when members are speaking about their personal experiences, that it's not used as a way to say that they know every single thing that could possibly happen, and that feels like what a lot of this is. When someone says they have made use of nutrition assistance programs growing up because they grew up with a single parent, when I say that, I'm not saying it because I think that means I know everything there is and all the circumstances that would lead a person to make use of these programs, but rather that it helps us understand that we don't know everything. Members of Congress do not know everything. Whether you're in Kansas, Missouri, Georgia, Nebraska, I don't know anything about how each of these other states besides Kansas works, and I wouldn't presume to assume what the state is going to be able to do. I don't know what would lead a parent to be by themselves raising 3 kids. I know what happened with my family, and I know why some of these programs were so important, but I think that deciding whole cloth policy decisions about reducing the age from 18 down to 7 is one that makes a lot of assumptions about why someone makes use of these programs. Additionally, allowing for an exception for married people does feel a bit like a slap in the face to people who end up raising kids by themselves. I can tell you that there have been multiple times in my life where when I was 16 and I was thinking Mr. Riley asking questions about what is the logic, even if it had been 16, I'm not saying I would have supported that, but it would have made a little bit of logical sense. I had 2 jobs when I was 16. I worked Monday to Thursday after school, and then I worked on the weekends. And on the weekends, I worked at Chuck E. Cheese. So I was able to bring food home, actually. And then when I was 17, I worked at a Sonic. And I was able to bring not just tips home, but also food home. And I think that every single person I know who has been on these types of programs is out here trying to hustle and make sure that their family can eat. I don't actually think a 16-year-old should be coming home and wondering whether or not they should get a job to help bring money into the family. They should probably be trying to figure out what they want to do as adults. And whether that's going into a technical program or going to college, if that's what they decide they want to do, or enlist in the military, which is what my mom did. And I do think that this is probably one of the more egregious policy proposals that we're going to be talking about today. And I am fully in support of Ms. Brown's amendment. And I'll yield to Chris McDonald-Rivet the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I just have a follow-up question, and that is if there are any exemptions or guardrails in place that accommodate for when school is not in session for children over the age of 7, like summer break and spring break, or winter break, long periods of time when school is not in session for children over the age of 7.
Nothing specific. I mean, the choice of programs in education, we don't dictate, obviously. That would be something that an individual could work with a local workforce investment board or career link in order to identify a program that fits within the needs. Many of the programs, many of the states do provide assistance with child care and transportation issues when it comes to these programs. That is what I have observed. So, anyways, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to address the question you originally brought up. There is a blanket exemption for anyone in a household that is caring for a disabled person of any age. There's a waiver from having to comply with either the volunteer time, the education time, or the work time. If you have a disabled person, could be a child, could be an adult, could be a relative, a senior, an older adult in your home that is disabled. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind you that we in other parts of the budget are cutting Head Start in the child care subsidy program and the other programs that are providing those services at the state level. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady as a champion for community services block grant. Done my best to keep that from happening. Let's see, on here, Mr. Mannion seeks recognition for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reiterate what I said yesterday, some of the opening remarks, that the voters of this country did not make this a priority. They were not voting for this. They were not voting for cuts to some of our most needy in this country to provide tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy. So I will share my story as I have in this committee before, and I'm compelled to do so by some of the conversations or statements that happened before me. My grandfather was a dairy farmer in Ireland. He left that island to flee an oppressive, limited monarchy that was going to conscribe him into World War I. He came to this country, and he fought for his new country. He went back to Ireland after the war, married my grandmother, and settled in Syracuse, New York, with a great job, an American dream, building luxury automobiles. He lost that job when the Great Depression hit, and he passed away shortly afterwards, leaving my grandmother with 4 children, the youngest 5 years old with Down syndrome, my Aunt Marilyn, my father, the second oldest, at age 14, spoke to me of the shame he felt by walking through the neighborhood where everyone knew everyone to pick up his government-allotted food and carrying that food through that neighborhood. What was projected out in a loaf of bread that was very long and covered in a brown wrapper identified him as someone on welfare at age 14. But he reminded me that dignity comes with providing for your family in whatever way possible. My grandmother could not provide for that family. My father dropped out of school at age 14 after receiving those supports from the government that needed to provide for him and his family at that time because my grandmother could not. When my oldest uncle enlisted in World War II, that left my father as the quote-unquote head of the household at that time as a male. He dropped out of school at age 16, no high school diploma, and worked for 42 years at the New York Central Railroad, one employer. And he also helped to provide for my aunt, who had Down syndrome, throughout her years. So I'm glad to hear that there are provisions in place for any parent, single parents or otherwise, if they are caring for a disabled individual, child, or adult. But that is the Manion family American dream, where necessary supports were in place when we needed it the most. And I may add that my grandfather spoke with an accent as a U.S. citizen, and my grandmother spoke with an accent after her husband passed away. And they both faced discrimination, not because of their last name or their skin color, but because of their accent. That is what America is supposed to do, supposed to lift up everyone so that they can meet their American dream. I thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the time to tell the Manion family story, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other individuals wish to speak on amendment number 11? Mr. Jackson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I too stand in support of this amendment with Ms. Chantel Brown. We all know that it's expensive being poor. You have to prepay for phone services, you have higher costs, you have no access and very limited access to credit. And now I see this is to be extremely complex to have limited funds. In an era where we're talking about efficiency, why can't we streamline this to ensure that every child that's hungry has something to eat? But by the time you go through this able-bodied adult with, without dependent, 7 years old, you can't leave a 7-year-old child at home alone. That's illegal in the state of Illinois and most parts of the country. So I am all for crop insurance, and I wish people would also look at having food security as food insurance. Every child deserves to have a meal on their plate. I don't think that the government should be this far into the weeds trying to determine if a child has the able-bodied, willing adult. The statistics, the numbers are all in. These children come from very difficult families, and we can't monitor this in a very efficient manner. But fortunately, we're a blessed country to have enough food. So let's streamline this process and just ensure, make it a mandate, make it a value that every child can eat. I yield back my time to the Honorable Andrew Craig.
The ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think this entire debate on this amendment is really illustrative of why we should have a hearing on a policy change of this magnitude. When I think about this and how it's gone back and forth, I'm thinking about, well, you know, there is assistance available at states for child care. Are you kidding me? 1 hour of child care is going to cost more than the $6 a day that we are denying a family because their child happened to turn 7 years old. And I am a big fan of AI, just so we all know. So I took the opportunity to look up a few laws here as we've been sitting here. And I'm thinking about the unintended consequence of this policy change. You know, we know that single parents across our great nation are going to be forced to choose, if we change this, between going to work and leaving their child at home alone. We know that is going to be the case. The number of us who grew up in single families across this dais, that's what makes this country great, is having folks who can bring this actual experience. But we know these parents are going to be forced to choose. And let me tell you, in Illinois, a child has to be at least 14 years old to be left home alone. In Maryland, a child under 8 must be supervised by somebody at least 13. North Carolina, nope, not under 8. Oregon, Tennessee, Washington recommend a minimum age of 10 to be left home alone. Colorado, Delaware, Kansas, 12 years old. Michigan, 11 should not be left home alone. Folks, we are going to, with a policy change of this magnitude, force parents across this country to make very difficult decisions every single day. For what? $6 damn a day. I would note that South Dakota has absolutely no age limit to leave a child home alone, to my good friend from South Dakota. So with that, again, I recommend a yes on this amendment and a no on this ill-advised package of policy changes, and I would pass the rest of my time to Mr. Vindman.
Actually, we need to yield back to...
Oh, sorry, I got to yield back to Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Jackson can yield.
Thank you. I yield back to the chairman. Thank you.
Nope, to Vindman.
Got you.
So,
Yield, please.
thank you. I'm not sure if it's Mr. Jackson or ranking member or the chairman, but thank you in any case. I do have a question, and first of all, I want to thank the chairman for actually taking the time to debate and discuss these provisions. I think spending this much time on discussing food security for 7-year-olds is appropriate. And so I do have a question based on the dialogue between you and my colleague from New York, Mr. Riley. What about parents that homeschool their children? What happens to the parents that homeschool their children? Are they not eligible for SNAP benefits after 7 years old? Or, I mean, a lot of our constituents, and certainly in Midwestern states and others, homeschool children. How does that affect homeschooled kids? Thank you.
I'll have to go back and look. We have a long history of this. What you all are debating as being of consequence and something that's brand new has been part of the existing SNAP law, I think since 1977 under the general work requirements. The exemption was really only when you had preschool children in the house. So this is not something new. We're just trying to line there's two sets, which creates confusion, obviously, for states as well. When you have ABODs and you have general work requirements and they're not aligned, we are aligning those. Just know that it is a great question. I think there's obviously a record of history to look at. I am not. I can honestly say that I've not had those concerns brought forward by homeschooling parents in the past. I mean, we'll take a look.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And I think that, again, I appreciate the dialogue here because I think this is an important topic and it does raise an important question that I think we could resolve through hearings and further discussion rather than a partisan piece of legislation like this. But thank you.
Mr. Jackson's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to yield some time to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
So, Mr. Vindman's question, I think,
Mr. McGovern is recognized.
I think is important, and again, it goes to the point. It goes to the fact that we've had no discussion on any of this stuff. I mean, there were real-life implications to these policy changes, and we didn't even do a hearing on any of this stuff. You know, and I'm listening to this debate, and I'm listening to my Republicans' responses and the silence, and I'm reminded of the words of my former colleague from Massachusetts, Barney Frank, when he was asked to explain Republican ways of thinking. And he said that Republicans believe that life begins at conception but ends at birth. And I think that kind of is illustrated by what is happening here. You're making a major policy change that's going to impact millions and millions of families, and we don't even know all the implications and all the negative implications of this policy change. The fact of the matter is, parents can't leave 7-year-olds alone. I mean, what is a 7-year-old supposed to do? Go to the food bank if he or she needs food? Do they walk to the grocery store on their own? What is a 7-year-old supposed to do? You can leave them alone? What parent would do that? And so then the choice is that you have to go without food. And again, for a benefit that is on average of about $2 per person per meal, that's all we're talking about. And you guys are nickel and diming the SNAP program, again, not to make it better, not to make improvements, not to make it more efficient, not to make it more effective, but basically to take that money and pay for a tax cut for Elon Musk and billionaires. It's outrageous that we are even having this discussion. And look, these are not only matters of policy, they're matters of conscience. And to my Republican colleagues, I get it. You're under a lot of pressure from this White House and Trump's billionaire cabinet. You're under a lot of pressure from the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. But making sure that people have food, making sure that they're not hungry, it's about good policy, and it's also about it's a matter of conscience. And I would urge you, don't throw away your conscience. Vote no on this stuff. And there is existing law, by the way, for those who are watching. There is existing law about work requirements already. There already are work requirements. So let's put that to rest. There are work requirements already in place. Lowering the age to 7 years old, lowering the age to 7 years old is brand new. And it is shameful that we are having this discussion. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Ms. Costa?
I yield to my colleague, Ms. Brown.
Gentlelady
Thank
from
you.
Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Again, when you're talking about 7-year-olds, I think Ms. Davids made the point that just the idea that we are punishing children. Ms. Hayes made the point, we are punishing children, and that this will have ramifications far beyond the parents. This will impact them when they go to school. And what happens when they don't go to school? What happens during summer break? What happens during the spring break? What happens to these 7, 8, and 9-year-olds who are depending on this program to eat? Just to have a meal, something that far too many folks, probably on the other side of the aisle, have been taking for granted. What happens to them? What happens? And the silence from the other side of the aisle is clear to me that even they recognize their absence is indicative that this is indefensible. And I applaud you, Mr. Chairman, for your attempt to try to clarify some of these things. But if we had a hearing, if we went through the regular order, the proper process, we could know some of these ramifications and perhaps spare some of your colleagues the embarrassment of putting forth legislation that will have damaging ramifications to people who don't deserve it, people who are simply in need, people who just want to have a meal. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I will remind members again of our on-parliamentary language of impugning the motives of a colleague. And it's just a warning. Who else seeks recognition to speak on this particular amendment? Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to answer Ms. Brown's question. What happens to these children when their parents have to make the choice to either leave them at home alone, and who knows what the consequences are there of a 7, 8, 9-year-old, 7-year-old being left at home alone? I always thought my house would burn down. Or basically forcing the child not to eat. And there are severe consequences around that. And just a few from Johns Hopkins, National Institutes of Health, things like impaired physical growth, weight loss, immune system vulnerability, neurological disorders, cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, and metabolic syndrome. Those are just a few of the things that happen when a child does not get enough nutrition. Those are lifelong consequences. And I would remind my colleagues that we are not working in a vacuum right now. We are seeing the Energy and Commerce Committee and Ways and Means committees mark up a bill that will gut almost $1 trillion out of our Medicaid programs, that will take away that health care when these children have these serious lifelong health consequences. Why would we not prevent this from happening in the first place for $6 a day? This is one of the best returns on our investment. We can avoid those downstream healthcare consequences and costs if we just provide a meal today. And I will yield to my colleague, Ms. Brown, for the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
From Ohio is recognized.
I will yield back. Ms. Hayes, I think, has something to say.
I will yield to Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
Thank you. We're hearing over and over about this amendment, and I want everybody at home to understand that this is brand new. This is not existing law. There is existing law that talks about work requirements, as we've heard over and over, for able-bodied individuals without dependents. This amendment that we're discussing in the legislation is to lower the age of a minor child from 18 to 7. So children between 7 and 17 is brand new. This is not something that has been in law since 1960, whatever you said. This is not something that we've discussed previously on this committee. This is a brand new policy change that would have significant implications. Yesterday in my opening, I talked about, in different districts, the number of households that had children. And I don't think that this is impugning my colleagues to ask, what happens to those children in your states as well? What happens to those children? This started with, literally, we have to reform SNAP because able-bodied individuals without dependents were not working and collecting benefits, and has devolved into, on a child's 7th birthday, which, by the way, they don't even want their parents to be able to buy a birthday cake with those SNAP benefits, but on that 7th cakeless birthday, they'll be thrown off. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And we are on a committee where, again, I don't think it's impugning anyone to say, half of the other side of the room has left, is not even engaging in the dialogue, is not even defending their positions, is not even discussing these issues or making the case for why we should begin to understand or appreciate what it is they're trying to do. They're just saying nothing. Saying nothing. So I need everyone to understand, whether you have a 7-year-old in your household or not, just basic human dignity should compel us to ask the question, what will happen to these children if these changes are made? And if we can't at least begin to discuss answers to those questions, then we shouldn't even be considering making this kind of a change. So I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Brown's amendment. And if this is something that truly merits discussion, then we have hearings and we talk about, we go down all these rabbit holes and talk about what will happen to homeschooled children, what will happen to children with disabilities, what will happen to impacted families, like all of these what ifs, so that we have real answers before we make this kind of a policy change. And with that, I yield back to Ms. Salinas.
I yield back my time.
Ms. Salinas yields back her time. Any other members wish to speak on this amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the concept that's being lost here is that if all your children are 7 years or older, they're in school for about 7 hours per day, 5 days a week, generally, in round numbers. So it's 35 hours a week that would leave the parent or parents time to do something outside the home.
Oh, my God.
Work, volunteer, further to their education. 35 hours a week, when the requirement is only 20 hours a week of employment. So we have a lot of drama going on in this room, in this conversation, probably every committee, a lot of drama. When we aren't talking about the real concept, the real policy here. And so for other people that do not receive these benefits, but are out there paying taxes and working, they're wondering why people can't go earn some of the benefits or help somebody else out with volunteerism like that too, with that time, when their kids are not at home. A lot of parents, a lot of people that don't get this benefit have a situation where they have latchkey kids. Not the greatest deal in the world, but no one really thinks about the taxpayers out there on this. They're thinking about having drama that they can put out on YouTube. I yield back.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Sorensen's recognized for 5 minutes.
I don't want to speak about the drama, but all right. Mr. Lamalfa, we could talk about this because you know what? Pretty soon kids are going to go on summer break. You know, kids don't go to school 7 days a week. Let's understand what we're doing here. You know, we have to make sure that we're not putting the onus down on kids who are in the 3rd grade, right? You know, I hear from constituents all the time. Ruth in Rockford was telling me, she goes, I have 3 kids. She's got 2 young ones, and then there's an 11-year-old. And she goes, I can't afford this. And she goes, I can't believe that you're doing in Congress is you're just going to let them give the millionaires a break. Give me a break. And with that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from Ohio.
Thank you so much.
The young lady from Ohio is recognized.
I just want to make one clarification to the claim that there is an exemption for families with a member who has disabilities. This exemption primarily applies to people receiving Social Security disability benefits. It is extremely hard to be approved for Social Security disability benefits. And there's a backlog of 1 million plus people waiting for their application to be approved. So things like asthma, things like epilepsy, which I lived with, hearing impairments, and some diabetes wouldn't even qualify for Social Security disability. And if they did, it would take months and a major, major paperwork burden to get those things approved. So I just wanted to clarify that that is the disability exemption that was put forth before this committee. So when we talk about the increasing work requirements, it just sounds like we're increasing paperwork requirements, not really work requirements, because they already exist. And with that, I thank the gentleman for his time, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to our ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand that you don't get SNAP benefits for furthering your education in our country. You must leave the class, leave your child, try to find a minimum wage job, or else they will take your food away. That is not part of what happens in our country today. And truthfully, I'm pretty proud of my colleagues here today for being here in the room, for pointing out that we should be debating this policy and understanding the unintended consequences of it if we're going to have a policy change in our country of this magnitude. There's no answer for what about stay-at-home parents who are homeschooling their child. There's no answer yet that I can hear on the fact that our kids are out of school every summer. You know, the bus drops your kid back off in middle school around 2:15, 3 o'clock. There's no explanation for any of this. And if we were working this through regular order, we would be able, I believe, to convince many of our colleagues that this is a terrible policy change that is going to leave kids at home by themselves, parents forced to choose between violating the law or whether their food comes to them and their child doesn't go hungry. I yield back to Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you. In my previous life, I did a lot of school visits, and I'd talk about the weather to kids, and my favorite school was Nashhold Elementary School in Rockford, Illinois, and I would go back there, and one time I got to be the principal for a day. And I got to talk with the teachers there. I didn't know this was such an impoverished school because the teachers are so good at their jobs. But you know what the teachers told me? They're like, we know all of the kids in our school that need the extra banana. They need the extra granola bar because they know which kids aren't getting fed at home. So how dare we change the rules or cut the food for our growing kids? And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else seek recognition? I'm just looking, Mr. Oh, you haven't already spoken. It doesn't look like Mr. Venman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this discussion has raised a number of interesting questions here, and I want to just respond to my colleague, Mr. LaMalfa, that sometimes you have families that have more than one child. I have an identical twin brother. I don't think my parents expected that, and so we were a bit of a surprise. Sometimes we're a bit of a handful as well. And we also heard from my colleague, Ms. Brown, that the disabilities that qualify for the exception that we have for SNAP benefits are those recognized by SSI, and that there are a whole host of disabilities that are not recognized. And so I obviously have a ton of questions about that, and I'm not sure exactly what the parameters are. I think we could have hashed this out better if we had hearings on this point. But with states now getting rid of sort of child work limits, work requirements, I'm just wondering if an 8-year-old is no longer a minor. We expect that 8-year-old to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and get their SNAP benefits. Would they be able to, would their work qualify a parent or the rest of the household to receive SNAP benefits? It's a silly question, I think, but it's sad because yesterday we heard during opening statements, my colleague, Mr. Finstra, said the standard was 0 error rate. We want to get to a 0 error rate on states' supplemental nutrition assistance program. And I think where we want the actual 0 rate is for our 7, 8-year-old kids going hungry. That's what I think, Mr. Chairman. And so I'm happy to have anybody answer those questions for me, but with that, I yield to Mr. Riley.
Mr. Riley's recognized.
Yeah, I'm new here, so, just genuine question, like, why not have a hearing on this? Like, this sounds like some pretty important stuff. Like, pretty great question that my colleague from Michigan had about summer breaks. We were just trying to get our kiddos enrolled in summer camp, and not the easiest thing to do. It can cost a lot. We had questions about what disability what disabilities are covered here. I don't think we've heard an answer to that question. This homeschool question is a really good one. I would love to hear how this is going to impact them. I think we had a discussion about the social science or the rationale behind choosing 7 years old as an age of no longer being a dependent, but the answer there didn't really hold water, because if it's when kids go to school, you would think the answer would be 5. And so I'm not, these are really good questions, and I think if we're going to do this big bill and have a vote and change all the laws here, we should probably have a hearing. And I'm just wondering what's the resistance to that, if anybody could explain that. I know we're busy, but we could find time to have a hearing, right? We'd all be here, right? I mean, we'd all show up for a hearing. I would love to have a hearing and just ask a witness, like, what is it that when you turn 6 to 7, you become, no longer dependent? And so, I don't know, I'm just asking, can we have a hearing? Does anybody want to have a hearing? No, you don't know, nobody, you guys don't want to have a hearing? All right. Hearing would be helpful.
Could the gentleman yield to me?
I'll yield back, yeah.
Mr. Vindman, can you yield to me just to make an observation? McGovern, here.
Oh, yeah, do I have to say magic words or somebody else?
Mr. Governor's recognized.
I think I have to pass it to
No,
you.
yield back to me.
We'll figure this out.
Okay. I yield to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, I just want to make an observation. I mean, Republicans are arguing for more work requirements for poor people, yet most of them on this committee can't even bother to show up to their current jobs and participate in this hearing. And I think that speaks volumes, and I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
I will say, Mr. Montgomery, you're getting very close to me taking your words down, but we'll give you 3 warnings. So let's just keep it civil and focus on the issue and not on the personalities of the people here. This committee does really well being focused on that. Any other?
I think I have 14 seconds left,
You sure
Mr.
do.
Chair.
Go for it.
With that, I will just say, in the absence of a hearing or real responses, I recommend that we provide our 8-year-olds little tiny boots with little tiny bootstraps. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Jackson, you've already been recognized. You have your 5 minutes. Sorry, buddy. We'll get you for the next amendment, though. How's that? Any other members Mr. Davis seeks to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I yield to Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Thank you so much. The longer we talk about this, in absence of us having a hearing, even the more absurd I think it becomes. You're talking about an adolescent. This is just beyond childhood, far off of, away from adulthood. We're talking about a child that is going to lose its baby teeth to start moving into adult teeth. And yet they're being punished like they had no choice in coming into this world. And now, because they're a parent that may be differently abled, and when I'm using that term, that their parents haven't recently incurred a physical malady of some such that they may not have access to hospitalization or care, that they haven't even gone through all the proper diagnosis. There's a reason, as members of Congress, we have access to the Office of the Attending Physician, because we can't get back in time to our respective districts and states to necessarily get health care if we weren't here. And it's doubly difficult for someone in our district that has to live in a rural area or in an urban area that is a burden to get to a doctor's office. It is an extremely difficult situation in my district. For example, I live in a neighborhood that has, in the immediate area, 5 safety net hospitals. So healthcare is not that accessible. And with these cutbacks that are going on, there are fewer people to even qualify people for these programs. I just want not to be lost on the irony of a child that doesn't have adult teeth, that we're now punishing as if it's some fault of their own. We've gone from not just punishing women and punishing families, now it's down to the level of punishing children. And I do respect most of my colleagues in here on the Republican side, and I do take offense that we cannot have a hearing I do take offense that they're being paid to be here, and during this limited markup session, that they won't give us the courtesy. And I thank you, Chairman Thompson, for having been so gracious, and you giving us the time to discuss this. And I wish others would learn from you and grant us the courtesy to hear us out and show this institution that level of respect. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Davis yields back. Anyone else seek recognition to speak on amendment number 11 offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio? Seeing none, I'll finish up with just some thoughts.
I'd like to request, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
First of all, we spend as a nation, so don't tell me we don't care as a nation, or the two parties don't care, because the last two farm bills were Republican-led. We spend $1 trillion over 10 years on the nutrition title. And so we, far more than what we invest in the folks that need to make sure they produce the food to be able to get the people, to everybody people need. And if you want a true definition of oppression and what is cruel, it is keeping families permanently stuck in poverty. That is truly oppression and truly cruel, and we're trying to make sure that that does not occur. As a senior member in the Education Workforce Committee, I just want to be clear that this is not going to prevent any child from qualifying for free and reduced meals. There is a process to qualify. And I'm very pleased, actually, that I'm a recovering school board member as well, as in addition to being a product of public education. And I'm very pleased that today most schools, if they've got their act together, are using a process that was not like when I went to school, where it was clear what kids were on free and reduced meals. Today, schools have the option to do that in a way where those kids are not standing out. So this has nothing to do with schools with these children qualifying. There is a process that is income driven. And let me share with you, I think this is information freely available. It's as easy as the USDA website on the SNAP work requirements. And there are two requirements, as I'd mentioned to everyone here. We're looking to simplify so that there is certainty and ease for those who are eligible for these programs to be able to navigate them. They have certainty and clarity, and then to make it easier. Right now, it's very confusing if you've got two sets of rules. As you think about it, you go to this website, which one do you pick? So I'm going to just focus on the general work requirements, which some of my colleagues have been shocked to think this is something brand new we're trying to impose. And I was wrong. It wasn't 1977. It was 1970 that this has been in place, over 50 years. And it has to do with, so let me I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can go as easy as I did to be able to find this. But in terms of one of the exemption, if you're taking care of a child under 6, we're going to move that to we want to move that to 7. I don't think that's a bad thing. Or an incapacitated person. Doesn't say anything about being Social Security, disability, or anything like that. It is an incapacitated person. Quite frankly, as somebody who worked with persons with disabilities, I don't like that language, but it is what it is in there. Unable to work due to a physical or mental limitation. So, and the ABALD work requirements, again, an acronym I'm not particularly favorable of. I hate labels, but that is, we use that a lot. And it is on this website, and you compare those two. So, that said, there's growing academic evidence that growing up around adults who work is crucial for a child's shot at upward mobility. It's not casting a judgment on those individuals, those adults, for whatever reason that don't work, but it is by being around adults that do work, academic studies have shown that that does have a positive impact on the child's future. This text ensures that a shot at the American dream becomes a reality for more children growing up on SNAP. Now, we maintain the exemptions for pregnant women and caretakers of children with disabilities or aging adults. Again, the idea is to be able to align these two requirements. one around that's been around for 55 years, I guess, at this point. It is important that parents and caretakers whose kids are in school and who can work, do work. This amendment would also put the committee below its instruction, risking a tax hike on all Americans next year, and I urge a no vote on the amendment. And so in terms of, we were talking about, just for clarity, amendment number 11 by Ms. Brown from Ohio. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I think Mr. Jackson had an amendment that he wanted to offer under subtitle A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 16.
Thank you, sir. The clerk will circulate the amendment, and Mr. Jackson has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today.
Gentlemen, just suspend. We just need to get the clerk to.
Amendment number 16, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois.
All right, thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize distinguished gentleman from Illinois, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you. I recognize the distinguished chairman. I rise today in strong support of striking section 10002 or 10,002 or 10002 of this reconciliation package, a provision that unjustly expands work requirements to Americans aged 55 to 64 years of age. Let's be clear, this policy is not just misguided, it's a betrayal of the very principles that shaped our nation's safety net. By way of history, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed the Social Security Act of 1935, he called it a cornerstone in a structure which is being built, but by no means complete. That structure, forged by leaders like Frances Perkins, the first female labor secretary, was designed to perfect family dignity in times of hardship. Yet today, some would unravel that legacy by imposing punitive requirements on seniors who have already spent decades contributing to our economy. This amendment is our chance to say enough, and we can fix it. Let's revisit history, if you will. In 1996, Congress passed bipartisan welfare reform under then President Clinton and Speaker Newt Gingrich, introducing work requirements for programs like the TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. But even then, lawmakers were conscious enough that they recognized the unique challenges facing older Americans. Those over 50 were largely exempt. Why? Because Congress understood that age discrimination, health crisis, and caregiving duties make steady work unrealistic for many in this age gap. I give the benefit of the doubt to people that are working that have limited means. I don't distrust them like many on my opposite side of this body do. Fast forward to 2023, the debt ceiling deal expanded SNAP work requirements to adults up to age 54, threatening benefits of over 750,000 people. Now this bill even pushes it further to age 64. Let's talk about who this impacts. Mr. Chairman, 4.1 million Americans aged 55 to 64 live before the poverty line. Working poverty, 64% of workers over 55 report facing age discrimination per the AARP. 1 in 3 adults aged 55 to 64 has a chronic health condition limiting work, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. These great Americans aren't lazy. There are people like Linda, a young lady I spoke to in my district, 59 years of age, who lost her retail job during COVID and now cares for her husband with Parkinson's. This provision would force her to choose between feeding her family and caring for her spouse. Proponents claim work requirements promote self-sufficiency, but the data tells a different story. In 2023, Center on Budget and Policy Priorities study found The similar requirements in Medicaid reduced enrollment by 40% without improving employment. I just randomly picked a state. It was Arkansas. 18,000 people lost health care coverage in just 6 months under such rules, many due to bureaucratic red tape, not the refusal to work. So I'm saying it's a scheme to push people off the rolls because they burden them with additional paperwork. Let's address the fiscal myth. Cutting SNAP or Medicaid for seniors does not save money. It shifts costs. For every dollar cut from SNAP, hospitals incur $4 in emergency care costs for malnutrition-related admissions. This is horrifying that there is malnutrition rising in America. And I take the time to make sure we talk about supplemental nutritional assistance program. This is not a full meal. This is simply a supplement. We're taking the last bit of the crumb off of the table. Is that responsible governance? I would say that's moral decay. This isn't just about policy, it's about our values. The people should matter. Unless there is life and safe and secure, we cannot have a secure nation. I also would like to say that expanding work requirements to seniors isn't just a not right, it's in direct contradiction to the compassion that's denied Americans' greatest reforms from the New Deal to the Affordable Care Act. So, Mr. Chairman, I would urge my colleagues, reject this cruel and counterproductive policy, vote yes on this amendment. Let's honor our history, protect our seniors, and prove that this Congress still believes in Roosevelt's vision, that after a lifetime of labor, every American deserves security, not suspicion, and I thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Illinois. Yields back. Ms. Adams is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in support of Mr. Jackson's amendment. It is a good amendment, and if we think about it, this amendment, if enacted, would force, this provision, of course, would force older adults between 55 and 64 to fill out paperwork showing that they're working or working enough. So let's be clear about this. Most people on SNAP who can work do work. And that's not different, really no different for seniors. But what is different for seniors is that they have more difficulty finding jobs. Especially older Americans are more likely to face age discrimination and even sex discrimination, women especially, when searching for jobs in later life. And they often need a longer period of time to find work if they lose their jobs. So it may take more than 3 months. That's not a long time. That's 90 days to find the job. And so we should be talking about ways to actually help people gain the skills that they need to work. And as a matter of fact, we need to raise this doggone minimum wage. It's just ridiculous that for 17 or whatever number of years, we have had a federal minimum wage of $7.25, and I recall being in the North Carolina House for all those years, those 2 decades that I served there, and our minimum wage was $5.50. And in 2006, I had a bill that we worked on for like 10 years, and we only got a $1 increase. So we're talking about respectable work. We've got to respect people who work, and we've got to pay them a living wage. But so 3 months is just not enough. So we should really be talking about how people gain the skills that they need to work and not punishing the seniors and rural Americans who will be the most likely hurt by losing their jobs and food assistance. Again, it's still all about punishing poor people, and now we're talking about punishing the elderly. We're punishing grandmothers and great-grandmothers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers, and that's just not the thing we should be doing. I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I want to thank the gentleman for offering it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for she yields back. Anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? Mr. Lamar from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, what committee is this?
This would be the House Agriculture Committee.
Agriculture, okay. My Oxford Dictionary definition of agriculture is the science of practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for the growing of crops and the rearing of animals to provide food, wool, and other products. All right, so as we know that in the Farm Bill, about 82% of the spending on it is on the SNAP program, and some of the rest of the Farm Bill is the farm part of the Farm Bill. I'm curious about this amendment too, in that, do you know, Mr. Chairman, that the average age of a farmer in the U.S. is 58.1 years old? So I guess that type of work isn't recognized under the amendment. So, and did you know, Mr. Chairman, that the age of farmers, many are getting to be above 65 due to young people not being encouraged to get into agriculture anymore because of the outlook for the farm economy and the regulatory load and the price of fuel and the price of fertilizer. It's not looking so great. So I don't know. I'm just curious how this amendment here on the 55 to 64 being somehow not being appropriate to be in the SNAP program is has been arrived at. So I don't know. Just a couple of thoughts, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Well, just for point of clarification,
Sure.
since seeking clarification, it clearly is a germane question and a germane amendment, given that these work requirements, this opportunity requirements, has been in law since 1970.
70. Right. 1970, I think Led Zeppelin came out with their second album back then. Yeah. All right, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
It's sometimes I can't believe what I'm hearing in this committee. If the gentleman is wondering, like, what SNAP has to do with farmers. I might remind him and others that what you can purchase with SNAP is food. And who grows food but our farmers? I mean, I don't know. I didn't think that was a tough one to make the connection about, but that's just the reality. And so farmers benefit from SNAP because people are purchasing products that they grow. And some of the programs that the administration, current administration, is going after, like the Double Up Bucks program, again, farmers benefit even more. I can tell you in my state of Massachusetts that program farmers really embrace because they can sell more of their products and more of what they grow directly to consumers in Massachusetts, and they now have the ability to be able to afford that. So the idea that somehow we can't make the connection, you know, I don't know. I didn't think that was a tough question. But going to the gentleman's amendment, again, you know, sometimes when you're 63 or 64 or 62 and you find yourself suddenly unemployed, sometimes it's a little more difficult to find a job. And so the deal is that if you are somehow laid off and you can't find a job, this bill says that you lose your SNAP benefit in 3 months. You're out of luck. The other thing about SNAP, again, and the other benefit of SNAP is it provides people access to food. And last time I checked, people need food to sustain themselves. So again, I mean, what the gentleman's amendment basically says is let's not screw over old people. What he's basically saying is that it's just not enough for people here in Congress to say, Grandma, go back to work. You know, find a job within 3 months, or you're losing your benefit. I mean, that this is somehow a controversial topic that people can't quite understand why there's concern about it. Again, read your letter from AARP that all of you received. They're deeply concerned about the impact on senior citizens. You know, we have to do better. You have to do better here on behalf of not only our seniors, but all the people who benefit from SNAP. The gentleman's amendment is right on target. We ought to all support it. This should not be controversial. But again, just a reminder to the gentleman from California, all you can buy with SNAP is food, and food is grown by farmers. So that's the connection. I yield back.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you're a citizen watching this, you've heard a lot of things. And I want to read to you something from the SNAP brochure that was updated September of 2023. So this was written under the previous administration under President Biden. This is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Able-Bodied Adults Without Dependents Policy Guide. And all of this talk from the other side and all of the accusations that have been made from the other side, on the second page, second paragraph in the introduction, federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited participant, commonly referred to the able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period unless the person meets the work requirements. There are general work requirement exemptions for people that are disabled, and those are listed in here. There are also then those who are able-bodied adults without dependents. And so this idea that these changes are done in an effort to be cruel or mean or encourage anything other than the exception that work is good for people, and the only way to get out of poverty is a job, period. The government's not going to carry you out of poverty. You have to work. We're not trying to be mean. We may have differences of opinion on whether or not people should work at different ages or other things, but I want the American citizens to understand there's a lot of drama coming from the other side. I'm reading to you from the publication that was published when Joe Biden was president of the United States about the limitations. It will tell you exactly what the general work requirement exemptions are. Right now at 16 to 60, we're changing that from 16 to 18. So that is a plus on the side of people who could receive an exemption from the general work requirements. We're moving it up from 60 to 64 on the upper end. But then if you read in there, responsible for care of the child under age 6 is also a general work exemption. We're changing that 6 to 7. We're changing that 6 to 7. And then we're making the 6 to the 7 and the 18 to 63 match with the able-bodied adults without dependents. Those are the changes that we're making. I know there are a lot of people, there's a lot of drama trying to scare a lot of people. I would encourage you to pull the publication that was printed when Joe Biden was president of the United States. Those are the changes that we're talking about. They're very simple. I personally believe that work is good. I think people will be healthier when they go back to work. I do agree that the system will keep you in poverty, and that we need to, again, encourage people to go back to work. Work is good.
Chairman Shields now recognize Ms. Hayes for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think that the members on this side of the dais also believe that work is good. But what we're talking about is expanding this policy, changing the age, making it harder for people to literally stabilize themselves while they're finding employment. And if Joe Biden thought differently, then he's wrong. Then he's wrong. We had a hearing, and I remember the witnesses that came here talked about the availability of jobs as truck drivers and in the construction industry. These expansions wouldn't even allow localities to make exemptions based on the types of jobs that were available. So just the idea that there are jobs available, a 64-year-old is not going to work in construction as a new job opportunity.
They do it all the time.
This is my time, sir. This is my time. Can you please instruct your members? Can you instruct your members? Entering a new workforce beginning as a construction worker at age 64. And the idea that there is no connection, yes, this is the Committee on Agriculture, but we have jurisdiction over nutrition. It is not farmers or feeding people. This committee has a responsibility to do both. And to keep pitting the nutrition title against every other title, it's a through line. Since we're reading definitions, farmers produce food primarily to feed the human population and also to supply raw materials for various industries. This production is essential for improving nutrition, ending hunger, and supporting economic and social development. What do we think farmers are producing food for if not to feed people? I don't understand. Literally, we want to plus up one side of this committee, but not provide a reliable, stable market for their goods. Yes, it is trillions of dollars, and that's why we should be doing this through regular order and through committee work and not making these changes with these narrow definitions, and these are expanding work requirements. They keep going back to able-bodied individuals without dependents, as if the only people that are benefiting from SNAP are 20-year-olds on a sofa somewhere playing video games or posting, I don't know, influencers, and not seniors and children and disabled people and veterans and all the people, all the hungry people in this country who benefit from these programs. It's indefensible. You can't defend it, which is why no one's here to defend it. I will be supporting my colleague's amendment, and I think that everyone needs to read the text of this bill, because to keep going back to in the 1970s, this is what it was, and this is when Led Zeppelin dropped their first album, we have the ability to change things moving forward. That's what we as a Congress should be doing, evaluating the current situation that we're in and making it better and moving forward. Not saying in 1969 people left their kids at home, so we should be able to do that now. When you know better, you do better. When you know better, you do better. And now at a time when we are cutting every other safety net program, it is not so people can have a lifetime of dependency on public assistance. We have supported industry after industry, including the ag industry, in times of need. That is our job. That is our job. So to pit farmers against families is not what we're here to do. We have a responsibility to support both the farmers who produce the food and the people who need it. Because every member of Congress may not have a rural or a farming community, but I guarantee you every person in this body has constituents who eat. I yield back.
General yields back. Now recognize the Representative McDonald Rivet for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just think it's important to bring us back to the core of this conversation, the core of this debate, because it is not whether or not people who can work should work. I have not heard any argument against that. In fact, the law already, the program already requires able-bodied people to work. I think what we're calling into question is in a program that has less than 1% fraud, that already requires able-bodied people to work, how we can get to $300 billion of savings by what the majority is saying are very small tweaks in a program with very little fraud where able-bodied people are already working. Now, there's room for improvement in there, and I gotta confess, I have a liberal arts degree, but I can still do basic math, and it just doesn't add up. The idea that benefits are not going to be impacted for millions of Americans because these are just small tweaks is an out-and-out lie. I yield back.
General yields back. Now recognize Representative wrong list. McLean Delaney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've been listening to this debate going back and forth, I think we do have to say work is good. And many, many of my constituents do want to work, and they cannot. But changing the age requirement, as many of my colleagues have said, without a hearing and data is something that we really should find disturbing. As Congressman Jackson said, 4.1 million Americans, 55 to 64, live below the poverty line. And the data does tell us a different story about the rationality of this legislation. Older adults really do face additional barriers to employment due to a variety of factors. And moreover, half of low-income adults report health barriers specifically. Many of these older individuals are also caregivers to disabled or sick family members or to their own grandchildren. And in my own state of Maryland, there are 29,000 adults ages 55 to 64 at risk of SNAP. And many, many of these adults are veterans and those who have long served their country. Sadly, many seniors are not able-bodied, and they are just hungry and sometimes sick. I say, Mr. Chair, we can do better, and I urge supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Figures is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm new here. I'm a freshman. I admittedly, I've never been here before this current Congress. But I know process, and I know common sense, and I know what happens in the real world. And the process that we've run here to give a bill 24 hours to review policy changes of this matter. This is not how you would run a business. This is not how you would run a household. It's not how you would raise your children. It's not how you would do anything. And I would say this, if it was Democrats in charge, this is a bad process to run, giving people 24 hours to review legislation that makes such substantive changes. I don't know if that's the norm. I don't know if that's the way we always do it. I don't even know if Democrats have done it in the past, but if they have, they were wrong. They were equally as wrong as we are today sitting here doing this. This is not the way you govern. And it doesn't take a senior member of the U.S. Representatives to be able to come to that conclusion. It's like a kid telling you about a school project that's due the morning you're taking them to school. It doesn't make, it's, I'm sure all parents in here have been in that situation. Or the night before you find out about a project, or you find out about a field trip. It's childish. Like it is beyond comprehension that anybody, Democrat, Republican, independent, black, white, rich, poor, conservative, liberal, thinks that this is the right way to do things. It's just not. And we should not be sitting here engaging in a process that is this faulted. We cannot do this. We should be doing much better than this. And I urge you, Mr. Chairman, I urge our ranking member, I urge Democrats and Republicans to do a better job at being fair to the American people when it comes time to review substantive policy changes. That we don't just say here in the 11th hour before you do it. Nobody thinks this makes sense. Nobody. If you were going to buy a car and somebody said, all right, come in and close, but we're closing, I need you to sign this document 5 minutes before we close, you're not going to do it. You're going to say, I need more time. And so this process is just flawed at its core. And with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you very much.
Illinois is recognized.
Thank you very much. I think for our persons that are watching this and at home, that if I could take the liberty to speak on behalf of my colleagues on the Democratic side, we believe in balanced budgets. We believe in business. We believe in family. I don't think it's fair to try to paint us as if we don't care about the individual's dignity and doing work. I absolutely believe everyone should work, they can work. But I think this approach of having a blanket of saying there are groups of millions of people in America that are 55 to 64 that don't work, I find that offensive. There are many people that are doing the best that they can. There's some people that can't get to work because they don't have medicine. There's some people that can't get to work because their bodies and their lifestyles have changed. They have to put their parents to bed at night. They've got to take care of other people's children. There's lack of employment. And so I think if we widen the scope, not look at life through a keyhole, but through a door, I think would also help if many of our colleagues would sit through this hearing so we can get to know each other and they could hear us and not talk past us. I know some have fundraisers to go to and contributions to accept, but this is an opportunity for us to talk. and hear one another out. We come from different areas. And when they ask what is the linkage between people and the city and the farmers, there are consumers and there are producers, and we're all on the same continuum. And I just want to make it clear that people are doing the best that they can. I think we should recognize people that are struggling, people that work in this very building, like I said last night, that don't have enough to eat, that clean out the garbage bins and keep the grounds, and that everyone needs a little helping hand. And I trust people that are working every day around this facility. I don't think there should be an onerous burden on those that have little means and those that are wealthy. Someone on the other side of the world is pouting right now because they can't be gifted a 747. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And this is not in a vacuum. We're also talking about tax cuts in other rooms in this building at the same time. So we're talking about taking money and food. We're talking about taking money from those that are most in need and giving it to those that have been enormously blessed. I yield back, and I thank you, Chairman, before you gavelled me out.
I thank the gentleman who, I was very proud of him milking his first cow in the state of Missouri. Did a great job doing it. Any others seek to speak on Mr. Jackson's amendment number 16? All right, seeing none, let me take the opportunity to be able to make some final remarks here. First of all, I think just for clarification, and I think certainly our, in concurrence with what some of my friends here sitting to my right had said, the nutrition title is multifaceted. It is about food security, but it is officially in law also a workforce development title. That was put in place during the Fiscal Accountability Act, the debt ceiling, and signed into law by President Biden, making the nutrition title as much about food security as workforce development, and it absolutely is a market title too, because there's not a calorie consumed that's not grown somewhere produced by a farmer or a ranch family someplace. And just for clarification, my good friend from South Chicago, if you have a condition, where you have to take medication, some type of, that would probably border on incapacitated, unable to work in your 60s, or you're caring for an older adult, you're exempt. You're exempt. You're exempt currently, and you're going to be exempt in the future from any of these requirements. But I will say, and I do start to take this a little personally now, and I'm in my 60s, hard to believe I got there, that it is tough. I mean, I work in workforce development. This is, a lot of my colleagues know because we work together in the education workforce. And you lose your job when you're 60 years old, in your 60s. It's near impossible because employers are looking to hire younger and cheaper. It's a cost-cutting measure. They lose all that wisdom. They miss out on all that wisdom and experience of an older worker that has developed that over the course of a career. And so, I love what Ms. Adams said, Dr. Adams said, the difficulties of someone in their 60s. That's what this bill does. Right now, we deny people in their 60s the opportunity to access this SNAP employment and career and technical education. We're not asking them to go back to school to get a bachelor's degree or an associate degree. It may be a short-term course, but it equip them. And there are plenty of jobs on a work site, and I agree with you, swinging a hammer in your 60s it's got to be hard. I've always had a hard time doing it, no matter how old I was. But there is foremans, there's purchasing agents, there are folks that are driving and delivering the equipment. There are lots of great paying jobs that even in the construction industry. And so let's not deny these individuals an opportunity that really comes, the Fiscal Accountability Act, my partner that I worked with to go from age 49 to 54, whether you agree with him or not, that was President Joe Biden. We sat in the White House, and that's where we landed on 54, because we recognized that it was important for more people to have opportunity and access to these SNAP employment and career and technical education benefits that we pay for. So taking it, and the older I get, I see the value of taking it up to 64, to have that opportunity to be able to do that. This bill modernizes work requirements to align with the age folks are Medicare eligible. I think it's appropriate, and the taxpayers would expect that 55 to 64-year-olds who are work-ready should not just work for SNAP benefits, but be able to have all the benefits within the SNAP program, which is SNAP employment and career and technical education. And let's face it, we need workforce. I mean, people are living longer with dignity, and that's a really cool thing. They're living longer and being very productive. And helping people to be able to do that is, life doesn't end at, and I'm really happy to say this, life doesn't end at age 65, The work requirement does not impact anyone who's mentally or physically disabled and incapacitated is the word, according to USDA, the SNAP information. This amendment would also put the committee below its instruction, risking a tax hike on all Americans next year. And I urge a no vote on the amendment. So the question is on amendment number 16 offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, those by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments under subtitle A?
Mr. Chairman, could I be recognized, please?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that for the majority of this markup so far, most of my Republican colleagues have been absolutely absent or silent. We are debating the largest rollback of an anti-hunger program in American history, and most of my Republican colleagues can't even bother to be in the room.
Does the gentlelady have a
Mr.
point
Chairman,
other than
no,
demeaning,
I
the
move
character
that
of any of our members?
I'm not demeaning anyone, Chairman. They're not here. That's a fact. That's not.
Well, that is a
That's a fact.
and I thank the gentlelady for her
Thank you. Well,
comments.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, there's been a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
The motion is not debatable. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd like a recorded vote,
And the motion
please.
to adjourn is not agreed to. We
Appeal the rule of the chair.
Can we, I'd like the vote, please. Recorded vote.
What's that? Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Austin Scott. No. Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford. No. Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. LaMalfa. No. Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Rouser. No. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly. No. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon. No. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Boast. Mr. Boast votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Finstad. No. Mr. Finstad votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Jackson of Texas. No. Mr. Jackson of Texas votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz. Mr. Nunn. No. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Weed. Mr. Weed, Mr. Bresnahan, Mr. Bresnahan, Mr. Messmer. No. Mr. Messmer votes no. Mr. Harris. No. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor. No. Mr. Taylor votes no. Ms. Craig.
Yes.
Ms. Craig votes yes. Mr. David Scott. Mr. David Scott. Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa. Mr. McGovern.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mrs. Hayes.
Yes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes. Ms. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Yes.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes yes. Ms. Salinas.
Yes.
Ms. Salinas votes yes. Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
Yes.
Mr. Davis of North Carolina votes yes. Ms. Takuda.
Yes.
Ms. Takuda votes yes. Ms. Buzinski.
Yes.
Ms. Buzinski votes yes. Mr. Sorensen.
Yes.
Mr. Sorensen votes yes. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes.
Mr. Vasquez votes yes. Mr. Jackson of Illinois.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson of Illinois votes yes. Mr. Tandar. Mr. Tandar. Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray. Ms. McDonald Rivet.
Yes.
Ms. McDonald Rivet votes yes. Mr. Figures.
Yes.
Mr. Figures votes yes. Mr. Vinman.
Yes.
Mr. Vinman votes yes. Mr. Riley. Yes. Mr. Riley votes yes. Mr. Mannion.
Yes.
Mr. Mannion votes yes. Mrs. McLean Delaney.
Yes.
Mrs. McLean Delaney votes yes. Ms. Pingree.
Yes.
Ms. Pingree votes yes. Mr. Carbajal.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Kelly is reported as no.
Mr. Van Orden, how is he recorded?
Mr. Van Orden is not recorded.
Mr. Van Orden votes no.
Mr. Van Orden votes no. Mr. Bresnahan is not recorded. Mr. Bresnahan votes no. Mr. Mann.
Will the clerk?
How am I recorded?
Mr. Mann is not recorded.
Mann votes no.
If the clerk would go ahead and call the names of members who have not voted.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Baird. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Rose. Ms. De La Cruz. Mr. Newhouse. No. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Weed.
No.
Mr. Weed votes no. Mr. Desjardins. No. Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. David Scott. Mr. Costa. Mr. Tandar. Mr. Gray. Oh. Mr. Carbajal is aye. Aye. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Lucas is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Austin Scott recorded?
Mr. Austin Scott is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Ms. Kamick recorded?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Costa.
Oh, Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
How is Mr. Rose recorded?
Mr. Rose is not recorded. No. Mr. Rose votes no.
How is Mr. Rouser recorded?
Mr. Rouser is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Ms. Dela Cruz recorded?
Ms. De La Cruz is not recorded. Ms. De La Cruz votes no.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. Miller. Oh, yeah, she's recorded.
Well, looks like we're going to be here late into the evening now.
How is Mr. Desjardins recorded?
Mr. Desjardins is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how has Mr. Johnson voted?
Mr. Johnson is not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes no. Present. Yes.
How is Mr. Messmer recorded?
Mr. Messmer is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is recorded as no. Mr. Gray is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, how is Mr. Baird recorded?
Mr. Gray votes aye.
Mr. Chair, how is Mr. Baird reported?
Mr. Baird is not recorded.
No.
No. Mr. Baird votes no.
Mr. Clerk, how is Mr. Lamalfa voted?
Mr. Lamalfa is voted as no.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Newhouse?
Mr. Newhouse is voted no.
Thank you.
What's that? They didn't ask me.
No, you're the last one.
Okay. Should I ask them how I voted?
Yeah, I think he's leaving.
Okay. So, should I get?
Yeah, I voted the first time. I was here.
Mr. Clerk, how is the chairman voted?
The chairman is not recorded.
The chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the roll.
How am I reported? Right here, Mary Miller.
Mrs. Miller is recorded as no.
Has every member voted? Any member want to change their vote? If not, the clerk will now report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 29.
The motion to adjourn is not approved. All right.
Where were we when you did that? We're
Mr.
asking for-
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. There we go.
Okay, we're back to amendments.
Welcome back.
There we go.
Welcome back.
Mrs. Hayes has amendment at the desk that the clerk will, what number is that, Mrs. Hayes? Number 12. The clerk
Yes.
will report the amendment.
Amendment number 12, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
The amendment will be distributed to each member, and while we're doing that,
No.
without objection, amendment will be considered as read, and now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Welcome. The legislation we are considering today seeks to make drastic changes to SNAP without regard for program participants or the employees who ensure children, families, and seniors receive their benefits. The public sector has faced unprecedented attacks by this administration and Republicans in Congress. The bill we are considering establishes an untested new structure for SNAP, requiring states to pay a share of SNAP benefits for the first time. States have always been responsible for hiring staff and dispersing benefits received from the federal government. The cost is split 50-50 between the states and the federal government. Now Republicans want the federal government to reduce its contributions to 25% and for states to cover 75% of these costs. The Connecticut Department of Social Services estimates that this would cost $118 million each year, nearly $40 million in additional administrative expenses. Congress has always included a tolerance threshold for errors, which is currently set at $56. Any error less than $56 does not count towards the error rate of the state. Under this bill, that threshold would be reduced to $0, and a workforce already facing shortages would be asked to spend time and effort looking for single-dollar errors. This is remarkable that it is an expectation that there would be 0 errors at all. We want this number to be as low as possible, but 0 at a time where a Pentagon budget is being approved, where they have failed multiple audits. States will be forced to budget more for SNAP benefits with less for administrators. With fewer administrative staff, it is inevitable that errors will increase. SNAP administrators are vital to this program running efficiently and effectively. If this committee insists on increasing the burden on states, then we should offer states greater assistance in hiring and retaining the qualified employees who operate this program. My amendment would increase the federal cost share from 50% to 100%, so states can focus on maintaining and expanding the staff necessary to operate the program so that they can reach that $0 error limit. It would also align the wages of state SNAP administrators with federal wage standards, including annual updates and locality adjustments to ensure wages remain competitive. My amendment would also require states to use these funds on administrative personnel costs for existing or full-time equivalent positions so that the workforce is supported to ensure benefits actually reach the intended participants. If Republicans want to make SNAP more efficient, they should work to make sure the program is fully staffed by qualified personnel, and we can eliminate all waste, fraud, and abuse. With fewer SNAP staff, we will see more waste and more fraud, and families will go hungry. So let's make sure that they are fully staffed so that this program can operate as efficiently and effectively as possible. I urge the members of this committee to adopt my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Ms. Brown from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strongly support Ms. Hayes' amendment. This bill before us the Republicans have put forth thinks that we can get more accuracy when people are overworked. The majority thinks that states can do more with way less. But we know that is not how things work. By reducing the amount that we pay the state administration of SNAP, states will hire fewer people and make fewer changes to their computer systems, many of them which are already outdated. So what, you may ask? You might say, who cares, so what? Well, it's those things that actually reduces errors. Those are the things that makes the system work better. And when you can focus on fewer clients and have a system that doesn't crash all the time, it turns out you can have more accuracy in your benefit and eligibility requirements. So it just makes sense. Look, we agree that we need to make sure every penny we spend goes to the right people in the right amount and the right amount of time. So let's work together and reduce errors by investing in states. This amendment does just that. And given how frequently my Republican colleagues have talked about their wishes with eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse, I am sure they will support this just as I do, right? I'm so glad that you're back in the room to support this amazing amendment that Ms. Hayes has put forth, because it will help us get on track to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, because that's what we want to do, right? That's the goal. And this amendment does just that. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will yield the balance of my time to Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
I failed to mention that this amendment is based on my legislation, the SNAP Administrators Act. So I actually have put forth legislation, not just in this Congress, but in the last Congress, that addresses this, many of the concerns that my colleagues have about inefficiencies in the way the program is run, and making sure that applications can be processed quickly and people who are not eligible won't receive benefits because they are properly screened by high qualified, trained employees who know how to do this. So again, I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield the time back to Ms. Brown.
So just a quick question, if I may engage in a colloquy. The legislation that you introduced, have we had a hearing on it?
No, actually, in the Subcommittee on Nutrition, we haven't had any hearings.
Okay, and would that be helpful to getting an explanation out to the constituents and the committee about how we can make improvements to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse?
It would absolutely be helpful. It would also address many of the concerns that my Republican colleagues have, but allow us to possibly make adjustments based on those concerns, because we would be engaging in a hearing and an actual discussion.
Okay, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this amendment makes a lot of sense. You know, rather than having state and federal bureaucracy involved with this current proposal, Mr. Chairman, moving the financial responsibility to one end and also the ability to hold folks accountable on these error rates makes a ton of sense. And then obviously freeing up state funds for investments and other important programs at the state level. And yeah, it just seems like a really great landing spot based on some of the conversation brought up by my Republican colleagues. This seems like it would fit very neatly into their goals for the bill. And with that, I yield my time back to the chair.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Well done. Any other members seek recognition to speak on amendment number 12 by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut? Seeing none, I'll take the opportunity. You know, from 2021 to 2023, in response to the COVID pandemic, the federal government reimbursed 100% of the state's SNAP administrative costs. During that time, costs ballooned and error rates skyrocketed. And I just want to say that the folks that are hurt most by high error rates, especially where it's an overpayment, are the beneficiaries. You think about it, people living paycheck to paycheck, living in or close to poverty. These states, and a lot of those areas are overpayments, and so they'll upcharge to the SNAP EBT card, and quite frankly, I don't blame any family. They have more money on their EBT card. They go out and they spend it. They use it for food, to be expected, only to have the states come back 3, 4, 6 months later and claw that money back. It's already been spent. And where do you expect, if we allow these higher rates to continue, where do you expect those folks to get that money to pay back? It's just not there, and so they get punished. So state administrative costs have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, and CBO projects federal spending on SNAP administration to increase by 40% by 2035, higher than the rate of inflation. This text takes important steps to control runaway costs in the states and encourage states to serve SNAP participants in a more efficient manner, and I would say a more respectful manner too, to avoid those overpayments that get clawed back. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. So the question before us is on amendment number 12, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Does anyone else seek recognition under subtitle A?
Mr. Chair, I have a amendment at the desk.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who was speaking. Oh, Ms. Standard, do you know do we have an amendment number?
21.
Number 21, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 21, offered by Mr. Tandar of Michigan.
The clerk will circulate that amendment to all the members, but we will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear. The Republican proposal that completely eliminates SNAP Ed is not only harmful to the American people today, but it will also make it harder for working class to achieve the American dream for generations to come. The Department of Health and Human Services claims it wants to improve the health of Americans through the Make America Healthy Again initiative. Yet, this committee is intent on cutting programs that give participants the knowledge and tools to make nutritious food choices in order to be in good health. The 2 state implementing agencies in Michigan are MSU Extension and the Michigan Fitness Foundation. Together, they serve more than 4,000 sites across the great state of Michigan. In my district, in Detroit and the surrounding areas, there were a total of 263 sites that provided SNAP Ed programming last year. Historically, SNAP Ed has contributed to reducing food insecurity among children, older adults, and people with disability. The program has also proven to increase the consumption of nutritious foods such as fruits and vegetables and boost physical activity in those enrolled in the program. Mr. Chairman, the fact is that SNAP Ed is a highly effective, evidence-based program that helps individuals and families make more nutritious food choices, stretch limited food budgets, increase physical activity, and make healthier choices easier in their community. The fact that Republicans are willing to sacrifice the health and well-being of Americans in order to spend money on tax cuts for their billionaire donors is frankly disheartening and disappointing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the gentleman's amendment? Mrs. Takuda from Hawaii is recognized for, with that wonderful-looking pineapple sitting in
Thank
front
you,
of her.
and there is candy in it,
Recognized
open
for
to all
5
members.
minutes.
It's our bipartisan pineapple here.
There you go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in strong support of the amendment from Representative Thanadar to strike this provision and preserve SNAP Ed, which plays a crucial role in supporting the health and well-being of our nation's most vulnerable communities in nearly every state across the country. Now, we're not talking about just a tweak here. We're not talking about trimming fat or finding efficiencies. We're talking about eliminating $536 million in support for low-income families. Gone, just like that. Let me ask you, if you believe in pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, as we've heard, and making America healthy again, then why would you rip away the very program that helps people do just that? How does it make sense to take away the tools that help families stretch $6 a day to feed our kids? SNAP Ed helps people make better food choices, avoid chronic diseases, and build healthier lives. It's not just about hunger, it's about health and dignity and giving people a fighting chance. It's about teaching parents how to turn limited resources into nutrition, not just empty calories. It's prevention, it's empowerment, and yes, it's smart policy that saves us money in the long run by reducing healthcare costs. Programs like SNAP Ed work because of their deep community roots. Land-grant universities like the University of Hawaii, 58 land-grant universities across this country in 49 states, they don't just drop in with cookie-cutter solutions. They know their communities, they deliver culturally relevant education designed with the people they serve in mind. This is what effective government looks like. And now we're supposed to believe that zeroing it out, not just reducing it, but completely scrapping it, is somehow fiscally responsible. No, let's be real about this. This isn't responsibility. It's about helping families do more with less through this program. If it were, we wouldn't be gutting a program that literally teaches people to do just that. This is about priorities, and once again, regular Americans are being told they don't matter. The irony is almost cruel. SNAP benefits are being cut in this hearing right now through this bill, and now we're also talking about taking away the education that helps families stretch them further. If you're a billionaire, you're doing fine in this town. But if you're a single mom working 2 jobs trying to figure out how to feed your kids on $6 a day, well, good luck to you. I'd like to also, yesterday I talked about death through 1,000 cuts at the state level, how right now we're simply just passing the buck on to the states. We're claiming we're not the ones cutting, but if made to face an impossible choice, states will have to choose between things like food benefits, health care through Medicaid, and programs like this, by the way, that support $536 million going to state land-grant institutions, nonprofit organizations. Pennsylvania gets $29.8 million. Minnesota gets $9.5 million. Oklahoma, $7.9 million. Georgia, $10.5 million. Arkansas, $2.7 million. Tennessee, $5.8 million. California, $132.2 million. North Carolina, $10.9 million. Mississippi, $4.5 million. Nebraska, $2 million. Illinois, $19.8 million. South Dakota barely makes $1 million, but still that's money. Indiana, $7.3 million. Kansas, $2.8 million. Iowa, $3 million. Florida, $21.4 million. Alabama, $7.1 million. Texas, $24.9 million. Wisconsin, $11.8 million. Washington, $11.9 million, and Ohio, $11.2 million. This is real money that we know, with all the burdens and cuts that we are imposing on states, will likely not see the light of day in terms of being funded and supplanted by the states. This is money that will be taken away from our land-grant institutions and universities, from nonprofits, and especially money that was meant to help families, yes, pull themselves up by their bootstraps and somehow become healthier again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to speak in strong support on the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I've always said that I was about common sense, and this is not. This is nonsensical. I'm incredibly concerned about the provisions in this reconciliation bill eliminating SNAP Ed programming. Nutrition educational programming makes our country healthier, stronger, and more resilient. On a local level, at the University of Maryland, in my home state, its extension program runs the SNAP Ed program for the entire state. It employs over 70 people, and these 70 people whose jobs could be at risk from these very cuts are incredibly efficient in supporting over 600 local partners across the state and currently work with all major state partners implementing large-scale health programs. For example, the Maryland State Department of Education is working with a SNAP Ed on a wellness policy for all of our school districts across the state. Education of our kids is really about the health of our kids and healthy choices to combat obesity and even diseases like diabetes. In Frederick County, over 8,000 children and adults participated in nutrition education through the University of Maryland, and UMD has a strong footprint in 37 pre-K programs in our county. And in Allegheny County, SNAP Ed reaches 3,400 students with a series of 9 lessons throughout the school year. Over the years, there's been a demonstrated health benefit across the state because of this nutrition education. Slashing funding to SNAP Ed is nonsensical. It's ineffective in its aim and scope and will cost much more in health outcomes in the long run. Thank you, and I urge support and yield back to Mr. Tandar.
Thank the gentlelady. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll take the liberty to make some comments here. You know, I've always looked from 35,000 feet on SNAP education as a really good thing. I thought it would be beneficial. I was pleased when we kind of linked it up with our land-grant universities, because what they do, they measure outcomes as a part of the effort that they do. And so felt in the past, when I had the privilege of chairing the Nutrition Committee, that that was a good move, and we'd be able to have a good level of transparency and accountability on the return on investments. That said, I'm very disappointed in what those outcomes show. Numerous studies from both the United States Department of Agriculture and the GAO have found absolutely no evidence that SNAP Ed has influenced long-term behaviors or affected nutrition or obesity in any meaningful way. Additionally, nutrition education is widely accessible through many public and nonprofit government programs, including but not limited to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This text takes an important step to eliminate duplicative and wasteful government programs. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. So the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Tandar, Amendment 21. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, could I ask for a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Does any other member have, we do have votes coming up. Somebody give me an update on where votes are? They just called them. So why don't we, let's, if there are no objections, let's recess. It's a perfect time to do it. Get your time down there early for the votes. We will, the vote series has been called. The committee shall stand in recess until the vote series is complete. I would just ask you, upon that final vote, you would come back to the committee room right as soon as you vote. So we stand in recess. I gotta take my garbage out. Things are starting to fill. script. Here we go. The committee shall come to order. I note that there is a quorum present. Before recessing, the committee have postponed further consideration of amendments offered. The consideration of those amendments is now before the committee. I do have a queue here I'll share. Next up, and I'll share the next four. Dr. Adams, amendment number 3, Dr. Adams, amendment number 4, Representative Takuda, number 9, and Representative David Scott, number 17. And so Dr. Adams has a amendment at the desk, number 3, and the I ask that the clerk ask the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 3, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentle lady from North Carolina, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member as well. This amendment would change the formula used to calculate SNAP benefits from the Thrifty Food Plan to the low-cost food plan. The Thrifty Food Plan is the backbone of SNAP, and yet it's still inadequate when we're talking about the fundamental purpose of SNAP, which is to make sure that families, veterans, seniors, and children are fed. We are now, I believe, all familiar, I hope, that on average, SNAP provides just $2 per meal per day to participants, $6 a day. Well, that's less than the cost of a cup of coffee from the cafeteria. Attacks on the Thrifty Food Plan over the course of the Farm Bill deliberations have forced us to defend it from cuts, including requiring that any updates to be held cost neutral. And I'm glad that we've defended it. We also need to be honest with that fact that this is simply not enough money. It's just not enough. And that's why my Closing the Meal Gap Act that I've continued to introduce would move SNAP benefit calculations from the Thrifty Food Plan to the low-cost food plan, and that would be, of course, more generous. This would make sure that working families have enough to spend on food that's nutritious and reflects what we know about dietary patterns and accounts for a limited budget. You cannot be serious, Mr. Chairman, when you say that you want to make America healthy again, and at the same time, you're proposing to take away or cut SNAP benefits and imposing more restrictions on them. Well, that's a bit hypocritical in my opinion. It's insensitive and it is cruel. And for an administration that wants to promote efficiency, I think that it would be more beneficial and more efficient to improve SNAP benefit adequacy than it would be to bring back the logistical nightmare of a food box program. Making people healthier means increasing SNAP benefits, not decreasing them, because you can't be healthy if you're hungry. You know, this amendment would do just that. But while I will withdraw this amendment, I do want to urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support moving SNAP to the low-cost food plan as it is outlined in my Closing the Meal Gap Act. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. I appreciate her yielding back. I do recognize again Ms. Adams for amendment number 4.
I don't think she withdrew. She said she intends to withdraw, but she didn't withdraw.
I'm sorry, when she said she intended to withdraw, I took that as, but so you're not withdrawing at this point?
No.
Okay. Is anyone, have you yielded back? Yield back?
I'm yielding.
Very good. Anyone, Mr. McGovern wants to speak on, anyone else here to speak of Mr. McGovern? You're recognized.
No, I want to say that I support what the gentlelady is trying to do. And I know, given the conversation that we have had in this committee, or the lack of conversation on these issues, it may seem a little
eccentric to be talking about the importance of increasing the benefit for people, but I just want, I want everybody to understand that prior to the pandemic, the average SNAP benefit in this country was about $1.40 per person per meal. That was the case for many, many, many years, with some minor adjustments. And then during COVID, there were plus-ups, which included the thrifty update. And we actually, that helped a lot of people. We actually saw hunger decrease in the United States. Then a lot of those plus-ups expired because they all had an expiration date. But the thrifty update stayed in place, and so now the average benefit is about $2 per person per meal. That's it. That's it. And I hear members get on the House floor and talk about we need to make America healthy again, and people need to make better choices, and people need to buy fresh fruits and vegetables and all this kind of stuff. And again, understand, the benefit is only, on average, $2 per person per meal. I don't know how many of you have been in a supermarket lately, but you can't buy a hell of a lot for $2. And as the gentlelady pointed out, you can't even buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol for $2. So, you know, if we really want to make America healthy again, if we really want to address the food insecurity problem in this country, we need to understand that this benefit is inadequate. It is grossly inadequate, which makes it even more frustrating that we are here today talking about a bill that would cut over $300 million, $313 billion from this program, Sometimes I don't know what planet we're living on when we're having these conversations. You want to talk about inefficiencies, look at the Department of Defense. You want to talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, look at some of the cost overruns there. You know, look at our tax structure. We have a tax structure right now in this country where the effective tax rate for billionaires is lower than the effective tax rate for regular working families. I mean, everything's all screwed up here. And all we're saying here is do no harm to this program. There's not, I hate to even call it modest because it is not adequate at its current levels, but do no harm to this program. And we ought to be having hearings and discussions on how we move forward here. Some people have talked about increasing the minimum wage. By the way, the majority of people who are able to work on SNAP actually do work, but they earn so little they still need the benefit to be able to put food on the table for their families. So I think the gentlelady's amendment is right on target, and I thank her for offering it, and at least raising this issue and beginning this discussion, which, quite frankly, we should have started a long time ago. I thank the chairman, and I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on Mrs. Adams' amendment number 3? All right, seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
Mrs. Adams, recognized.
Yes, I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
Ms. Adams has officially withdrawn, and now recognize Mrs. Adams for her amendment number 4. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 4, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
The amendment is will be distributed among the members, and now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, who is the author of this amendment, to speak on the nature of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would standardize and increase the medical expense deduction used when calculating the SNAP benefit amount that a participant receives. SNAP benefits SNAP participants have to make the impossible choice between food and medicine. They do it every day because they have to. And this is especially true of low-income people who are elderly, who are disabled, or who have family members who are. And therefore, they have higher than usual medical costs. And this amendment, which echoes a provision in the Closing the Meal Gap that I spoke about a moment ago, would change the SNAP benefit determination process so that participants could deduct a higher standardized medical expense from their income when it is used to calculate their benefits. That seems really fair. The people who are probably, if they're working, they're making less minimum wage or even less, because no one should have to make this impossible choice. And a $290 billion cut to SNAP would make sure that even more people would be unable to afford basic goods. And so I want to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. I believe that it is fair to the people who really need medicine and they need food. Again, you can't be healthy if you're hungry. And so in solidarity with all of those who have to go hungry because they cannot afford food due to their medical expenses, I would urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment, and I do plan to withdraw it so that we can come together, I hope, and I know that we can, to standardize the medical deduction by closing the meal gap, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Does any other members wish to speak on Mrs. Adams' amendment number 4? Seeing none, let me just share that the law already provides for deductions from income for the purposes of determining SNAP eligibility. Households can deduct shelter costs, medical expenses, a percentage of earned income, child care expenses, and more. And so this amendment would also put the committee above its instruction, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year. And so I urge a no vote on the amendment. With that, let's see. Hearing no.
Mr. Chairman? Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
Oh, the gentlelady withdraws her amendment, and we will move on to Ms. Takuda has an amendment at the desk. It is number 9, and
Yes.
the clerk will state the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 9, offered by Ms. Takuda of Hawaii.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No community in America is spared from the brutal SNAP cuts in this bill, but rural districts like mine in Hawaii will suffer the most. You know, when I travel my district to some of Hawaii's most rural and remote areas, I hear stories of grit and determination in the face of relentless challenges. Unaffordable housing, limited access to health care, broken transportation, and yes, food insecurity. Rural communities have the highest SNAP usage. 1 in 6 rural households rely on it. At a time when rural-urban disparities are only widening, it's unconscionable to slash a program that puts food on rural tables and dollars into rural economies. That the communities growing our nation's food, fiber, and fuel face the highest rates of food insecurity isn't just cruel irony. It's a fundamental injustice. SNAP helps correct it by both feeding families and sustaining local economies. SNAP isn't just a safety net. It's economic infrastructure. I know we've heard this time and time again in these hearings, but it bears repeating. Every dollar in SNAP generates over $1.50 in economic activity, supporting grocers, truckers, farmers, and local businesses in every corner of America. Let's be clear about what happens if these cuts go through. Food insecurity spikes immediately, especially in rural communities. Seniors, kids, veterans, and rural people with disabilities will go hungry first. Rural economies will start to unravel. SNAP dollars keep small-town grocers, farmers markets, and retailers afloat. Without them, doors will close. A recent study found these cuts would harm 27,000 retailers nationwide, and the worst damage will be in rural counties, including many across Hawaii. These are already areas with limited food access. SNAP cuts will turn shortages into full-blown food deserts. When stores disappear, we know families will leave. Farmers will lose customers. Communities will collapse. These cuts will push people out of the places they've called home for generations. This is not just about food. It's about survival. People in rural areas already live shorter, sicker lives, thanks to limited access to health care. And now Republicans not only want to gut SNAP, but also Medicaid, which covers 15 million rural Americans, including nearly 40% of children. Let me say it plainly. This is a coordinated and cruel abandonment of rural America. Cutting food, killing local businesses, stripping away health care. And many of you here, you know how important health is to rural America. Some of you even sit with me on the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus. Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Mann, Ms. Miller, Mr. Finstead, Mr. Rose, Dr. Jackson, Ms. Dela Cruz, and Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Chairman, you and I have talked about this. You're one of our very first members of the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, and you know better than anyone, food is medicine. Healthy food is essential to rural health. Cutting SNAP is not just wrong, it's life-threatening. My amendment is simple. Before these cuts go into effect, let's prove they won't harm rural communities. That's it. If we care about rural America, this should be a no-brainer. I think of this amendment as an oath that we should take to do no harm to rural America, the heartland, hell, the heart of this country. Right now, rural America is struggling. Rural America deserves better, and rural America is watching. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and vote yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from, that we haven't heard from yet, we give an opportunity. The gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to speak plainly about what's at stake here and fully support Mr. Cuta's amendment. SNAP is vital to rural communities, to farmers and economies. It provides vital dollars that support both our farmers but also small groceries like that of which I spoke about yesterday in rural Lordsburg, New Mexico, the only grocery store within a 30-mile radius, and that feeds families in rural America. For 50 years, SNAP has been a promise that no matter where you live in this country, your kids should be able to eat, your parents should be able to age with dignity, and your neighbor shouldn't have to choose between medicine and groceries. Now today, I brought this meal to show you what $6 buys you in New Mexico. And yes, the tortillas are cut in half because that would mean $8, $9. That's a can of pinto beans, and you can't go without green chili in New Mexico. So this is what some kid somewhere out in rural New Mexico, in my state, gets to eat for $6 a day. That's breakfast, that is lunch, and that is dinner. Now, would you feed that to your own kids? Could you live off of $6 a day yourself? Probably not. Too many New Mexican families, especially those with young children, are already stretching every dollar and every meal. Taking food off of kids' plates while handing tax breaks to billionaires is just wrong. If you're not willing to eat on $6 a day, then don't you dare expect your children or the children in my district to do the same. This partisan legislation breaks that promise, and it'll leave rural communities in the dust, all in order to give these massive tax breaks to corporations and the ultra-wealthy. Under this partisan plan, it would cost the state of New Mexico around $255 million just in next year, and an estimated $2.4 billion over the next 10 years. Folks, we don't have that kind of money. That bill would force rural New Mexicans to choose between feeding their children or educating them, between building rural health care clinics or keeping small grocery stores open, and between supporting small farmers or feeding hungry seniors. Not in the name of fiscal responsibility, as some have claimed in this committee, or in order to reduce the national debt, because this bill and this entire bill does none of that, but simply to line the pockets of corporations and billionaires. Hungry people can't work, hungry kids can't learn, hungry families can't raise their children, and a hungry nation cannot prosper. New Mexican children, families, farmers, and rural communities should not be forced to pay for these reckless tax breaks for the wealthy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm correct, the gentleman's from New Mexico, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just New Mexico had a $3.5 billion budget surplus in 2023 and another $3.5 billion surplus last year. And I just, if I might, Mr. Chairman, to quote, the oil and gas boom has helped New Mexico become the nation's second biggest oil-producing state, despite having a population just over 2 million. Taxes paid on the state's oil production will generate, and this is in quotations, more money than we know what to do with, according to Democrat State Senator and Legislative Finance Committee Vice Chair George Munoz. With that, I yield.
Yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the author of the amendment a question and then make a statement. I support your amendment for all the reasons you stated and myself representing a large part of rural California. What's the definition under your amendment to determine what is rural in America?
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Hold on, let me grab it.
Well, let
First-
me, as you're looking for it, let me tell you, because I've dealt with this issue over the years. There are different definitions under USDA, and one that I've struggled with for years has been that if a county has a city that has a population of 50,000 people or more, it is not considered to be rural. And I must say that I've represented 9 out of the 10 counties in the San Joaquin Valley through 5 reapportionments, been around for a while. And from Kern County to Stanislaus, every one of those counties have a city at least of 50,000 population or more. They are among the most rural areas of California with all the needs that rural America needs, but we cannot change that definition. So I'm just inquiring whether or not how this definition of rural is constructed in your amendment.
It's based upon rural counties, and I will agree with you. I have many counties in Hawaii that should be considered rural, but by various definitions are actually considered urban. I think that's for another day for us to crack down on those particular definitions. But for this point, specifically rural counties as defined within the USDA.
All right. Well, thank you for answering the question. I'll support the amendment regardless. Mr. Chairman, on my own time, I want to first of all say thank you last night for recognizing the passing of a family member of mine and other committee members who have weighed in on that, and I appreciate that very much. I would have liked to have been with all of you last night. I don't think, or maybe a colleague of mine did submit my statement that you allowed members to do, but let me just summarize it quickly. I appreciate all of your efforts in trying to work together in a bipartisan effort. I lamented in my statement that this is my 4th farm bill, and it appears, I hope I'm wrong, that this may be the first time in the 4 efforts that I've been engaged in that we will not have a bipartisan farm bill. Since 1973, there has been a tradition in which we have been able to do that, and why it's been one of the more bipartisan efforts. Certainly reconciliation, in my view, is not the appropriate way in which you get that opportunity to have the bipartisan support, not only for the nutrition programs that we've talked about here today, which are critical to feeding 44 million Americans who are food insecure, but also for the critical titles that all of us have talked about, that you and I have discussed, that I think are critical to agriculture in America. Because as I believe, and you've heard me say every time I'm in this committee hearing, food is a national security issue. It's a national security issue as to whether or not you're producing that food, whether you're the farm workers who partner with the farmers, dairymen and women and ranchers to put that food on America's dinner table, or whether you're among the 44 million Americans that are food insecure. I hope that somehow we'll figure out a way to do better, but I do appreciate your efforts, and thank you for the courtesies extended to me, and obviously we got more work to do. I'll yield back the balance of my time and submit my statement for the record.
Without objection.
Okay.
And gentleman yields back. I believe Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. 5 minutes, please, go ahead.
And thank you to my colleague from Hawaii for this amendment. In front of me, much like the congressman from New Mexico, you know, $4, $5, $6. That's it. That's all you've got. But one of the things that we don't talk about is how much food costs in rural areas. You can get it cheaper if you're in a city. But if you're outside the city, you gotta save more, you're gonna have to pay more. And also, we're not talking about how this bill will hurt the people and the economy of rural America. Now, some of you might be shocked to learn, Illinois 17, we do not have one HOV lane. Most of us in Illinois 17, we actually don't even get on interstates in a week. We take gravel roads and we take the blacktop. There's no Whole Foods and there's no Trader Joe's in my district. We meet our neighbors at the county market, at Fairway, at Kroger, and at Schnucks. We shop the sales. We click on the digital coupons if you can figure out how their app works. But some of us still clip our paper coupons. I shop at the City Line Plaza Jewel in Moline, Illinois. A lot of my neighbors going through the checkout counter there use their SNAP cards. And if you go to the Jewel store, let me just tell you, go to the checkout counter where Steve's working. Because Steve grew up in that neighborhood, and he has worked at that grocery store, at my grocery store, checking out neighbors for 50 years straight. What happens when Albertsons, which owns the Jewel, loses 20% of the revenue at my store? It's not that people will just go hungry in my neighborhood. Steve loses his job after 50 years. The people in the meat department lose their jobs. The pharmacist loses her job. The florist loses their job. Stores will close. And so let's understand that. And in rural areas, if you've only got a Dollar General, the Dollar General is going to close. The Casey's General is going to close. The small town grocery store is going to close. It doesn't take a meteorologist to forecast that there's going to be food deserts everywhere.
Would the gentleman yield?
If I can go finish, thank you, sir. This isn't a scare tactic. Even representatives from a small mom and pop that you may have heard of, Walmart, they've even reached out to me and they said, our entire food system in the nation will change if food assistance gets cut from hungry people. The GOP now wants Illinois to magically find $222 million to feed hungry people. I'll vote yes on Ms. Takuta's amendment. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with the balance of my time, I'd like to give some time to the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Just wanted to quickly respond to Mr. Scott. On Tuesday in New Mexico, the State Legislative Finance Committee, they had their first meeting of the year. They expected that the Republican proposal to cut Medicaid would cost the state $1.1 billion. As I mentioned before, $250 million just in the next year in SNAP cuts and billions more over the next 7 years. We have to realize is that we don't exist in a vacuum in this committee. All those cuts put together, and let me also say, oil and gas royalties go to the Land Grant Permanent Fund, which are earmarked for schools and hospitals. So those dollars are not accessible to unlock them for makeup in the loss of federal dollars. And so again, just wanted to make sure to get those facts correct, because New Mexico suffers from one of the highest food insecurity rates in the country. 1 in 4 kids still go hungry. In particular, this impacts rural areas and my tribal communities. With that, I'll yield back my time to Mr. Sorensen.
And I'd like to give the balance of my 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Thank you.
Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to underline the gentleman's point, a lot of those food desert areas that we all represent, the de facto grocery store has become the convenience store with a gas station. And the cost of the food that you can get there is even higher. And that's a sad reality, but, you know, and people, a lot of farm workers come in there for lunch and try to buy, you know, what they can. And oftentimes, and we have a peculiar thing, if the food is heated, you can't use your food stamps, right? That's kind of, I think, crazy. But if you buy it from the chilled area of the convenience store, many of them have a microwave and you can then heat it up. None of this makes any sense. So it just underlines the challenges of rural areas without grocery stores. Thank you. I yield back the balance of your time.
Mr. Sorensen yields and now recognize the gentlelady from Maine, Mrs. Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Hawaii for submitting this amendment. While Hawaii and Maine may seem very far apart, and in fact, we are. The fact is, we both think a lot about our rural communities, and Maine is often considered the most rural state in the nation. I myself represent 125 districts. The largest city in our state is 60,000 people, and most of our towns are towns of 8 to 10,000, and I represent many under 1,000 or under 500. We have island communities, we have distant communities, and we have so many of the problems that people are talking about today. We have about 1,500 retailers who serve SNAP benefits in our district. They're grocery stores, but they're also little corner markets, general stores, mom and pop shops, and they would be deeply impacted, as you've heard my colleagues say, by the challenges in this major cutback to SNAP. Rural people are also often more impacted. I've heard my colleagues say it's often more expensive to buy food in rural areas. You're distant from it. But we also often are able to get things directly from the farmer at rural markets, at farm stands, through direct purchases from farmers, and that could be impacted as well. And as my colleagues have mentioned earlier, we are the Agriculture Committee, and we should be thinking about all those ways we can make sure we're supporting farmers in making sure people get healthy food benefits. But I wanted to go back to one point we were talking about a little bit earlier, and that is the big gimmick that's going on here to take away these benefits. And I think that gimmick will impact our rural communities as much as anything. As you know, my colleagues, in order to say that there are actually no cuts being made, they're saying, well, we're just shifting it back to the states. And I've heard people mention, oh, some states have surpluses, it's not very much money, maybe a couple million here or there. But again, looking up the numbers from my state, if we had to pay 25% of the cost of SNAP in the state of Maine, we would now take over $100 million in cuts. And that's at the same time we're also seeing major cuts to Medicaid in another committee going on, where we're already suffering from the cuts that have been made by DOGE, which are impacted all of our states, and looking at the 2026 budget, which has cuts to housing and urban development, the EPA, the Department of Education, and a whole variety of accounts that we will be experiencing. So it will be deeply impactful for our states. This proposal also has administrative cuts, so right now our states pay 50% of the administrative costs for SNAP benefits. This would take it down another 25%, so our states would now pay 75%. So we'd have even less ability to finance the administrators who do this work. And guess what? That might possibly result in higher error rates. This whole idea of cutting your state's benefits based on your error rate is, I think, an underlying challenge of what we're doing here today. We are somehow assuming that this is about fraud or devious behavior. That's not true. The fraud rate is about 1.6% in SNAP, and this USDA has worked very hard to get that fraud rate down. This is literally the error rate in terms of mistakes. These are mistakes that are made. For instance, in my state, people have a variety of sources of income. They work a lot of different jobs. Maybe you're a fisherman part of the year, you're a house painter part of the year. You got to bring all that information to provide what your income is. What if you accidentally forget to report one or the number isn't quite right? That's an error. What if the state worker forgets to ask you a question? What if there's a payment system glitch? What if there's a computer error? What if there's just some plain old honest mistake that happens with a very complicated bureaucratic system? That is what we're talking about. So if your state doesn't do well, and if in fact your state has a huge administrative cut so it doesn't in the future have as many people, you could even increase this rate. SNAP does a good job of tracking these questions closely. They are required to correct over or under payments, but that doesn't matter. This will be counted against you, and you may end up having to pay 25% of the costs. And as we've said before, what's going to happen to these state budgets? Most of us don't have a surplus, and if we did, it would be gone pretty soon anyway because of the incredible cuts that are going to come from the federal government. And then what will happen? People will see deep cuts in rural communities to all accounts, to local aid to education, to environmental protection, to a whole host of things that they're currently funding now. And most likely that will go back to the property taxes in our communities and in rural communities. That's the lifeblood of how we fund our community, and that is often the biggest challenge people have in keeping their home, being able to afford the cost of housing, and we will be undermining that. So with that, I need to yield back my time, but this is a very, very dangerous thing to do, and I appreciate this amendment and will be supporting it.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know that these cuts would hit rural America hardest because SNAP's economic impact is stronger in rural communities and small towns where people are participating at higher rates than in urban areas of our country. And SNAP dollars provide even higher returns to the local rural economy. You know, SNAP also supports small and rural grocers. And the cuts being considered put more than 27,000 retailers, nearly 80% located in rural communities, at risk of closing their doors. I support this amendment because we should not bankrupt rural communities in order to pay tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and large corporations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Takuda.
Gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, to continue on to what has been a series of storytellings, the real faces, the people behind the pain that these cuts and this bill is proposing, I wanted to share with you 2 stories, literally from Hilo to Hanalei in my district. Dulcinea of Pahoa, if anyone's ever been there, very remote, shared that I live in a place with very high food prices as everything has to be shipped here. All my money goes to basic bills. Without SNAP benefits, our family would struggle to eat. We definitely could not afford to consider eating healthy. Please remember that benefits keep people alive. Thank you. And all the way to the other end of my islands in the state, Joelle of Hanalei writes, I'm writing to you as a small business owner and community member of the Haena Wainiha area on Kauai's North Shore. At Wainiha Country Market, we proudly accept SNAP EBT, and I want to share just how critical this program is to our community. Our area is geographically isolated and still deeply recovering from past natural disasters. Many families here rely on SNAP benefits not just to get by, but to access fresh, local, and healthy foods, most of which we source directly from Kauai farmers, ranchers, and small producers. SNAP is not just feeding our community. It's sustaining a local food economy and keeping dollars circulating close to home. Federal cuts to SNAP would have a disproportionate impact on rural areas like ours. They would hurt not just the individuals and families who depend on these benefits, but also the local businesses like mine that are working hard to create food security from the ground up. Please continue to advocate for full funding of SNAP and protect this essential program from any budget cuts. You know, I know that for some, you have a lot of grocers, you have a lot of options, you don't live in food deserts, but let me tell you, I have 2 islands in my district that only have 2 supermarkets on their island. I wouldn't even call it a supermarket. You'd probably call it a mini mart. On Molokai, that has only 1 traffic light, we've got Friendly Market and Misaki's. On Lanai, that has 0 traffic lights, we have Richard's Market and Pine Isle Market. Both of these literally depend on the barge to be able to supply the food that they have. They supplement from local farmers that grow things right in their backyard. But can you imagine businesses like this, country markets in your own hometowns throughout this country, they already live on razor-thin margins as it is. Yet they're supporting entire communities and feeding families that we represent. If they're forced to close because they don't have a customer base, because no one has a SNAP benefits to come in and invest in their businesses, everyone in these towns and these communities will ultimately go hungry. So as we all go back for the weekend to our homes, I ask you to please go visit Joe's Country Markets, go visit those small stores, go visit them and talk to the proprietors and ask them, if SNAP gets cut, who's gonna be walking through your doors? Thank you very much for your time, and I urge our colleagues to support this amendment. I guess I yield back the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, I'm 3 eggs short of a dozen right here. And I've been accused of that in the past, but for today, I actually bought a dozen eggs, but since they cost $7.49, which exceeds the benefit, I had to take 3 out. So we have 9 eggs left here. The 9 eggs are about 630 calories, and healthy kids need at least 1,500 calories a day. And I have one question from my Republican colleagues. And is this all our kids deserve? 670 calories, 9 eggs a day. Mr. Chairman, it doesn't make any sense to feed people on less than a carton of eggs a day and expect kids to be good students, adults to get good jobs, or young people to be productive in the workforce. This is especially true in farm country. And so many families in the Commonwealth of Virginia will get less than this or nothing at all each day if their states have to stretch budgets for error rates. So on the demand side, you have folks that are going to be losing their benefits, but it also hurts suppliers. On the supply side, and I mentioned this, I talked about the owner of a chicken house. She's suffering because her farm lost funding from USDA. And so when you're attacking both the demand side and the supply side, you're going to hurt producers, you're going to hurt families, and I think that's just unacceptable. And so that's why I will vote yes for this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Takuta's amendment number 9? Not, I'll take the opportunity to make some remarks here. Certainly, you know, my colleagues, and I know my colleagues know this, obviously, when you get on a committee, you work hard to learn as much as you can about all these different programs in your area of jurisdiction. Know that what we're talking about, SNAP, is within the nutrition title, which includes the emergency food program, includes some summer programs for kids. I mean, there's just so much that is there for the nutrition title, and SNAP specifically is a supplemental nutrition assistance program, with the emphasis being on supplemental. You know, trying to provide the illusion that there's no other assistance out there other than just the one meals. Not that I'm opposed to any of the meals you proposed. That looks pretty good to me. You know, the reforms that we talk about ensure that we're putting forward ensure that SNAP works the way Congress intended it to, by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach. Once again, I've got to say, when the states have high error rates, it is the beneficiaries that are harmed, and sometimes in very cruel ways when overpayments are made, and it's time, at some point, the states will identify that and claw that back. And so what we're doing, this will preserve the integrity and the fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward so it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us. This amendment would put the committee under its reconciliation instructions, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year and risking not providing the improvements to SNAP program integrity that benefits those most in need. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. So the question is on Mrs. Takuta's amendment number 9. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I will now open up the measure for any remaining amendments, and actually I'm going to go to Mr. Scott from Georgia, Mr. David Scott from Georgia, as an amendment at the desk number 17, and I'll ask the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 17, offered by Mr. Scott of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise once again to voice my strong and heartfelt opposition to this Republican reconciliation bill that proposes a cruel and deeply misguided cut to the SNAP benefits of our veterans and our military families. Imposing work requirements and reducing benefits for our veterans and the surviving families of service members who died in the line of duty or from a service-connected disability is a betrayal, plain and simple. My amendment will do this. It will prohibit the implementation of any SNAP provision of this bill unless USDA and state agencies evaluate them first. My amendment will also require confirmation that no veteran or surviving family members of those who died in the line of duty will lose their benefits. I will remind my colleagues that these are the men and women who risked their lives or gave their lives for our country and their families. Right now, there are around 610,000 men and women in our nation whose spouses died in the line of duty or from a service-related disability. Further, there are currently right now 26,000 children who have lost a parent in a military service-related death. Additionally, 1.2 million veterans rely on SNAP right now to put food on their tables. Cutting SNAP benefits for even one of these veterans, our patriots, is an affront to our entire military community. But now, this Republican reconciliation bill is telling our military community that unless they meet arbitrary work requirements or navigate a maze of bureaucratic red tape, that they won't get help putting food on their tables. Ladies and gentlemen, the average compensation for surviving military families in our nation is less than $20,000 a year. Oftentimes, this is not enough, and many families have to rely on other federal support programs to meet their needs. My amendment will ensure that SNAP continues to be a nutritional lifeline for our military families and veterans. To single out these families for additional burdens is not just bad policy, it is heartless and downright wrong and is un-American. I would ask my Republican colleagues, would you look into the eyes of a child who lost their mother or father to war and tell them that they need to work harder to deserve food? Would you say this to a veteran who was injured while defending our nation? Now, we Republicans and Democrats, we can debate budgets, we can argue over policy, and Lord knows we do. But if we can't agree that our veterans and our families of fallen heroes deserve our support, then we have truly lost our way as a great nation. And let me remind you, the world is watching us as to how we treat our veterans. And I urge a yes vote on my amendment. My time is out. I yield back. Please vote for the amendment.
I'm going to take the opportunity to just to speak on my good friend's amendment. You know, these reforms ensure the SNAP works the way Congress intended it to by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs, and then, again, executive and state overreach that hurts the most challenged individuals. And again, this will preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward, so it will continue to serve the most vulnerable among us, including veterans. And I need to note, with my good friend, this committee, Mark, continues to exempt veterans. That was part of the negotiations I reached with President Biden during the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. Our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement. That is the law. We're not proposing to change that law, Mr. Scott. So, and I'll be glad to yield time to you for follow-up on that, if you have anything additional you'd like to speak to. I want to see what Mr. Scott does first. It's his amendment that he put forward, to exempt veterans. I'm just pointing out that is the current law, and we're not changing it.
Well, I'm not clear on that.
Well, there were
some of
three categories of individuals, and I hope I'm going to remember all three, that were exempt from SNAP work requirements that was negotiated. I negotiated with those with President Biden, and that is our veterans, youth coming out of foster care, and I'm going to have to, I don't remember what the next one is, so. So I'm going to,
well,
Mr. Chairman, may I have
well,
my,
if
yeah,
you yield back to me.
yield back, and then he's going to give me my 5 minutes.
okay, well, you're going to speak.
Yes, I am.
And if you want, I'll yield to you, so we can do kind of a call.
Thank you so much, GT. We appreciate that veterans have been excluded. We understand and know that. I think Mr. Scott's amendment actually covers the surviving spouses or children of service members or veterans who passed during active duty or from a service-related disability. So I would like to speak in support of Mr. Scott's amendment, given that that's what we're asking for, is that, someone who dies on behalf of this country, their surviving spouse should not have to go to work 20-plus hours a week if they are struggling for food security in their homes. That, to me, is exactly what we should be doing in this country, and I applaud Mr. Scott for putting this amendment forward. And, I also just want to add that, we have a lot of talking points today about, the way Congress was intended to work. And we are having an entire decimation conversation markup process with none of my Republican colleagues here again, by the way, in order to absolutely decimate a title of the Farm Bill. This should be a Farm Bill markup if this committee wants to decimate a title of the Farm Bill. So, Mr. Scott, thank you for your amendment. I certainly support it. It's just stunning that here we are again, and here we are again. Thank you, sir. I yield back to Mr. Scott.
Yep,
Thank you.
I'm going to, hold on a second, I got to reclaim my time.
I thought it was my time.
No, you get another 5 minutes if you want.
Oh, great. Awesome.
So you got lots of time. This is all on my dime right now. I just want to give the three categories that law that was changed under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. It was folks who are homeless. I apologize, that didn't come to my mind. It is homeless, any veterans, and foster children that are aging out. And I'll yield to Mr. Scott since his 5 minutes is up. He can use my last minute.
Well, it's very clear that we need to deal with this. I'm raising this concern because I've heard from my district, our commandant for our veterans there, and the children of veterans. Once that military officer is killed in the line of duty, he's gone. And we say, God bless him. But he leaves a family. And if these work requirements got to go to that wife or that child or somebody else in order to get, it's obvious that we need to address this and make sure that any of our military services members who have the courage, the dedication to put their lives on the line. And they're all over this world.
And my time has expired, so, Mr. McGovern, recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
The way I read Mr. Scott's amendment is much more broadly than you interpreted it, Mr. Chairman. According to this, the amendment would ensure that veterans or surviving families will not lose access to SNAP benefits.
I didn't interpret the amendment, if you'll bear with me. All I did was just give the
okay, all right.
exemptions that were previously
right.
negotiated and put into law.
Yeah, look, we have a hunger problem in the United States of America. 46 million Americans are food insecure or hungry. And there are many faces of hunger. It includes people who are jobless, who are homeless, but it also includes working families. It includes older people, it includes younger people, it includes, you name it, right? And it's a scandal. It also includes a lot of veterans and their families. And that any veteran in this country is food insecure is a tragedy. These are people who have served our country, many who have protected us during times of war. And there's nothing in this bill to protect them from cuts that may happen under the awful cost share system that my Republican friends are setting up. You guys keep on telling us that nobody's going to be hurt by this bill. So here's your chance to put your money where your mouth is. The bottom line is, we established this last night and we repeated it today, that a lot of states cannot afford the hundreds of millions of dollars that they will have to come up with in order for people not to lose their benefits. Now, I guess some states can raise property taxes, and if Republicans want to be the face of raising property taxes, then have at it. But that's one of the most regressive ways to raise revenue. But the bottom line is that there is no way that veterans and their families will not be adversely impacted by this reconciliation bill, because states will not be able to find the resources to be able to make sure the benefits are not cut. And I would just say that a no vote on this amendment, on Mr. Scott's amendment, would mean that you really can't look at a veteran or a member of his or her family in the eye and say with any certainty that their benefits won't be cut. Because almost certainly they will be if this bill were to become law. Again, if the intent is not to harm veterans and their families, then vote yes on this amendment. This is basically a do no harm to our veterans and their families amendment. And it should not be controversial. And I think it's the least we ought to be able to do. Again, I thank Mr. Scott for his leadership. I want to yield to Mr. Scott if you have anything else you would like to add. Or I'll yield to the ranking member.
Our ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the point that if we were sitting across the table in a farm bill negotiation, that we would be negotiating perhaps to change the nutrition title of the farm bill to exclude from these requirements the children of veterans in our country who've died in the line of duty. And again, this entire necessity of this amendment just brings back to highlight how ridiculous this entire process is, where we're changing policy that is going to save, apparently, the federal government some money, and we're going to give it to the most wealthy among us and the largest of corporations in our country. But in fact, we're saving nothing because we're shifting those costs to the states. And in fact, you are setting up a situation where every single one of us sitting here today knows that benefits will be cut. And it's so disturbing that this is the process by which we are using to have these conversations, or at least the ones of us who are in the room today.
And let me reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman, and just simply say, again, that lower benefit levels mean veterans and military families will not get enough food, period. So that is why it is imperative that we support Mr. Scott's amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, we've heard it a lot today, but it's true. This partisan Republican bill is taking $6 of food away from hungry kids to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's the top line. We can't forget that. That's what's going on here. No sane person should be in favor of this. But as a 25-year Army veteran, I'm proud to support Representative Scott's pro-veteran, pro-surviving family, pro-surviving spouse amendment to prevent these SNAP cuts from going into effect unless all states and the USDA can certify that no veteran or their surviving family can be kicked off the program. It makes no sense to cut veterans' benefits and benefits to surviving families. Our vets were prepared to give their lives for our safety. We must support them and their families if the vets don't come home. And $6 a day for those who need it is the bare minimum. I'm proud to represent a district that's home to 72,000 veterans and over 20,000 active duty service members, many of whom are insecure, especially the junior enlisted soldiers. Many of my colleagues across the aisle are also veterans, although I don't see that many of them in the room right now. Are you? Okay. I'll give you credit.
22 years.
Awesome.
You're good.
25.
There you go. Air Force, though.
Okay. I thought you said military. No, sorry.
Shots fired. Air support, I'm calling it in.
All right. When they talk about honoring those who served our country, I believe them. That's why I challenge our Republican colleagues to vote for this amendment and ensure we keep our veterans and their families fed. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative McLean Delaney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo a lot of the same sentiments of my colleagues. Congressman Scott amendment definitely prevents any SNAP provisions from going into effect unless all states in the USDA can certify that no veteran or their surviving family, and their surviving family is the key word, if they pass in the line of duty or from a service-related disability. To me, it makes no sense that we are debating this bill, as it would force widows or spouses in military families with service-related injuries to choose between SNAP or taking care of their family. And I say this because my father served in the Army. My 2 uncles served in the Air Force. And I know many older, struggling widows of military that are definitely in need of SNAP benefits. We should really protect and defend these families and make ends meet. And I say that not only for the 1.2 million veterans on SNAP, but also for the 21,000 veterans and their families in the 6th District of Maryland. I promise to have their back and fight for them as they so bravely fought for us. So thank you, and I strongly urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members? Mr. Sorensen seeks recognition for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Scott's amendment. I didn't think that we were going to be here today looking at a potential cut to veteran services, but here we are. It's not a rule in Congress that members of Congress have to go and do anything for veterans. But there are a lot of folks that put on campaign ads that talk about how they support veterans, but do they do anything? Just recently, I stopped at the Veterans Drop-In Center on Kishwaukee Street in Rockford, Illinois. Fantastic place. It's a place of community. I got to talk to vets because it's that one place where they go and there will be a meal provided. And for many veterans who have served our country, it's the only meal that they get in that one day. I want you to think about that for a minute. Is there a Veterans Drop-In Center in your district? Have you been there? Have you talked to veterans who get one meal a day? How could anyone be against this amendment? Especially if anybody is going to run an ad to say they support our veterans. And look, let me be clear. This is exactly what this amendment says. This bill will not result in reduced participation for veterans or surviving spouses or children of service members or veterans who died during active duty or due to service-related disability. How can anyone vote against this amendment and say that you support veterans? Seriously. And if you are a veteran, even more so. Because then you're betraying the people that fought alongside of you. You can nod your head all you want, sir, but this is on you. When you vote against veterans, it's going to be on you. I yield the balance of my time to either the ranking member or to the gentleman whose amendment I am so graciously going to vote yes to.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. This has been a robust debate. I want to sincerely thank Mr. Scott of Georgia for this amendment and for raising the issue that we are not serving the families of those who die for us in the way that we should be in this country, and that the work product that has been presented to us, not, more than 48 hours ago, does not support, and in fact will result in fewer families, at least 3 million people in our nation having access to SNAP. Mr. Scott, thank you for your leadership here this afternoon. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Sorensen.
Ms. Sorensen.
I yield, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seeking to recognition to speak on Mr. Scott's amendment number 17? Seeing none, I'll just finish up briefly. I made most of my comments already. This amendment will put the committee under its reconciliation instruction, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year, including those brave souls who have worn the uniform and served our nation in the military. And I urge a no vote on the amendment. The question is on amendment number 17, offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Okay.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And Ms. McLean Delaney has an amendment at the desk, number 22, and I'd ask the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 22, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished gentlelady to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to block the SNAP cuts in this bill unless USDA and all the states certify that the changes in this bill to SNAP recipients won't hurt households with children. In Maryland's 6th district, 33,000 households and over 76,000 people depend on SNAP to feed their families each month. Half of these individuals are children, almost 40,000 of them. The cuts in this bill would impact child food insecurity, and we all know this. If passed, the bill would be an $18 billion benefit cut for households with children. If passed, this bill would harm 1 in 5 children in America that depend on SNAP. If passed, this bill would force burdensome paperwork requirements on parents with children over the age of 7 and older Americans, putting millions at risk of losing essential food assistance by making the program more difficult to navigate. No one would consider a 7-year-old child to not be dependent on their parent or guardian to provide them with food, shelter, or other necessities. We heard about that for a lot of debate earlier this morning, and we can't let that happen. SNAP just doesn't hurt children today, it jeopardizes their future. This bill prioritizes partisan ideology over the needs of the community, and our children will pay the price. I have one story about Heidi. She's a constituent from my district, Walkersville. Heidi used to be a SNAP user when her kids were young. She speaks to the fact that when her kids were young, she needed SNAP so that her kids could eat. With it, she was able to navigate it and to be able to step forward with the long-term benefits she needed. I would ask that my colleagues step forward with me and use this amendment to fight back against harm against our children. I yield back.
Gentle lady yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on the amendment, Ms. McGovern.
You know, I want to rise in strong support of the McLean-Delaney amendment. Let me just say to my colleagues that there are many costs to hunger, and it's especially cruel to children. If children are hungry and they go to school, they don't learn. If children don't get access to decent nutrition, they will develop health problems, oftentimes leading to chronic illnesses that they'll have to deal with through their adult lives. You know, we like to say around here that our kids are 100% of our future. I really believe that. And if you believe that too, then you'll support the McLean-Delaney amendment. I mean, think about what we're doing here. We're considering this reconciliation package, which is more concerned about cutting SNAP benefits to fund tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires than it is about making sure all of our children have access to adequate nutrition, or that all of our veterans have access to adequate nutrition. We're more concerned about cutting this program to fund tax cuts for the well-off and the well-connected, the richest people on the planet. That is where our focus is. And I find that unconscionable. All this says here is that we're not going to support any benefit cuts to families with children. I would like, again, I would like to think that this would be a unanimous vote, but we don't seem to have a unanimous vote when it comes to protecting veterans. But I would like to think that maybe when it comes to children, that my Republican colleagues can join us in supporting this amendment. Again, you know, our kids are 100% of our future. If kids go without food, go without adequate nutrition, there are costs into the future. And we need to appreciate that. And with that, I will yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on amendment number 22 by Mrs. McLean-Delaney?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I support this amendment for some of the same reasons that my colleagues have just articulated. And, you know, we all draw upon experiences. Clearly, during the pandemic, we found out with schools limited, how it impacted a lot of our kids. Teaching remotely is challenging enough, but teaching hungry kids, good luck. The school lunch and school breakfast programs provide a big support in that, but just families being able to provide, who are food insecure, food on that dinner table every night is something that I believe we should all support. And let me just anecdotally share an experience that was a lesson in life that I learned. When I was at university, I decided to join Big Brothers and Big Sisters to help out some kids. And I must say I learned a lot more from that experience than perhaps I gave. But Philip Yancey was my little brother, and he was 15 years old, and he lived in the projects. And we would get together 3 or 4 hours a week, usually on Saturdays, have lunch, do something that was fun and good for both of us. And this one day, he was extremely hungry, and he was on his second cheeseburger. And I said, "Gee, Philip, you're really hungry today. A 15-year-old kid, I mean, what do you expect?" And he says, he looked down at his shoelace. He says, "Well, Thursday we ran out of food stamps, and I had a potato yesterday. When you realize people that are dependent upon this program to provide at least one good meal a day, if not more, it brings it all home. And so I just think we need to remember that there are millions and millions of Americans and a lot of kids that, you know, without this program would have terrible, terrible problems beyond what they currently are dealing with. So I support this effort. I think that we need to do better in this country, and we need to look on how we can work together in a bipartisan effort to eliminate food hunger in this country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I strongly support the McLean-Delaney amendment, which prohibits the implementation of SNAP cuts until USDA and all states evaluate and confirm there will be no benefit or eligibility changes to households with children, which has seemed to have been the declaration on the other side of the aisle already. So this just seems to make sense because it will hold people accountable. This bill is about the future. We know, studies have shown, children who eat healthy diets do better in school, live healthier lives, and those things are the things that help break poverty cycles, which is something our colleagues say they want to do. We've had first-hand testimonies from people on both sides of the aisle about the power of SNAP and how the programs help to put food on their tables. So this amendment makes sure that children have the same chance that some of us in this very room had to make an impact on the world like we have been able to do today. So I would just respectfully request that we support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Please recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment because, once again, changes to SNAP and SNAP eligibility will not only impact children outside of school, but it will also impact them in school. I mean, many people know that I came from a public school district. I understand how eligibility for free and reduced school lunches works, not from a committee position, not as a member of Congress, but as someone who was directly impacted from when we went from collecting those forms to when schools could seek reimbursement through CEP or community eligibility provisions. Cuts to SNAP and Medicaid would reduce the number of families receiving benefits and will negatively impact school meals. Children on SNAP are directly certified for free school meals, and most states use Medicaid and household income data to directly certify students for free and reduced school meal prices. If we reduce the number of families who are eligible for SNAP, the children will lose direct access to school meals and end up falling through the cracks. In addition, fewer schools will be able to apply for federal reimbursement through the community eligibility provision that I was just referring to. So kids will lose benefits. There's no other way around it, not only at home, but also in school. This would make it financially challenging. I was in the classroom long enough to know that before it changed, you know, tracking down kids to recertify and get this paperwork filled out over and over again, the community eligibility provision said that once they were certified for SNAP, they were automatically eligible for meals at school. So kids will suffer. And by decreasing the numbers of children who are eligible, we're increasing hunger amongst children. There's no other way around it. I support this provision. I mean, most of our conversations have been, or I guess the attacks on the program have been about making sure that able-bodied individuals without dependents are not taking advantage of the system. This clearly does not fall in that category. So we should be able to agree that we want to protect children who receive food assistance because it is a need. They are not gaming the system. They are not trying to get a workaround. And also, one other thing I'd like to address, because we keep hearing it over and over about the error rates. I think we do need to address the error rates, and much of this is from the COVID era when provisions were relaxed in order to make sure people were eating in a time of crisis. There was more people who were seeking assistance than we had seen in the past, and literally states were just trying to keep up with the volume at that time. So yes, we need to return to, regular order and get back to a system by which we can certify people, make sure that we are checking for eligibility and eliminating fraud. But again, this does not include children. So I urge support for the amendment by my colleague, and literally just some grace in protecting our children and making sure that they eat both in school and at home. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members are seeking recognition to speak on amendment number 22. Seeing none, let me weigh in on this. There's growing academic evidence that growing up around adults who work is crucial for a child's shot at upward mobility. This text ensures that shot at the American dream becomes a reality for more children growing up on SNAP. It is important that parents and caretakers whose kids are in school and who can work do work. The totality of the reforms in this bill will preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward so that it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us, including children. I urge a no vote on the amendment. So the question is on the amendment number 22 offered by Representative McLean Delaney. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, may I ask for a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And now I think Ms. McLean Delaney, you have another amendment at the desk, number 23. And the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 23, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer another amendment.
Look, give me just a second. Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. And now I recognize the distinguished gentlelady, sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 23 blocks the dangerous state cost shift provisions in this bill unless USDA and states assert that cuts will not, I repeat, not result in benefit cuts, reduce SNAP participation from eligible recipients, or reduce services to low-income families. The bill imposes an unfounded mandate on states and cuts food assistance for our most vulnerable Americans. Shifting SNAP cuts onto states would directly reduce benefits for 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities who rely on SNAP each day. Under the cost share provisions of this reconciliation, my home state of Maryland would be required to absorb almost $75 million per year if our state did not want our SNAP families to go hungry. That means that $75 million of Maryland's state funding would be reallocated for other critical and core programs for our low-income families. The pain won't stop there. These requirements will force states to raise taxes, cut essential local services, and kick people off benefits. Even my colleagues know this is a step too far. Republicans have even expressed concern that these cost shifts will lead to benefit cuts disproportionately harming our rural communities. In fact, my colleagues earlier referenced this morning that 23 governors, both Republicans and Democrats, who say that their states can simply not backfill these cuts, and that there is also another tsunami of cuts in Medicaid and social safety net programs. It is misguided to assume that states will simply make up for these massive cuts with their own resources. These provisions are not just a cost shift, they are quite frankly a direct cut to SNAP. Maryland, like almost all states in this country, have skin in the game. This is just another excuse to take food assistance away so that there can be tax breaks for our most wealthy. And unfortunately, it's our most vulnerable families who will ultimately pay the price. I strongly, strongly urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seeking recognition? Mr. Carball is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Representative McLean Delaney's amendment. Having served in local government, I have a unique perspective as to the impacts that this will cause to state and local government. Not only are my Republican colleagues cutting SNAP, but they are also creating an unfunded mandate for state and local governments. These cuts are promoting unrealistic funding levels for state and local government, knowing that this would hurt the small rural counties the most. Increasing states' costs for SNAP administrative expenses from 50 to 75% is absolutely not feasible. And it would reduce SNAP participation. Let's call this what it is. It's a cut to SNAP. In areas of my district, like Santa Barbara County, nearly 70,000 people are living in the poverty, which is one of the highest poverty rates in California. That's 70,000 people who can benefit from food programs like SNAP. I support Ms. Delaney's amendment. If USDA can come up with a report study that proves that state cost share proposals don't reduce SNAP participation, I, like the American people, would love to see it. States and counties already pay millions of dollars towards the existing 50% administrative cost share for SNAP. Let's stop these charades and smoke and mirrors on trying to hide these drastic cuts to SNAP. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on amendment number 23. Any other members? Seeing none, I'll weigh in. Unlike every other state-administered entitlement program, such as Medicaid, SNAP benefits are entirely federally funded. The status quo is not working. Federal spending on SNAP has grown by more than 80% since 2019, and 12% of all SNAP benefits are issued incorrectly, more than double the level in 2019. This is unacceptable and does the most harm to vulnerable Americans that this program was meant to serve. The time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their service to SNAP participants, and the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin in the game on benefit expenditures. I urge a no vote on the amendment. The question is on the McLean-Delaney Amendment number 23. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for a recorded vote, please.
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 31I. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And now we have Mrs. Pingree has an amendment at the desk number 7, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 7, offered by Ms. Pingree of Maine.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and now recognized as a distinguished gentlelady from Maine, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my amendment is very simple. It would restore the funding for the local food purchase assistance co-op program and the local food for schools cooperative agreement. I have been on this committee on and off for much of the last 16 years, and I have always been a strong supporter of purchasing food locally, buying from our local farmers, both for food banks and for our local schools. And that's what these two programs do. You know, during the pandemic, we had a hard lesson. We saw a lot of empty store shelves, and we realized that we were way better off buying from the farmer down the road if you couldn't find it at your local grocery store. And in some ways, it was a silver lining that got us to think much more about how to support our local farmers. And USDA has done just that. This program has supported thousands of farmers, boosted local and regional food systems, and kids and families really like it. People love to buy from their local farms. And kids in school, if there is something on their school lunch program that comes from a farmer down the road, they're even more excited to eat that apple or their carrot. We should not be trucking food like carrots and apples thousands of miles to reach the table when the farmer right up the road grows those very same foods. The quality is better, and we know that this administration has talked about getting more healthy foods into people's diets through places like school lunches and food banks. This is part of making America healthy again, and one way to make sure we're getting kids more food that is unprocessed or minimally processed food. The impact in Maine of this program has been huge. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of food are going through our local food bank, but this cancellation means that 500 to 600,000 pounds of fresh local produce is no longer purchased from our farmers or distributed to food insecure people. This means the end of contracts, right in the middle of the contracts, to farmers like Dan at Folklore Farm in Cherryfield, Maine, or the Milkhouse Dairy that supplied fresh fruits and vegetables, or with the Milkhouse Dairy, it was yogurt. And this is true in many other states, not just Maine that benefited. Iowa purchased food from more than 300 individual farmers, losing $19 million in economic activity when these programs were canceled. North Carolina, 350 farmers, losing $54 million in economic activity when these programs were abruptly canceled. Texas purchased from 200 producers, losing $185 million in economic activity. In Wisconsin, 300 farms, losing $32 million in economic activity. And these programs were abruptly terminated. They stopped suddenly. The farmers lost the contracts. In a state like Maine, many of these farmers had anticipated this. They had set aside food in storage to make sure they could do this, or they were growing food in their winter greenhouses at the time. And our school lunch programs and food banks were harmed. People lost out on healthy, fresh foods. Overall, this has been about $200 million in new direct food purchases that is now lost, $747 million in activity in our rural economies. In the end, this is 8,000 rural farmers and ranchers who were cut out from their contracts with the USDA. Not only did we lose those contracts, but these were new markets for them and relationships between those food banks and the schools. That's taken a long time to develop, and now those are cut overnight. For many of our schools, they can't replace those funds. They have limited amount of money for their school lunch programs. Most of them have been desperate for a long time to get more fresh and healthy food in their lunches and are losing this vital source. We've had the school lunch directors come to visit our office, and they've talked about how vital and important this food has been. And as I have said before about what happens when you make these cuts, you know, our schools get a big percentage of their funding from the local property taxes. So if the parents in the schools want to make sure that this food still comes in, and the schools say, well, we've got a strained school budget to manage this year, and we want to add more fresh and healthy foods, this is just going to be that much more strain that we put on either our state budgets or our local property taxes. We've talked a little bit on this committee about how we're the agriculture committee, and while there's been a lot of belly aching about why are we talking about nutrition today, this amendment actually talks about those two vital things. How do we get healthier food, better nutrition into those families that need it, whether it's from a local food bank or from a school lunch program, and how do we make sure those purchases come from the farmers in our state, the farmers down the road, the farmers that can use one more contract to help them make ends meet. I hope you will support this amendment, and we will restate these two very vital programs, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak. Mrs. Takuda is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in strong support of Rep. Pingree's amendment to reinstate the local food purchase assistance and local food for schools programs, two extremely successful initiatives that strengthen our food system at its roots. Let's be clear, hunger in America is not a food production issue. It's a logistical issue. People go hungry not because we don't grow enough, but because we fail to get food where it's needed. LFPA and LFS fix that, connecting local farmers directly to schools, child care centers, and food banks. This wasn't a handout, it was smart policy. These programs made food supply chains more resilient, gave producers new market, and put fresh, healthy foods on the plates of the kids who need it most. And yet the administration canceled them. Why? Because in their words, they no longer effectuate the goals of this agency. Really? If feeding children and supporting American farmers, giving them access to stable markets like schools and food banks so they can grow more crops and hire more employees isn't a part of USDA's mission, then what is? The fallout is already hitting home. Louisiana will lose over $18 million. One rancher in Ville Platte lost $380,000 in expected school sales. A North Dakota food bank lost $1 million it used to buy from local producers. In Ohio, a chicken farmer who launched his business with LFPA support is now in limbo. In Kentucky, a farmer is ready to trash his hydroponic lettuce, grown for local schools, now with nowhere to go. And in Hawaii, $1.2 million gone. Produce meant for 128,000 students not going to feed our hungry keiki. In a state like mine that imports 90% of its food, these programs are lifelines, not luxuries. They're about food security, affordability, and keeping our producers in business. In addition to the Trump administration's $1 billion cut to local food programs across the nation, another $500 million in food bank funding, including $2.3 million for Hawaii, has been terminated. 7 shipping containers full of healthy food, eggs, chicken, pulled pork, proteins, real food, canceled. That food never reached our islands. That food didn't get to the 171,000 people each month that our Hawaii food banks serve. From Keiki to Kapuna, they remain hungry. This is wasteful, this is short-sighted, and it's plain cruel. Canceling these programs didn't just take food off of plates, it pulled the rug right under our farmers and ranchers across this country. This amendment is a step forward towards fixing this mistake. I thank Rep. Pingree for her leadership, and I strongly urge my colleagues to join in supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady, thank you, Gentlelady. She yields back. Other members will seek recognition to speak on the amendment. I recognize the Gentlelady from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I would love to offer up my support for this amendment. This is a program that I can tell you has absolutely benefited us in the Kansas 3rd and the entire Kansas City metro area, particularly after we saw the impacts on our supply chains during the pandemic. I've had plenty of meetings and had the chance to even tour some of the farms where folks lost some of these contracts. I have met with school superintendents and the folks who feed the children at schools about the impact that losing these contracts has had. And I can tell you that in addition to feeding kids and providing some of our struggling farmers with the contracts they need to stay afloat, we've also seen the added benefit of just helping our young people understand where their food comes from. One of the things that I certainly have had plenty of conversations with our farmers, ranchers, and producers, and even our 4-H clubs and Future Farmers of America, is how many people in this country actually are not familiar with where their food comes from. And that might not be a stated purpose, but it's certainly one of the things that I have found very heartening and encouraging about the program. I, again, would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. It makes sense not just not just for the feel-good stuff, but also because it really is going to help keep some of our farmers, producers, and our kids as healthy and thriving as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. Any other members that seek recognition to speak on Pingree Amendment number 7? If not, let me speak on this. This amendment actually has some flaws in it, which is, quite frankly, I'm surprised with Mrs. Pingree. The local food for schools program is not in our jurisdiction. That is education and workforce, because it's part of the school nutrition program. It is administered by USDA, but not our program. The other program clearly is the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement program, and that is a COVID-era program that were unauthorized and never meant to be permanent. I certainly see some value in it, but it was never meant to be permanent, and it is unauthorized. The Biden administration created unsustainable programming expectations using, again, the Commodity Credit Corporation. USDA continues to purchase food for TFAP and for distribution in those nutrition programs, the child nutrition program, but also certainly our food banks, food pantries under the Emergency Food Assistance Program. This amendment would also put the committees below its reconciliation instruction at this point, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year. Certainly would like to work with you going forward in the future on the area we have jurisdiction for, but I have to, at this point, urge a no vote on the amendment. Given hearing no further conversation or questions on the amendment, number 7, Pingree, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And now we have Mr. Figures has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 8, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 8, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama.
Mr. Figures is hold on a second. Where are we? I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes. And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Figures, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I hail from Alabama, I think as everybody on this committee knows, and my district, although 70% of the people live in 2 places, 11 out of the 13 counties in my district are completely rural counties. They are places that, unless you are from Alabama like Mr. Moore over there, most of you probably have never heard of many of the cities in my district outside of Mobile, Montgomery, maybe Tuskegee and Troy, but these are cities like Pritchard and Union Springs and Leroy and Beatrice and Castleberry and Shorter and Brundage and Clayton, which is actually the home of Michael Jackson's mother, believe it or not. But very small places, very impoverished places, places I could take you where you would not believe the level of rural poverty that you would witness. And so this amendment has the purpose of ensuring that the proposed changes to SNAP do not reduce benefits or participation to individuals located in those areas, because our rural areas are often overlooked, but they're also the backbone of this nation. They grow our food, they power our industries, they fuel our economies. This country has historically pulled the human resources from rural communities, as well as those people born and raised in those communities very often leave and come to the bigger urban communities to support those economies. But there are unique challenges in our rural communities: higher transportation costs, fewer job opportunities, and limited access to healthcare and social services. And so these challenges make the safety net of the SNAP program even more essential. And this amendment is about ensuring fairness and accountability. It simply says that before any matching funds requirement takes effect, we must be certain that it won't harm the very communities that need it most, our rural communities. And so we must guarantee that no eligible rural American sees their benefits cut or the participation in the program reduced. And why is this so critical? It's because rural hunger it's not an abstract policy discussion. It's very real. It's very real, especially in District 2 in Alabama. This is one of the poorest congressional districts in this country. The individual median income in my district hovers just around $30,000. And so we're talking poverty at levels that most of us in here cannot comprehend. And so, you know, this is a harsh daily reality for millions of Americans. And cutting these benefits without careful consideration would deepen food insecurity, harm local economies, and strain an already overly burdened charity and food bank system. So this amendment demands that USDA and the Food and Nutrition Service work with state agencies to evaluate the impact of these changes before they are implemented. It's about ensuring our rural communities do not become collateral damage in this political budget battle. These communities are already at a heightened threat given the fact that they are often targeted in the card skimming schemes that we see deployed across this country. And families who rely on these benefits cannot afford to continue to have these benefits stolen, especially in states that don't have the capacity to replace those stolen benefits. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment as it is a measure of good governance and just the right thing to do. And, you know, supporting rural communities is not something that I take lightly. It's something that I've prioritized since I've been here. Just last week, I introduced a bipartisan bill focused exclusively on rural communities and rural hospitals. My district is one of the worst healthcare outcome districts in this country as well. The state of Alabama is at risk right now of half, literally half, almost 50% of its rural hospitals are at immediate risk of closure. And so I introduced a bipartisan bill just last week with Representative Brian Jack on the Republican side that's aimed at, you know, providing the resources that are necessary to keep our rural hospitals open because our rural communities need us. And the people that live there need us. We cannot afford to turn our back on them, and they cannot afford us to do that to them. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition to speak on the gentleman's amendment? Ms. Figures of number 8 amendment. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, I just want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. Look, the fact is that this administration has slashed program after program that helps people in urban areas and in rural areas get access to nutritious food. And we are now meeting on a bill that constitutes the largest cut to SNAP in history. And while you're at it, in other committees, you're also kicking people off their health care by way of massive cuts to Medicaid. You know, please listen to regular people in your districts. They're scared to death about what these cuts will mean. They don't know how they'll get access to food, and many are scared they won't have health care. You know, and all of this really to give the billionaire cabinet and those that they hang around with in this administration another tax cut. We heard during previous debates on various amendments about the special challenges that people have in rural areas. Oftentimes there are no supermarkets available. Oftentimes the food is more expensive. Oftentimes access to health care is more expensive. And again, when all is said and done, we're talking about a benefit that is like on average of $6 a day. I mean, that's it. And so Mr. Figure's amendment seems reasonable to me. Again, given the unique challenges that rural communities face, I think this is the least we can do. You know, we're talking about food. We're talking about food, and I can't get over the fact that, you know, SNAP is on the chopping block to pay for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. That's what this reconciliation process is all about. And so, you know, guaranteeing that because of this crazy state share, cost share scheme, that people don't get their benefits cut because states can't meet the cost share. By the way, in some states, it's over $1 billion they're going to have to come up with it. It was now. Lots of luck selling that to your governors, to your state legislatures. I think this is the least we can do. And again, I thank the gentleman for offering the amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to support it.
I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Other individuals that seek recognition to speak on this amendment number 8 by Mr. Figures from Alabama. Any others? If not, I'll just finish up. Unlike every other state-administered entitlement program, such as Medicaid, SNAP benefits are entirely federally funded. The status quo is not working. Federal spending on SNAP has grown by more than 80% since 2019, and 12% of all SNAP benefits are used incorrectly, more than double the level in 2019. This is unacceptable and does the most harm to vulnerable Americans this program was meant to serve. The time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their service to SNAP benefits, and the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin or responsibility in the game on benefit expenditures, and I urge a no vote on the amendment. So the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama, amendment number 9. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I believe what the ranking member told me that that was the last amendment under this particular section.
I don't think so, no. No, sir. I have to.
Well, that was in, you might have disagreed. I'm just saying that that was the information that was given to me, unless, I'm sorry, Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley has amendment number 2, and so the clerk will report the title of amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Mr. Riley, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the nature of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and sorry if we got your hopes up that was the end of the end of the road.
I was hopeful. You got that right. We're close, though.
Yeah, we'll see. So I've been spending a lot of time over the last couple months since I got elected at the food banks and the food pantries across my district in upstate New York. And what we're seeing, I started going in December. I went to the food pantry at Union Endicott High School, my alma mater. 2 weeks ago, I was volunteering at a food pantry in Ulster County. And what you see over the course of time, or what I've been seeing at least in my district over the course of time, as you go to these food pantries, is the lines are getting longer. There's less food on the shelves, especially fresh produce is harder to come by. And what struck me the most in all these visits is just seeing how hard people are working to take care of each other in their communities. The folks who are running these food pantries and putting so much sweat and sacrifice into feeding their neighbors. And so the amendment that I'm offering today, I'm doing it for them, the folks who have hosted me at these food pantries and shown me all the hard work that's gone into it. This is for Scott Andrews and Neva Wartel and Reverend Yost hosted me at the Catskill Food Pantry, the Good Neighbor Food Pantry in Ulster County. Rick Orlando, Peter Humphreys let me load a bunch of food into a car for them at the UE Food Center and the Food Bank of the Southern Tier. I know Sarah DeFrank is watching this entire proceeding. Tom Mitchell's doing such great work to feed 180 kids per week at Union Endicott High School. At SUNY Delhi, they have a food pantry that's run by the O'Connor Center. Spent some time a couple weeks ago in Monticello at Catholic Charities with Shannon Kelly. The Sullivan Allies leading together with Colleen and Martin, doing so much hard work there. And what this amendment would do for them and do for our communities is it would reinstate the local food purchasing assistance cooperative agreement. And I know we just spoke about this a bit. This is a really good common sense program. And I know a lot of the stuff we've been talking about here in this committee over the last night and today, there's a lot of disagreement, but this is one thing that I really think we can probably try to find some common ground on. This program is so good for hungry families in our community because it gives them access to really good, fresh, local food. It's like my colleague said, we shouldn't be trucking food halfway across the country to upstate New York when we got farmers working hard and making it available there. I actually think this is a great program for taxpayers. The return on investment here, I think, is substantial. Mr. Chairman, I was so heartened to hear your response to the amendment that was offered previously, that you said you see the value in this. I think maybe we all do. It also creates a really important market for our small family farms. It is so hard for folks to compete these days, and this gives them a market and an opportunity. And so, look, I came here to Congress not for the food fights and all this stuff. I really genuinely came here to get stuff done. I want to work across the aisle and get stuff done on the places where we can agree. I know there's passionate disagreement on a lot of things, and that's fine. That's democracy. That's the way it should be. But let's not lose sight of the stuff that we can agree on. And I take that perspective as an upstate New Yorker where we don't really care so much about political parties. What we look at is doing right by our neighbors. And I think this is an issue, having local farmers provide local schools to local food pantries for our neighbors. That's got to be something that transcends partisan lines. And so what I would like to do, I was going to offer this amendment for a vote. I would love to take some of my colleagues up on their interest in this, and I would withdraw the amendment if anybody here today wanted to work with me and work with some of my colleagues to see if this isn't something that we could get done in the spirit of bipartisanship and demonstrating to the American people that, yeah, we disagree on a lot of stuff here, but this is one we can get done together. And so I'd just invite my colleagues in the spirit of bipartisanship. If y'all want to do this together, I'll withdraw my amendment and let's get to work and get this done for upstate New York. Anybody want to take me up on it?
Well, Mr. Figures, if you, let me get 27 seconds. You either, Mr. Nunn is looking to be recognized. I think I don't know for sure whether he has interest in that, but seemed like maybe.
Well, now you put him on the spot, so.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'll yield if that's.
If the gentleman yields, Mr. Nunn.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I really want to compliment Mr. Riley coming in as a freshman, talking about pragmatic ways that we can really get after food insecurity that impacts the entire country and ways that we can be smart about this. Like you, I've worked very closely with our food banks in Iowa. We recently led legislation to help ensure innovative ways that in a rural community like mine in Iowa, we can team up with rideshare programs to do food distribution to communities that need it, that would otherwise never have access to it. This impacts kids, it impacts first-generation Americans, it impacts seniors, it impacts juniors, it impacts everybody. And the reality is we've got great partnerships both on our private sector side, our nonprofit side, our faith-based organizations. It would be expected by our own taxpayers that we find smart solutions to make sure that these programs can not only continue to subsist, but to really thrive in these areas. You know, our kiddos do something, we've got 6 kids, 2 of them adopted here. What we can do back to the community is volunteer. What we can do in our community and what our girls do is that they, you know, take food out to homeless on their bicycles on the weekend with a group called JAPA, or with DMARC in Des Moines to help make sure that we have regional networks that are working together. The exact things that you're doing through the local food purchase assistance cooperative, you know, in Iowa we just call that farming. In New York, that's something even more exciting because it means that you're training that next generation of farmers and growers and producers as well. And that can be everything from a local farmers market to folks that want to be able to do this in a sustainable future for their community. So I want to salute you on this. This is, I think, an area where there is great bipartisan opportunity, and say, even though we're withdrawing the amendment, the legislation can continue to go forward and we can do it in a policy way. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would yield my time back, but thank Mr. Riley for his efforts on this.
Mr. Riley is once again recognized.
Thank you. I'm gonna take that as a yes. And I'll also say upstate New York, when you're talking about farming in New York, upstate New York is not what you're thinking about. It's like New York. So when you come visit, we'll tell you.
We call them farmers markets, you call them bodegas.
No,
so
no,
yeah, we'll be all there together.
Not upstate, not upstate. Thank you. Can I yield time to Mr. President?
Actually, it's Mr. Nunn's time. He can,
With that, I yield my time to Mr. Brezhnev. Thank you.
Mr. Brezhnev is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that first recently surfaced a few months ago, and appreciate the opportunity to work in a bipartisan fashion. It's something that our team has started working on over the last few weeks, and I think it's really important to draft bipartisan bill and connect our local communities with the farmers and communities that grow it. So I really look forward to the opportunity of working together. I yield.
Zach?
Is there a...
Mr. Nunn, the main time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would yield as much time as may exist to Mr. Messer.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative Nunn. I've got some of the largest produce growers in the country in my district, and I'd be interested in some solutions to help make this workable as well. Thank you. Yield my time back.
Mr. Riley, we're going to find you some more co-sponsors here. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this very important issue? All right. Mr. Figures from Alabama.
This is an issue that hit Alabama uniquely, as it did a lot of communities. We lost 16 million in the state of Alabama. At least nearly 3 of that was in my district that we've been able to actually identify. And so this is something, Congressman Riley, that I want to work with you, on because we need it. And this is just one of those areas where we have to, remind. I asked the questions last night. Where are you from and who are you doing this for? And we're all from where we're from. We're from our hometowns, and we're doing this for the people that sent us here in the communities that need us. And this is one of those areas where we have to push back against whatever administration it is that takes an action like this that has such a local, direct economical impact on people. I've heard from Democrats, I've heard from, if you could draw a picture of your most MAGA stereotypical person has come to my office to talk about the loss of revenue from this program. And we've heard about it from school districts, we've heard about it from farmers. This is something that never should have happened. And I think we all have an obligation, and we owe it to our communities and our constituents locally to make sure that we work with Mr. Riley to restore this funding. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Figures. I yield my time to Mr. Bacon from Nebraska.
I'll say real briefly, this is an important program. I look forward to being part of the team.
Mrs. Pingree is looking for time. Mr. Nunn, if you want to yield. Otherwise, we'll recognize her for 5 minutes.
Yep. Who else wanted to speak? Sorry. Hey, Ms. Hayes. Okay. Hey, Ms. Pingree, did you want to speak on this?
Okay.
All right. Hey, fair enough. Mr. Riley, I think we've got you at least 5 co-sponsors here. Thank you for taking the lead on it. With that, I yield my time to the chair.
Mr. Nunn yields back. Mrs. Pingree is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Riley, for sponsoring this amendment and continuing the conversation that we started in the amendment previously. And thank you to all of my Republican colleagues who have shown their support and interest for this opportunity to support local farming, to get that food in our food pantries. And while I know the chair brought up some jurisdictional issues about the school lunch program and how these things get funded, which is way more complicated than it should be. As the chair mentioned, this was originally funded via the CCC, which is one of the reasons why we don't have the funding back there again. So it is actually under our jurisdiction that the funding came through us, and it's appropriate for us to talk about. So I'm thrilled to hear colleagues on both sides of the aisle say that they believe in the idea of buying more food locally, getting it into our food banks, that this is a good way to get fresh, healthy food grown by our local farmers into our local communities. But I just want to make a point and plea with the chair that if there is this level of support and this amendment's going to be withdrawn and we're all going to try to find ways to work together cooperatively and co-sponsor bills like this, this is our vehicle. We are very likely inserting sections of the Farm Bill into this particular reconciliation bill. We are doing major overhauls and changes to the SNAP benefit program. And I'm not fully confident that we'll have another funding or Farm Bill right around the corner to work on these issues. So I would just want to plea with the chair that this should be given some very serious consideration, and that it's not okay for all of us to sit in a hearing like this and just say, yeah, this is a good idea, and this is important to my local farmers, or colleagues who have said, yeah, people have been in my office talking to me about this. I'll just mention that when I was home in April, I had the opportunity to participate in a farmers' rally in Augusta, Maine. The farmers, for the first time ever, took their tractors and drove to Augusta, Maine, because they were so angry at the cuts that had been made to the conservation programs, to their REAP or EQIP benefits that they had been promised. Many cases they had spent the money, and then the reimbursement wasn't there, or they were told the funding wouldn't be there. And along with that frustration were the farmers who showed up because they said, I was committed to this program. I grew carrots or apples or other things for this program, and I have lost that contract. It's gone, and I'm not getting it back. And as I said earlier, these are relationships that took a long time to work out, whether it was with our school lunch programs or our food banks. Finding the farmers making the arrangements, in some cases planting more, setting aside more, hiring staff. These are all things that have been dramatically changed, and we have cases of this happening in states all over the country in all of our districts. So given the fact that this is a program that many of us supported, but this was a program when it was cut, it made the farmers angry enough that they drove their tractors to our state capitol to say to anyone who would listen, and luckily I happened to be there that day, and they said, you know, take this back to Washington. Let them know that we are really frustrated, that this has broken a level of trust that we had between the USDA, and this has also seriously undermined the profitability of our farms. We all know our farmers are struggling these days. It's hard to make ends meet. Inputs cost more than ever. And with the level of unpredictability, whether it's because of the tariffs or because of lack of USDA funding, they are in hard shape. So while I am thrilled to hear the number of people who have said this is a program they support, I know you have all heard from farmers the exact same things that we're hearing in our districts. I just want to plead with the chair that this is our opportunity. And if this can't be an amendment in this particular piece of legislation, then when will we have this opportunity again? And if we are undermining the very Farm Bill process by doing what is going on in this committee hearing today, when will we have that opportunity to do it again? So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want my last 30 seconds to give us a really wonderful answer and a pep talk about how we're going to do this, but I would be glad to yield the 30 seconds to you.
The creation of this new program, because it is not a program that's ever been authorized by Congress, would put us in peril of quite frankly, putting us below our reconciliation instructions that are required as part of budget reconciliation. Not everybody, but many of us have been through budget reconciliation in the past. I've suffered through it when my friends on the Democratic side were in charge of everything, and obviously the Republicans are in that situation now. But I assure you, I have interest in working on that program. I had conversations with former Secretary Vilsack that the way to do programs is to do it in regular order, and he chose not to do that. He went rogue with these. Great ideas, but they weren't authorized, and so I do, as I mentioned on your amendment, I look forward to working with you, and happy that we have so many other willing partners to be able to see what we can do going forward. I think what remains of the Farm Bill to accomplish needs to be done in a timely manner. So I'm looking forward to getting this reconciliation bill across the finish line. I know maybe you're not, but once that's done, that allows a great pivot to looking at what remains. And there are important programs that remain that were not included in budget reconciliation. So, Mr. Figures, you spoke on borrowed time, but I want to see, you had asked for 5 minutes on this, so, are you good? Okay, yield back. All right, Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. Thank you. In March of 2025, the USDA announced the cancellation of the Patrick Leahy Food to School Grant Program for fiscal year 2025, which would have provided $10 million to help schools and early care and education centers incorporate local food, nutrition education, and garden activities into their meal programs. This program is designed to increase the availability of local foods in schools and help connect students to the sources of their food through education, taste tests, school gardens, field trips, and local food sourcing for school meals. I actually ran a program like that, an after-school program. It's called Brass City Harvest, where we introduce kids to vegetables and growing. And one thing I remember very clearly is doing a whole lesson on star fruit, which many of my kids at this program had never seen. And I was amazed when I went to the local ShopRite about a week later. The head of the produce, we just were talking, and he says, I asked if they had star fruit there, and he says, why is everyone asking for star fruit? And I just thought it was funny that these kids then went home, talked to their parents about the things that we were doing in this after-school program, and their parents were now requesting fruit at the grocery store. And I think that's what these programs do. This is a common sense and effective program connecting students to healthier foods and education to learn where food comes from. In my district, New Britain Roots is an organization that promotes gardening, urban agriculture, food access, and education, and they will no longer be able to pay for grants for their Connecticut Farm to School Institute, which engages students in the type of hands-on educational experiences that I just described. Our committee always talks about expanding the farming profession, yet simultaneously cutting these types of programs that encourage farm teaching. This was on the heels of the USDA's cancellation of $660 million from the Local Food for Schools program, which is used to purchase local produce for school breakfast and lunch programs, and about $420 million for the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement, which also helps food banks provide meals in communities. On March 7th, the Connecticut Department of Agriculture learned of $3.7 million in canceled awards through the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program. Connecticut Food Share, the food bank that distributes healthy food through this network of more than 650 food pantries, community kitchens, and mobile distribution sites, was one of the largest participants in LFPA, and they have received about $3 million over the past few years. Connecticut Food Share was set to receive another $1 million before the initiative was terminated. The cancellation of these programs will have deep implications for farmers and the producers in my state, as well as increasing food insecurity. If we really care about farming and promoting the profession and introducing young people as early as we can to the benefits of farming, we would be expanding these programs, like not cutting them. For all those reasons, I urge that we support this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, I remind the gentlelady that the food program is not in our, the school program is not in our jurisdiction. The local purchasing for food banks and pantries, which is actually what Mr. Riley's amendment is about. Any other members seek to speak on Mr. Riley's amendment number 2? If not, Mr. Riley, I'll yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that we have so much bipartisan support on the record for this, and I'll withdraw the amendment in the spirit of working with our friends across the aisle to get this done.
Gentlemen, appreciate that, and then gentleman withdraws his amendment. Ms. McDonald-Rivet has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 17. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 17, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. My amendment actually reinstates the funding for the local food program for schools, very much like the conversation we just had about our local food banks. This is a program that brings in Michigan, our local cherries, our apples, our beans, our pickles, our potatoes into our schools are not only into our school breakfast and lunches, but after-school snacks into our summer programs, as well as into our child care facilities. And we talk a lot about the importance of preserving farming for families. I'm from a farming community. I represent a number of farming communities. The pride that kids feel when they know what's on the plate at lunchtime came from their family farm is an amazing thing to see, and incredibly good for our communities. This allows for fruit, vegetables, and dry bean purchases for this program are used as a part of our match requirements for the 10 cents a meal for Michigan Kids and Farms program. On top of that, with our kids, as my kids were growing up, I always said to them, when you're thinking about what you want to eat, always choose kitchen food versus factory food, right? I wanted my kids to understand to eat something that they could see came from the ground. This is what is important when we think about the health of our kids, the health of our communities, the health of our farmers. Really important that we are using local produce. So it establishes and strengthens partnerships between farmers, producers, and schools to give access to fresh and nutritious foods. It's a good thing, and it's something that should not have been cut. Based on what I hear in this committee, has a lot of bipartisan support for it. This program not only funds our school meals, it helps increase the growth of our domestic farm production, strengthening our farm economy. It's common sense, and it's why I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment. I do believe it's within the jurisdiction of this committee because of the way that it was funding, and is something that should absolutely be reinstated. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. As other members seeking recognition to speak on the gentlelady's amendment. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak in support for Ms. McDonald-Rivet's amendment here. Obviously, it's a common sense program that would have allowed school district to purchase over 600 million of local school foods nationwide and include them in school lunches this year. So instead of gutting SNAP, our committee should be here doing a real farm bill where we could be talking about reinstating LFS, which is why I support this amendment. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment.
Any other members seeking recognition to speak on amendment number 15? Gentlelady from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Representative McDonald-Rivet for introducing this amendment, because when the Trump administration canceled the funding for the local food school program in March, it hurt the bottom line of small farmers, and it took food away from school children across America. And this is really a common sense program that would allow school districts to purchase over $600 million of local food nationwide and include them in their school lunches. So not only does this help the farmers, it helps promote healthy choices for our students. And for the sake of the children, I will be voting to reinstate the local Food for Schools program, and I encourage my colleagues to please do the same. And with that, I yield back for the children.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members seeking recognition to speak on behalf of the amendment. Dr. Adams.
Yeah, I'd like to speak briefly. Listen, all that we've talked about in terms of making sure that not only families are fed, but that we not overlook the children, because children live in poverty because their parents do. And so having food in school, being able to provide that nutrition, sometimes that's the only meal these kids get. And so it's a good amendment. I appreciate the gentlelady for introducing it, because we should not leave our children out. It is so important that, like like it's already been said, they can't be healthy if they're hungry. They're not going to learn if they're hungry. We used to, we had a governor in North Carolina who was known as the education governor, Governor Hunt. I had the privilege of serving with him when I served in the North Carolina House, and he would always say children have to go to school ready to learn. But wherever they are trying to learn, we need to make sure that their bellies are not growling. And of course, if we haven't had that pain in our stomachs because we haven't been fed, maybe we don't understand. But take it from me, children need to be able to have not only food to eat, but good quality food. And it's so important that we think about that as we think about all of the cutting and the things that appear to be happening in this reconciliation. But listen, again, I'm all about the children too, and let's make sure that we provide for them. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just like Rep. Riley's bill that we said was plain common sense, and he withdrew his amendment. I think this falls into the same, both the LFPA, but also this local food program is what I really believe is a win-win program. And I think that we don't want to have a lose-lose situation. I think that what is really incredible about this is we want our kids to be healthy. We keep talking about the issues of obesity when we were talking about nutrition programming earlier today. But this is a triple bottom line. It really helps support our farmers, build supply chains, but it feeds hungry kids through our schools. And to me, it just seems nonsensical for us to eliminate it when we can make it, and it lifts up the best that a productive government can do in terms of working with our farmers and with industry. Just a quick one in Maryland. In Maryland, ending this program would really withhold millions from some of our Maryland schools and food banks and impact the quality of the food that is provided ultimately to all of those who might benefit. In a recent Maryland Matters article, actually one of our farmers at Albright Farms said that ending this program would be a great blow to farmers, to kids, and to the communities. And this impacts 44 local Maryland farms, and $4 million is generated every 18 months. So I just lift up again, and I support my colleagues in that hopefully we can find a way to look at these programs as a triple bottom line that makes a lot of common sense. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the McDonald-Rivet Amendment number 15? All right, seeing none. The monies, well, let me back up. 4 years ago, the Biden administration created programs using the additional influx of CCC funding appropriated in March of 2021 for the American Rescue Plan, both for the two programs for emergency food assistance. And these programs were, although the funding came out of authorized sources, the programs themselves were never authorized by Congress. They were COVID-era programs. They were never meant to be permanent with what the Biden administration did. And so they created a program that really was unsustainable given the CCC and the important functions that it plays for the agriculture industry, for our farmers and ranchers and our foresters, the expectations of using the Commodity Credit Corporation. So USDA does continue to purchase food for the Emergency Food Assistance Program, which is the authorized Emergency Food Assistance Program, and for distribution and child nutrition programs. This amendment, as a part of this package, would also put the committee below its reconciliation instruction, risking a tax hike on all Americans next year. And of course, there is, given the fact that child nutrition, although it's administered by USDA, and they dipped into our CCC fund, unilaterally did that in 2001, the fact is child nutrition is in the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee. A worthy program, if it had been done correctly, and could potentially, I think, be done correctly in the future. I think it's a great way, as Mrs. Hayes had related, of especially with our kids, connecting them with where the food comes from. There's so many benefits to that. But at this point, as a part of this package, I have to urge a no vote on the amendment. So the question is on the amendment, number 15, offered by Representative McDonald Rivet from Michigan. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment
Mr.
is
Chair,
not
request a
agreed
voice
to.
vote, please. A recorded vote.
A
sorry.
recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Working with the ranking member, the queue, I'll share what the queue that we have going forward at this point. Well, actually, let me do this. Well, next we'll be hearing from Mr. Venman, amendment number 14, followed by Mr. Carbajal, number 19. Oh, and they just called votes. Perfect timing.
Okay.
This vote series has been called. The committee shall stand in recess until the vote series is complete. And I'll just ask everybody, as promptly as possible, come back after votes so we can pick this up. And we'll be starting with Mr. Venman's amendment number 14.
Test. 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 What's that? Test.
Committee shall come to order. I note there is a quorum present. Before recessing, the committee had postponed further consideration of amendments offered. Consideration of those amendments is now before the committee. And please recognize Mr. Vinman has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 14. They will we'll ask the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 14, offered by Mr. Vinman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm heartened to hear that there was a bipartisan agreement on the importance of LFPA when discussing Mr. Riley's amendment, and I'd love to keep that spirit up. Beyond restoring LFPA, my amendment also fully funds another critical program for hardworking families, TFAP. TFAP supports families with emergency needs on a short-term basis. These aren't fraudsters, they aren't lazy, they're families with hungry kids going to emergency food pantry. I've visited some of these pantries in my district, and that support is critical. There are veterans at our neighborhood church hoping to get a hot meal. LFPA and TFAP are critical to both working families and small farms across the Commonwealth of Virginia. Last month, I visited Eugene Triplett, a farmer in my district. I spoke about Eugene a little bit last night during my opening statement. Eugene, who works his family farm, is now in the 6th generation. He supplies produce to our local food banks and public schools in Culpeper. He was only able to do this through purchases through the LFPA program. Now he volunteers his time to support the food bank and has shared with me how drastic the negative changes have been. That food bank feeds families on both SNAP and feedback and TFAP. This time, just 2 months ago, the food bank warehouse was full and over 10 full-time staffers were working there. Now it's desolate and only 1 employee remains. Now public schools and churches supplied from the food bank don't have local produce, and Mr. Triplett doesn't have any buyers. And that's on top of the current stress of tariffs, the high cost of living, and the economic crisis hitting the farm country. We've already spoken about the high input costs, and all of these additional stresses are heaped onto farm country and Mr. Triplett's farm. TFAP and LFPA, all these programs are connected and part of the same food ecosystem. In the spirit of continuing our bipartisan role here, I'm introducing this amendment, and I'll talk about it, but I'm also going to withdraw it, and I sincerely hope this committee is serious about restoring the program. I'm excited to work on a bipartisan basis to get it done. It's our job to make sure that Americans in desperate situations don't go hungry. Let's do our job, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I withdraw my amendment.
Gentleman withdraws the amendment. Mr. Carbajal has an amendment number 19. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 19, offered by Mr. Carbajal of California.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would remove the harmful SNAP section of this bill that would hurt thousands of families and instead would double the mandatory spending for the emergency food assistance program. This would give food banks and emergency feeding organizations the resources they need to assist the most vulnerable in this country. The Emergency Food Assistance Program, known as TFAP, has successfully provided millions of low-income Americans with hunger relief through their local food banks, soup kitchens, and other emergency feeding organizations. Like many nutrition programs in this committee, TFAP remains one of the most sought-after programs by food advocates and farmers. I have visited food banks in my district and know the real-life impact this program provides to those struggling with putting food on the table. Since my Republican colleagues are so fixated on cutting SNAP for people, local food banks and other food organizations will be forced to take on the additional demand and feed those who need it the most. With the increase in the cost of living and high grocery prices, food banks across the country are already seeing an increase in people showing up at their local food banks. This includes parents with 2 household incomes. It is unacceptable that in today's day and age, we are still debating on who in this country gets to eat. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I introduced similar legislation to Mr. Carvajal's amendment in the 118th Congress, the Farmers Feeding America Act, which I will soon be reintroducing in the 119th. In 2024, the Oregon Food Bank reported more than 2.5 million visits to food assistance sites across its network, a staggering 31% increase from the year before, and the highest number of visits on record. That's right, more people are turning to food banks now than at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet despite overwhelming need, the Trump administration has chosen to slash TFAP funding by 50% for the rest of the year and completely eliminate the local food purchasing agreement program. These cuts are already hitting home. In Oregon alone, they forced the cancellation of 30 full truckloads of food meant for communities in need in my district and will lead to millions of dollars in lost food purchases. Purchases that not only feed families, but support our local food economy. But we're here, while the Trump administration guts food assistance, we're here marking up a bill that will push even more Americans to rely on food banks. Apparently, it wasn't enough for my colleagues across the aisle that the Trump administration is ignoring the will of Congress and making unilateral funding decisions aimed at keeping people hungry. Now they want to double down on that harm by slashing SNAP, our nation's most effective anti-hunger program. Let's call a spade a spade. This is a coordinated partisan attack on Americans in need. Further, given the Trump administration's erratic economic policies, which are raising prices, and it is well-documented inability to manage national crises like COVID, we should fully expect the demand on food banks to grow in the years ahead. That's why I strongly support Mr. Carvajal's amendment. It meets the urgent need to combat food insecurity now and in the future, and I urge an aye vote. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Carvajal's Amendment 19?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on behalf and support of my colleague and friend, Congressman Carvajal's amendment on the Emergency Food Assistance Program. I think probably all of us have had some experience with working with our local food banks, and they increasingly provide a critical role to supplement people who are food insecure. In California, nearly 5 million Californians that are on SNAP also work in conjunction with our food banks. In the Fresno area, they work with 5 counties. This program has provided communities and our farm workers who help put that food on America's dinner table, nearly 3 million in California. So I think that with the potential additional cuts and with potential supply chain issues, who knows what may occur with this issue with our neighbors to the north and to the south on this tariff war. Food banks become more essential and provide a critical role. So I support this measure for all the right reasons and would urge my colleagues to do so as well.
Very good. Any members seek, additional members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Carvajal's amendment number 19? Seeing none, the reforms in the base text of the committee print ensure that SNAP works the way Congress intended it to by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach. This will preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward so it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us. Additionally, while USDA continues to purchase food for TFAP, the Authorized Emergency Food Assistance Program, this amendment would cause the committee to fail to meet its reconciliation instructions, risking a tax hike for all Americans next year. I urge a no vote on the amendment. And with that, the The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Carbajal from California, amendment number 19. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And now it appears that Mr. Costa has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 10, which we'll ask the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 10, offered by Mr. Costa of California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
With the gentleman to suspend just briefly. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize distinguished gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me give a little background, although I believe most of you are familiar with this program. All households receiving $20 a month benefits automatically receive a standard utility allowance, and that reduces the house net income, thereby increasing the food benefit. Before the 2014 Farm Bill that I was a part of, there was no minimum LIHEAP contribution requirement. The $20 amount was a compromise against those who sought to eliminate what we call heat and eat. It's, I think, very important that in the winter months our Americans who are food insecure also have a warm home that provided the linkage. Currently, all households qualify. This section in the bill would change it only to qualify for elderly and disabled members. I think this amendment that I am offering is critical. Federally funded programs that provides financial assistance to families for affordable to provide heat. It decouples it from SNAP and limits the program, which I think then, if allowed to be implemented, would create another barrier for hardworking Americans to provide for their families. I think this is another attempt to block the clock, turn the clock backwards, to 2014 to undo the compromise that was made at that time that I was a part of for the Heat and Eat program linkage. In rural California and throughout our nation, this is a lifeline for families to be able to afford groceries and still pay their utility bills. So, you know, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think most of you know that my congressional district and Congressman Valadez has the 2 highest SNAP recipients in the entire state of California and among the top 10 in the nation. So for all the right reasons, I think that this is a good amendment and would urge support of my colleagues. Yes, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seeking to speak on amendment number 10 offered by Mr. Costa.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know a little bit about this program, but I also know that we should be doing what we can to make sure that people have heat. People die when they don't have heated homes. Children who may be in those homes also suffer and die. It seems like a very reasonable act for us to take. And yes, I was here for that farm bill. I think it was a great decision that we made then, and I think it's needed now more than ever. When you think about the way the temperatures are changing and so forth, it's important. Listen, it sounds like we don't want to feed people. We don't want to keep them warm either. But I certainly would encourage the members to support this. I think it's very much needed. The people in those households need to have heat. The other thing is, as I said before, we're talking about children being there as well. That's gonna, if you don't have heat, you get sick. All kinds of things happen in unheated homes and apartments and facilities. So I certainly support this amendment, and thank you for offering it. And I would encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
Well, I think my colleague and Congressman Gray and I have a similar situation, and the cost of utilities continue to rise. I think it's a good measure.
Very good. Dr. Adams, you yield back?
Yes, sir, I yield back.
Other members that seek to speak on this amendment? Ranking member.
Yeah, I'd just like to add my support to this amendment, which of course would strike this harmful provision. The cost of basic needs like food, housing, and utilities are obviously incredibly front of mind for American families feeling the squeeze of the economic uncertainty. So, Mr. Costa, thank you so much for offering this amendment. I'd like to lend my support. I yield back.
Lee yields back. Any other members seek to speak on this amendment? If not, let me weigh in this. Under current law, 11 states provide a nominal LIHEAP, which is energy assistance benefit, of $20.01 to households to directly increase their SNAP benefits and the calculation of their excess shelter deduction. In these cases, states are not checking whether or not the households actually has heating or cooling expenses that would result in a full deduction. The committee's text would change the laws so that the SNAP households without elderly or disabled persons, a LIHEAP payment would no longer suffice for states to provide the full excess shelter deduction to participants. So this amendment would maintain a loophole in the law that would allow some states to artificially increase SNAP benefits by providing households, based on need or not, an emergency assistance benefit of $20.01. Our text ensures all non-disabled and non-elderly SNAP households actually approve heating and cooling expenses to the state to receive the excess shelter deduction, as the law requires, returning integrity to the program. This amendment would also result in the committee failing to meet its reconciliation instruction, risking a tax hike on all Americans next year. I urge a no vote on the amendment. The question then is on amendment number 10, offered by Mr. Costa of California. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I have, I believe Ms. Davids has a amendment number 32 at the desk. And the clerk will ask the clerk to go ahead and
Amendment number 32, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Kansas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm offering this amendment, which would prohibit the United States Department of Agriculture from firing more workers at the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility, or NBAF, in my home state of Kansas. NBAF is a scientific research facility aimed at protecting American agriculture, producers, and people from serious animal disease. Earlier this year, it was reported that 28 NBAF workers were fired as part of the Trump administration's cuts to the federal workforce. While some of these nonsensical firings were reversed and workers were rehired, this is extremely detrimental to a critical facility that is still in the process of getting up and running. New and emerging animal diseases have the potential to infect humans, threaten our food supply, and ultimately endanger our national security. NBAF is the first biosafety level 4 facility for livestock in the United States, meaning the most dangerous animal diseases can be studied there. As it's been said many times in this committee, food security is national security, and many of the diseases that will be studied at NBAF have serious consequences if they spread to humans. Just this past Sunday, the USDA had to close the U.S.-Mexico border to imports of live cattle, horses, and bison due to the continued spread of the New World screwworm. Animal disease poses a serious threat to both Kansans' agricultural economy and grocery prices. Without federal workers at NBAF, our ranchers face greater risk, and Kansans could experience higher costs at the store, like we're seeing with eggs because of the ongoing avian flu outbreak. President Trump's firing of federal workers is directly endangering our national security. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this amendment to protect our food supply and human health. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Okay. If not, go ahead, Ranking Member.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I just wanted to offer my support for the Congresswoman's amendment here this evening. You know, the administration has callously cut at least 28 positions at NBAF. NBAF is a critical research facility that is just getting up and running and conducts unparalleled research on animal disease. It was reported that Elon Musk and his assistant even fired the director of Safety, Health, and Environmental Management. I just want to say that I hope that this is not an indication of how the administration will handle very serious spread of animal disease in our country. We're facing a series of threats to the livestock industry, as we all know: African swine fever, New World screwworm, HPAI, FMD, and others. Having a state-of-the-art research facility that can work on these issues means nothing if we don't have scientists and support staff to conduct and use that research. We need to protect the staff at this facility and through that, protect our food supply chain. So I support this amendment and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Okay, if not, well, President Trump was given a mandate by the American taxpayers to eliminate waste, bloat, and inefficiencies in the federal workforce. And throughout this process, USDA has protected critical function areas and listened to members of this committee to ensure the critical needs of rural America aren't neglected. And this amendment is redundant to USDA's ongoing work to maintain critical functions while streamlining services. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And given that, hearing no further conversation, a question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Kansas, amendment number 32. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. And that was our first amendment, I believe, that was in Subtitle B. So we are now clear of Subtitle A, and we'll be entertaining Subtitle B amendments. And I believe the Subtitle B, Mrs. Salinas has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 37.
That's correct.
And so the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 37, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So amendment number 37 is what we'll be considering. Since returning to office, President Trump and his administration have embarked on a campaign of destruction, hollowing out federal agencies through illegal mass terminations and funding rescissions. The Forest Service has not been spared from this assault. The Trump administration has already terminated thousands of Forest Service workers, and while some have been reinstated, many have yet to be rehired or have since chosen to move on from their public service careers. My amendment would require that the remaining terminated Forest Service personnel who are qualified to assist with wildland firefighting operations, federal timber sales, or search and rescue operations are rehired. It also provides the agency with direct hire authority to expedite filling vacancies that are left as a result of the mass firings. These are the hardworking men and women who manage our forests, assist with wildfire response, support rural economies, and help communities maintain access to federal forest lands. They are civil servants, scientists, and forest management personnel who were fired, often with no justification at all and no plan to backfill their positions. Weakening this workforce not only undermines fire preparedness and response, it puts lives at risk, it threatens rural jobs, and it shows contempt for the very people this committee is supposed to serve. Let's not forget, our wildfire crisis is only getting worse. Oregon has endured historic wildfires in recent years. In fact, the 2024 fire season saw our state's highest total acreage burned in record history. Instead of building up our Forest Service workforce to meet the challenge of longer, more dangerous fire seasons, we're confronted with an administration that is doing the exact opposite, firing staff, eliminating critical resources, and further reducing our firefighting capacity. This reconciliation package follows the same backwards playbook. Rather than investing in agencies that provide critical services across our country upstream, it attacks working families and will leave countless Americans out to dry. This package would slash SNAP, our nation's most effective anti-hunger program, at a time when families are still struggling with sky-high food prices. Elsewhere in other committees, Republicans seek to cut Medicaid, jeopardize health care for millions. All of this needless suffering is being inflicted upon the American people simply to give more tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy. And I want to be abundantly clear, this reconciliation package is not about fiscal responsibility. It shows priorities, and those priorities are deeply out of step with the needs of Oregonians and everyday Americans. We should be investing in our communities, not firing public servants, not stripping families of nutrition and health care, certainly not handing out more tax giveaways to billionaires, and not putting our forest lands at risk of wildfires. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to reject the broader agenda that pits working families against the wealthy few. And I yield back.
The lady yields back. Any other members seek to speak on this amendment? I see there we go. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to offer my full support for this amendment. New Mexico has experienced its two largest wildfires in the last 2 years, and the costs are astronomical. Much of the burden for cleanup and for post-fire restoration is going to fall on the states. And so as we talk about the compounding cost of cutting SNAP and cutting Medicaid and pushing costs off to the state, on top of that, we're actually cutting the staff that cuts the trails so that they can set the lines in wilderness areas such as the Gila National Forest. In fact, 7 trail crews lost about half of their folks in the Gila National Forest, which is going to render them basically unable to set the trails that will allow wildland firefighters to save both property and to save lives. And so as we're talking about passing costs on to the state, what we're going to deeply regret is firing all of these dedicated Forest Service employees who do this hard work. And we're going to rely on volunteers and folks that don't know what they're doing when there is another catastrophic fire in my district. And so I fully support Ms. Salinas' amendment, and I invite us all to have a discussion about how wildfire costs are going to impact state budgets in addition to the cuts that we're proposing that are going to be passed off to the states. Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate gentlemen yielding back. Other members who seek to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll weigh in here. You know, the president campaigned on a promise to eliminate bureaucratic bloat in federal agencies, and he's delivering on that promise. The U.S. Forest Service is committed to protecting the critical function areas of their agency. They are in active communication with members of this committee to make sure the needs of those in and around our forest lands are met. The decision on how many employees are needed to enact policies which we authorize here in Congress rests with the executive branch, with the administration. And for these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues on the committee to do the same. And given that, so the question is on the amendment offered by Mrs. Salinas from State of Oregon, amendment number 37. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying nay? Nay. Independent chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just about missed the window. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Roll 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe that Ms. Bazinski has a amendment at the desk, amendment number 70. The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 70, offered by Ms. Buzinski of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr.
The amendment will be considered as read, and now I recognize Ms. Bazinski to describe the explanation for amendment for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am going to offer Amendment 70, and my plan is to withdraw it, but I do want to speak to the importance of it. My amendment would strike the language in this bill for a capped voluntary base acre update and replace it with a mandatory base acre update. Last year, during the Farm Bill markup, my colleague Dusty Johnson brought up this amendment and I was proud to speak in favor of it. Since you've abandoned, though, the Farm Bill and regular order, I will highlight this important topic on behalf of the farmers that I hear from in my district. Not only is a mandatory base acre update a start on the path toward more equitable farm safety net programs, it also brings us back to the heart of these programs, which is to support farmers. In my opinion, funneling money to unplanted acres is not in the best interest of the farmer or the taxpayer. Some of the commodities which already benefit from the most from Title I commodity programs are the very same commodities that underplant their base acres. Regardless of who gets what out of ARC and PLC, I think we can all agree that it makes good fiscal sense to pay for what is planted. We are not being good stewards of taxpayer money if we allow it to flow to acres that were established 30 years ago. Now, or either planted with a different crop or no longer planted at all. Additionally, the current system allows for even further misuse of taxpayer dollars. Under this system, a farm can plant corn on cotton acres or wheat on soybean acres, or any combination really, and then enroll in crop insurance for their corn. This means that they can get Title I payments for cotton, which they don't grow, and a crop insurance payment for corn. This is not how we should design our safety net for farmers. I know that a common claim in opposition to this is that farmers may get less Title I money, and that may be true, but shouldn't we be more concerned with creating a safety net that is responsible use of taxpayer money, with creating a safety net that meets the needs of farmers rather than forcing them to rely on an outdated system of payments? A mandatory base acre update ensures that farmers are paid for the acres they plant on. This will save valuable taxpayer money and will allow it to be redirected to where it is most needed. Additionally, this would effectively remove the need for the limit on new allowed base acres. And most importantly, by ensuring that existing base acres are accurate, and we can also open access to Title I programs for small, new, and beginning farmers. This is so much of a needed update to ensure the future strength of the farm safety net and to improve efficiencies of our government programs. A voluntary base acre update does not provide any incentive for removal of unplanted acres from the program and thus will increase spending of taxpayer dollars, which is why this moment calls for a mandatory update. If we had not abandoned the Farm Bill and rural Americans by deciding to include Farm Bill provisions in this hyper-partisan reconciliation package, I would likely call this amendment for a vote. But since you've robbed me of this opportunity, I will withdraw this amendment, and thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Did Gentlelady withdraw her amendment?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw it.
Thank the Gentlelady. I believe Mr. Sorensen has an amendment at the desk, number 73. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 73, offered by Mr. Sorensen of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I am proud to be a Quad citizen. Live in the Quad Cities, the part of the heartland that straddles the Mississippi River. The town that I live in used to be called Milltown before it was renamed Moline because John Deere used water power and mills to build the plows in the early 1800s. His invention, the steel plow, grew into a legacy that is now one of the most recognized American machines in the world. To have Deere and Company headquartered in my town of 40,000, it's incredible. Because everywhere I go around the world, I always see John Deere green. It's also why I'm wearing the 118th pin, the John Deere green pin. It reminds me of home. But Deere, like so many other agricultural companies, is experiencing uncertainty today because of the decisions, the poor decisions of this administration and our lack of passing a farm bill and opening up foreign markets. Add on to that stupid tariffs and a trade war, declining crop prices, and increasing input costs. They're pushing our family farmers to the brink. Second and third generation workers at Harvester Works in East Moline have been let go. Seeding Group at Deere has been hit hard in Moline. And I know my colleagues across the Mississippi River, across the aisle in Iowa, are feeling the same thing. The impacts of these losses have ripple effects not just across agriculture, but across our nation. And the new workers that are going out of work, guess what? It sends more people to programs like SNAP. My amendment directs the Secretary to provide support to agriculture manufacturers that are only headquartered in America through the Commodity Credit Corporation. This support would help all sorts of American ag companies endure the uncertainty, and it would help us stave off future layoffs. But instead of that, the GOP's focused on taking food from hungry people, giving the money to billionaires. The GOP's eliminating $30 billion in farm revenue, and they're jeopardizing any passage of a 5-year bipartisan farm bill. Mr. Chairman, I can't support this bill. If the majority wanted to work together with us today, I would offer up this vote for an amendment. So I'll respectfully withdraw my amendment and urge that we focus on getting a bipartisan 5-year farm bill passed as soon as possible, one that will provide certainty for rural families, for farmers, and for our businesses, rather than gutting key provisions while we make it harder to feed the most vulnerable. Mr. Chairman, I pull my amendment and I yield back. Thank you for the time.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment, and he did it without offending red tractors and blue tractors. Well done.
They're good ones too.
They're still mad.
But they're still.
They're still mad.
Okay. Oh, and the yellow ones, I'm sorry, look, I stepped in it. The amendment has been withdrawn. Number 73, Mr. Sorensen. I understand that Mr. Gray has an amendment at the desk, number 60. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 60, offered by Mr. Gray of California.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman and the sponsor of this amendment for up to 5 minutes for the explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. In an attempt to continue my quest for bipartisanship, I've introduced this amendment that requires the President to provide Congress and the public with certain information at least 30 days before issuing an executive order related to agriculture, food, and the livelihood of farmers, ranchers, and producers here in the United States. Before issuing such an order, the President shall provide Congress and the public with 1, the executive order text, 2, a list of the federal laws affected, 3, information about how the President is working within the parameters of federal law and the Constitution, 4, information about how the executive order will be accomplished, and 5, a list of all the individuals and entities that the President engaged with before issuing the order. This concept, members, may seem familiar to some of you, as it was introduced by a Republican colleague on this committee in the 118th Congress. To quote my colleague, governing by executive order is a betrayal of the legislative process that our founding fathers instituted. That's why my first act in the 118th Congress is to reintroduce the Mann Acts. Congress was created to legislate and to prevent the executive branch from abusing its power. I agree with this principle, and I think that we can all agree that Congress should exert its authority as a co-equal branch of government regardless of who's in the White House. Governing our nation through executive order can create chaos and instability for the American people, our farmers, and our markets, which depend on clear rules of the road to thrive. This is a golden opportunity, members, to show the American people that we are willing to stand on our principles and work on a bipartisan basis to make our democracy work better. For these reasons, I'm urging support for this amendment today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone else that chooses to speak on the amendment? Mr. Vindman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support and endorse my colleague's amendment because it furthers transparency from this administration. Frankly, I talked about this issue at the outset. It's about the issue of conflicts of interest and corruption. And I read from a couple of articles, and I'm going to return to those articles because this is a critically important topic on the transparency of this administration, our government, so the American people have confidence that decisions that are being made are for the benefit of the American people and not for a particular interest group or even the president's family. So reading from the article on the jets from Qatar, I quote, "The second Trump administration is showing striking disdain for one-time norms of propriety and for traditional legal and political guardrails around public service. This comes after the president in April disbanded the Justice Department unit dedicated to investigating cryptocurrency crimes. Earlier, Mr. Trump, again, these are quotes, also ordered the department to suspend enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which makes it a crime for companies that operate in the United States to bribe foreign officials." That seems odd. And then, in addition, Attorney General Pam Bondi herself, a former highly paid lobbyist for Qatar, narrowed enforcement of the law requiring lobbyists for foreign governments to register such relationships and disclose what they were paid. This is all about the $400 million flying palace that was offered to the president. Wondering why that was offered. Returning to the article on the cryptocurrency, the purchase of $300 million in support of Trump coin. The purchase would create, this is again a quote, "The purchase would create clear ethical conflicts enriching Mr. Trump's family at the same time that the president tries to reach a deal that would allow TikTok to keep operating in the United States rather than face a congressionally approved ban." This is a ban that Congress passed into law that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld it. Every member here ought to be in favor of this ban because this is TikTok, a company owned by the Chinese or controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, is so deeply ingrained in our society. If we're going to be serious about standing up to China, then maybe we ought to actually follow law. And I mean, I was not here. I'm a new member. I'm a freshman. But there are members in this body that are sitting here, I'm sure, that voted in favor of this bill. That's being ignored right now. And then I'll finish by reading another short excerpt. Any purchase by GD Culture Group, this is the company that is investing $300 million in Trump coin, would be the first known example of a China-linked firm buying Mr. Trump's meme coin. In its financial disclosures, the company has noted that its subsidiary and I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, but Shanghai Xinshu, I hope that's close enough, might be influenced by the demands of the Chinese government. Though that's not unusual wording for a Chinese company. And this is, again, in quotes from the financial disclosure, the Chinese government may intervene or influence its operations at any time, the company said in its annual report filed in March. I think that's pretty outrageous. If we're going to be serious about trying to eliminate Chinese influence in our government, in our society, if we're going to be serious about national security, if we're going to be serious about transparency and eliminating conflicts of interest, we've got to be serious about these two issues. And for that reason, I strongly endorse and encourage all of my colleagues on this committee to endorse my colleagues' amendment for the benefit of the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
I recognize myself here. I'd like to start out by pointing out the irony of my friends trying to tie the hands of the executive when President Biden issued 162 executive orders during his 4-year tenure. Additionally, this amendment is not appropriate for budget reconciliation, as it does not have a budgetary tie and would be removed by the Senate. For that reason, I will be voting no on this amendment. Urge my colleagues to do the same and to see what other members would like to be recognized. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually thought we had a winner here. I mean, I really did. I thought we had one amendment that was going to make it through. As far as I'm concerned, that's for the Senate to decide what survives the bird bath, right? I mean, there's lots of stuff in this bill that isn't going to survive over in the Senate. I'm just going to say that. Look, this bill, Representative Mann put forward this bill last Congress, and I think it's incredibly pertinent to what is happening in the economy right now, in the agriculture economy. You know, I've seen a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle express tepid concern about what is happening in the ag economy, more so in private than in public, to be honest. But the administration's brash approach to governing through executive order certainly creates a lot of uncertainty, much of which, of course, involves items that have already been approved by this legislative branch of government, a co-equal, I would remind everyone, branch of government. So this bill was referred to the Ag Committee the last Congress, so I would simply say it's firmly within the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Committee. So look, we should all support increasing transparency and having a shared interest in making sure that the Ag Committee has a say and is informed on issues that impact our shareholders. And of course, it's for the Senate to decide whether this is a policy not budget-related item. And personally, I think it's high time that Congress reclaim its power, regardless of who is in the White House, and stop constantly bending to the will, especially of this executive. So, Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this? Mr. Costa.
Yes, I support the amendment by my colleague and neighbor, Mr. Gray, and I concur with our ranking member's comments. This amendment, I think, in light of everything that we see happening, is needed, whether we're talking about increase in tariffs, and I'm generally opposed to tariffs. I don't think that, I know they're a tax on American people, American agriculture, and manufacturers, and you can retaliate, as we see. California, that we both represent, is the largest ag state in the nation, and 44% of our agriculture is exported. And last year we had $59.5 billion at the farm gate. So for all the right reasons, this measure is important, I think, and it's, I think, important that we don't abdicate or continue to abdicate our role as a co-equal branch of government. And I can't speak strongly enough about that. So I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields,
Mr. Gray?
yield to Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray is recognized.
I'll yield back the balance of my time to Mr. Gray, because he's my neighbor.
Thank you to my neighbor, Mr. Costa, and thank you to my colleagues for your endorsement of the amendment. Just wanted to appreciate the ranking member's comments about the jurisdiction issue and relative to the Senate rules. And granted, I am one of the new guys here, as we were talking about, Mr. Chairman, but based on what I've been reading in the papers, it doesn't seem clear to me that the Senate's always been following the rules or that they have an intention to. So certainly would like to see this amendment be given the opportunity. And I think it, as I said, introduced by a Republican in the last Congress, is a good opportunity for some bipartisanship in what's otherwise been somewhat of a partisan debate and process here today. Thank you again to my colleagues. Urge your support of the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back time. Ms. Costa yields back time. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, on the questions, Ms. Hayes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm inclined to support the amendment, but I do have one question. I'll yield my time to Mr. Gray. Are there any changes to the amendment that you introduced and what was introduced last Congress by the Republican, Mr. Mann? I yield my time to Mr. Gray.
Thank you. No, there are no changes from what was introduced last Congress to this amendment before us. And I yield back my time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. So it's the exact same amendment that was introduced last Congress by our Republican colleagues, which says that we should have full transparency. I just want to make sure, because I'm inclined to support it. I yield my time to Mr. Gray.
Well, I appreciate that, Ms. Hayes, and thank you for the question. You know, I'm a big baseball fan, and I'm a Giants fan from Northern California. So the other Californians are Dodgers fans. We don't appreciate that as much. But when I watch baseball with my friend who's a Dodgers fan, even if his guy's out at first base and the replay clearly shows it, he just can't seem to acknowledge it. And too often politics feels that way in our current state. And that's the idea behind introducing the same exact language, is to say what's good for the goose, good for the gander, and I appreciate your question.
The gentleman
Yield back my time to Ms. Hayes. Yield back Ms. Hayes' time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I will be supporting this amendment for the exact same reasons that you said. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and since it was a goose amendment in the 2018, I'll be supporting it as a gander amendment in the 2019. With that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Anyone else seek recognition to speak on Gray Amendment number 60? Seeing none, the question then is on the amendment offered by Mr. Gray, California, Amendment number 60. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. No. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote?
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Roll 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And find my list here. There we go. Mr. Gray has another amendment, amendment number 63, and it should be at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 63, offered by Mr. Gray of California.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for the explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my opening statement, members, I talked about the damaging impact of the tariffs to my district in California, where agriculture is the #1 driver of our economy. During Senate confirmation hearing Undersecretary of Agriculture for Trade and Foreign Agricultural Affairs Luke Lindberg pledged to explore new export markets and also hold our existing markets accountable to the deals they made with our family farms. President Trump posted on Truth Social that Luke will work to make sure American farmers and ranchers get the smart trade deals that they deserve. I agree with these goals, but I think our farmers deserve much better than this senseless global trade war, which is shutting American producers out of global markets and giving an advantage to our competitors. Our farmers are already feeling this loss and uncertainty in their bottom lines. We need to hold this administration accountable for the promises that have been made, and transparency is the first step in this process. It's unclear to me if we're serious about expanding market access for farmers, and this amendment ensures that we'll have the opportunity to keep Congress apprised of the work that is going on. I think we can all agree that market access for our farmers' goods is a priority, so let's work together to improve our process and make sure that the goals we set out to achieve in support of the American farms are being met effectively. I would urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back with that.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, let me address USDA's Economic Research Service and Foreign Agriculture Service have standing authority to publish reports on trade and market access, and they publish them on a regular basis. I'd also like to note Secretary Rowland details weekly a list of ag actions taken by the department. In addition to requiring reports for which authority already exists, is my understanding that this amendment would not comply with the Byrd Rule and therefore would be stripped out by the Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And so the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, amendment number 63. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. At the desk,
Mr. Chairman, could I request a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And that brings us to an amendment offered by Mr. Mannion, number 56, that is at the desk. And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 56, offered by Mr. Mannion of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would invest in our dairy farmers by increasing the daily margin coverage Tier 1 cap from 6 million to 8 million pounds. It's a small, straightforward change that would make a big difference for family dairy farms in New York and across the country. In central New York, we've got hundreds of mid-sized dairies, many producing just over the 6 million pound threshold. We're talking about farms with 100 to 200 cows. As many of my colleagues from dairy producing districts know very well, these operations are essential not only for our rural economies, but for our national milk supply. Our dairy farmers face a challenging landscape marked by unpredictable milk prices, rising feed costs, and an unprecedented, uncertain labor market that has been exacerbated by the immigration policies of the current administration. This amendment would provide these producers with a stronger, more reliable safety net, one that gives them the stability to plan and invest confidently in their futures. This amendment would also strike the harmful cuts to SNAP proposed by the Republican majority. In New York alone, nearly 3 million eligible residents rely on SNAP to keep food on their tables. Under this bill, billions in costs would shift directly onto New York State taxpayers, potentially up to $1.9 billion annually, forcing the state and counties to either raise taxes or cut critical services. This opposition party has become the party of tax increases on working family, so they can fund tax breaks for billionaires. Additionally, the proposal to shift 75% of administrative costs onto states would decrease efficiency and saddle New York with an extra $225 million a year. As has been stated previously in this markup hearing, we're talking about not just cuts to SNAP in this committee, but cuts to Medicaid, cuts to heating programs, cuts to the federal workforce, which will increase unemployment rates. So I have great concern about pushing additional burdens onto the states when they are going to be facing decreases in revenue as a result of erratic tariff policies and other actions by this administration that has sowed uncertainty and resulted in lost contracts, changes to contracts, pausing projects, eliminating projects. A thriving economy is now uncertain, and we're at risk of recession. At this time, with more people moving on to programs like SNAP, we are going to put additional burdens on states when that revenue stream is less certain than ever. All told, SNAP cuts in this bill could cost New York State over $2 billion annually, and it's difficult to measure the cost to working families and retirees struggling to put food on the table with fixed incomes. As I emphasized in my opening statement, the Farm Bill should never pit farmers against families who need nutrition support. SNAP and our farmers share the same goal. They both exist to feed America. My amendment would have given my colleagues an opportunity to reconsider before voting on legislation that leaves families in their districts poorer and less secure. But I realize that is not where we are here today, so I will withdraw this amendment in the hope that this committee will eventually refocus on delivering bipartisan solutions for our constituents. And until then, I'll be voting no on the underlying bill. Urge my colleagues to do so. Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw this amendment and yield back to you. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman and withdraw the bill. Does any member wish to seek recognition to speak on the bill that was withdrawn?
I do.
Ranking member, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say to Mr. Mannion, I thought your amendment was an excellent amendment. I actually thought we had a winner-winner here again. I really did. It's, you know, the choice between investing in our dairy farmers or in billionaires just seemed like a winner. But it just didn't happen. I appreciate Mr. Mannion's valiant effort, and GT, I'm pulling for you on whole milk in schools. I thought maybe if we could get that one into the bill, that we might get a winner too. So we'll keep trying.
We'd have to get a waiver from the
From education, I know.
education
I know,
workforce.
I know.
We don't have that this Congress
Yeah,
yet.
not yet. We will. We'll get it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Brown is
Thank
recognized
you.
for 5 minutes.
I too thought this was something that we could move forward with in a bipartisan way. I had a chance to meet with some of the dairy folks back in my district, and the average size of the dairy farms in my district has increased since the creation of the dairy margin coverage in the 2018 Farm Bill. An 8 million pound cap for the Tier 1 premium levels would provide a stronger, more affordable safety net for dairy farmers. And I really wish that we were able to focus on bipartisan priorities in a real 5-year farm bill where we could provide a better safety net for farmers and hungry Americans that we could all vote for. So thank you, Mr. Mannion, for this amendment, and I'm sorry you had to withdraw it, and that hopefully we'll be able to work on this in the future. So thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this withdrawn amendment? If not, let me address that. Ms. Mannion, thank you for your efforts. Believe me, there's no one no one's a bigger proponent of the dairy industry than I am. And I hope you all remember whole milk for healthy kids when it comes to the House floor. They passed out the Education Workforce Committee already. Now, I understand the importance of providing enhanced safety net for our dairy farmers who provide that healthy milk. And that is why this committee, through over probably 115 different listening sessions, I think we've done 40 42 states, 1 territory over the past couple of years, where we're bringing folks to the table, working truly in a tripartisan way, listening to the industry, what the industry needed. Not necessarily what they wanted. There's a difference between needs and wants, but we try to focus on what they needed. And that included in the state of New York, a number of listening sessions, 3, I think, in the state of New York. You all are my neighbors. It was a little easier to get to than some of them. And that's why we increased the cap from 5 million to 6 million pounds, because that's exactly what they asked for. But I appreciate you keeping in mind. I feel very good about what we're looking at with the dairy margin coverage, because we did that truly with the dairy farmers at the table. And your dairy farmers are the same size as my dairy farmers. You know, it's this is one that works for everyone. So with that, Mr. Mannion's amendment number 56 is withdrawn, and Mr. Venman has an amendment number 5 that is at the desk, and I would ask that the so I would ask the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 5, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I return to a topic that I have attempted to address several times over the last couple days, and one near and dear to my heart as a 25-year veteran of the United States Army and a former Trump administration, first Trump administration, White House national security official. And it's U.S. national security. And so this amendment would fully fund the Agriculture Advanced Research and Development Authority, AgARDA, at $150 million a year. As we've said numerous times, food security is national security. AgARDA was established in the 2018 Farm Bill to apply the highly successful ARPA model to ag research, yet it only received a fraction of the funding that was authorized. Congress needs to fight for the U.S. to be at the cutting edge of research. This bill is trying to slash funding for ag research, take food from hungry kids, kick people off SNAP. This is all in the name of funding tax breaks for billionaires. As the only Virginian on this committee, I'm proud to represent the largest industry in the Commonwealth, which is ag. And this industry is booming. I intend to do everything I can to keep it that way. My amendment would do just that. This amendment would strengthen agricultural research across our country, which has some of the biggest returns on investment in government funding. Right now, $1 spent by the U.S. government in the ag industry yields $20 back to the U.S. economy. We'd be crazy not to make this investment. As a member of the Conservation and Biotech Subcommittee, I will fight for this research. Our adversaries are investing in cutting-edge tech research. Congress needs to fight for the U.S. to be at the cutting edge of research. It's no secret that China is currently the world's largest funder of agricultural research and development, with $10 billion in annual spending. We're playing catch-up, but that doesn't mean we can't win the race. And yet this administration seems not to want to even try. This administration, and unfortunately my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are busy cutting research grants and waging war on the working people to fund tax breaks for billionaires. I say again, American food security is national security. We need to defend our crops from the threats of tomorrow and invest in our farmers for their needs today. We also need a healthy and productive workforce with access to nutritious food. That is why my amendment removes SNAP cuts from the bill, makes AgARDA a permanent program rather than a pilot, and requires USDA to hire qualified staff for AgARDA, and also requires USDA to fund AgARDA at $150 million through 2030. That's a fraction of what the Chinese Communist Party is investing. but at least it's a start. Now, if we're going to compete with our near peers in China, we have to make at least a small investment. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that will drive American research to benefit farmers, ranchers, and consumers while protecting America's children and families from these dangerous snap cuts. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other, what members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, well, I will weigh in here. Just a little background information. This amendment really is near identical to the ACE Agriculture Act introduced by Representative Feenstra and Representative Panetta in the 118th Congress, but calls for mandatory funding instead of an increase in authorization. We're I'm generally supportive of AGARDA's mission and included provision, and we did include provisions to improve its functionality in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024, but do not intend to provide the program with additional funding as it has yet to reach its full authorized amount through the appropriations process. It's an appropriations battle, not an authorization battle. AGARDA was created in the 2018 Farm Bill as a pilot to develop technologies, research tools, and products through advanced research on long-term and high-risk challenges in food and ag that the industry is unlikely to invest in because of technological or financial uncertainty. Certainly encourage all members, both sides of the aisle, to weigh in on the appropriations process. This would be be worthy of increased appropriations. We have authorized it at a higher number. This reconciliation package really is focused, though, on making targeted investments to meet acute needs for ag research that deliver for the American farmers and ranchers. Investing in additional programs outside of this target approach would result in unnecessary costs to Congress and would counteract the committee's ability to meet its reconciliation instruction, jeopardizing this entire exercise. For this reason, I'll be voting no on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Given that, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia. It is Amendment 5. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. According to my list, we have Mr. Vascar from New Mexico has amendment number 53 at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is Vasquez.
Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. The clerk has to report the title of the amendment. So
Amendment number 53, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple, and it's actually to correct some wrongs that this administration and the USDA has already done. It's breaking its promises to America's farmers. Over the past 5 months, we've seen farmers across the country, including in my own district, left behind. Let's call it what it is. The USDA signed contracts, told farmers that money was coming, and then, without warning, just stopped sending money. Stopped sending payments. No notice, no explanation, no accountability. Just a senseless executive order that froze popular programs in all of our states: CSP, REAP, EQIP, RCP, and ACEP. Now those farmers are out tens of thousands of dollars, money that they were counting on to pay their workers, cover their costs, and keep food on the table for their families. Folks, this is absolutely insane. In New Mexico, the Frontier Food Hub in Silver City was in year 2 of number 4 for their community food project grant. They're the only food pantry for hundreds of miles, and they're the only food purchaser that supports rural producers. They spent that money in good faith, and USDA froze their grant with no explanation and no chance to fix it. That's the same with the Quivira Coalition, which was awarded a contract through the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities program. These folks are national leaders in helping small farmers adapt to drought and climate change. They made smart investments because the government promised to honor their contract, and now they may be left to pay the price. And let me be clear, these are already lawful, undersigned contracts. So why do this? Because this administration wanted to review every single contract for any possible mention of DEI or any mentions of climate. Give me a break. And the cancellation of the local food purchase assistance program has been a gut punch to New Mexico's food banks and the local growers who are supplying them. That's food we needed on shelves and paychecks that farmers were depending on. Now, this is all happening while farmers are already hanging by a thread, facing whiplash from tariffs, stuck waiting for a real farm bill, and watching input costs go through the roof. How much more are we going to ask our farmers to carry? Now, these are family farms that are just one bad month away from losing the land they worked for generations. And if you look at the statistics and look at the data, we are losing family farms at an exponential rate. This is not the time to stop payments that this government said that they were going to honor. This amendment is straightforward. It tells the USDA, honor the contracts, pay what you owe, and stop canceling deals unless there's a legitimate reason. Farmers keep their word. It's time for the federal government to do the same. Without intervention from Congress, by the way, that's us. It's us right here. Our food system is going to continue to suffer. I urge you to vote for this amendment. Let's get our farmers the relief that they were promised. Let's honor these contracts that are already undersigned. And let's send a message to our constituents in rural America that we're not going to leave them behind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank Mr. Vasquez for yielding back and for his amendment. And Ms. Bazinski is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. In my district, one of the first things I did when I got to Congress and was honored to join this committee was to start an agricultural advisory council to hear from my local farmers on what was going on. And I would tell you, one of the things that I just recently met with them again is the level of, I would summarize it in one word, the uncertainty that our farmers are facing. And they're facing that in a number of different directions. I would say one is the tariffs and the trade war that the Trump administration is continuing to pursue. And I quite frankly think that we're only beginning to see the impact of that in agriculture and with our farmers, and that's going to be continuing to reverberate across our agricultural economy. That's creating a lot of uncertainty. The fact that we in Congress have not been able to, since I got here in 2022, actually complete a bipartisan farm bill also adds another level of uncertainty for our farmers. I would highlight as well the cuts that this administration has done to the USDA, to the employees at the USDA that make it impossible to move program. And then I rise today really in strong opposition, not opposition, in support of my colleague, Congressman Vasquez's amendment, because I think it also speaks to another level of uncertainty that this administration is creating when the USDA has canceled contracts and frozen up to 15 programs that we know for a fact have benefited and are going to benefit the farmers in our districts. Many of these programs have been already obligated funding to our farmers and agricultural workers and to universities in my district. From the freeze of IRA dollars for climate-smart agriculture to sweeping cancellations of the partnerships for climate-smart commodities projects, I would just tell you today that Illinois is taking a really big hit. These indiscriminate cancellations are going to sow truly a distrust that I think is going to be hard to repair with our agricultural economy. That is really going to be a net negative, I think, for all of us for the foreseeable future. One of these programs that I want to highlight that stands out to me, in addition to what Congressman Vasquez talked about, is the Local Food Purchasing Agreement Program, the LFPA. The LFPA is a program that provides funds directly for underserved communities to access local healthy food from farmers. I'd also like to say in Illinois, the Illinois Eats program is responsible for administrating this federal program. These funds have been completely canceled. leaving our farmers, our schools, and our food banks in a real difficult situation. I'd like to tell the story of Solo Gratia Farm, which is in Urbana-Champaign. I met with them in March. They produce and provide help to folks that really are the most in need in our communities, giving them access to healthy food options. I want to highlight one thing that they pointed out to me. At the end of 2024, they signed a contract because of a commitment that they were given by the federal government to install a solar array project on their farm to make them energy efficient. They've been designated as a critical service provider by the state of Illinois, and through the Illinois Solar for All program, have an opportunity for 92% of the project's cost to be covered by tax rebates and credits. If the Inflation Reduction Act remains frozen or canceled, they have told me they will lose approximately $114,000. And this is a nonprofit that is doing really just phenomenal work with little resources, and they were given a commitment by the federal government to live up to that obligation. They signed a contract, and now this really small nonprofit that's doing amazing work in the district is going to be hung out to dry. And I just don't think that's right. I don't think that's right when I'm at home and I keep hearing about all these different levels of uncertainty within our agricultural economy that is hurting our farmers, hurting our families, hurting our communities. And so I am just really proud to stand in support of Congressman Vasquez's amendment today, and hope that we can live up to our obligations that we've committed to these farmers and to our communities. So thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I stand in support of Congressman Vasquez. This whole idea of DEI being weaponized, even if the president has it, and he has it wrong, diversity, out of many we are one, e pluribus unum, that's a cultural value. Equity, the 14th Amendment, enshrining equality, inclusiveness, persons that may need handicap ramps and accessibility. The president is wrong. We need to stand up as a co-equal branch of government and tell him what he is doing is against our values. These are values that many countries around the world that Mr. Trump has tried to ram down the throat. In France and Sweden, other countries are standing up because they cherish these as values, and I think we should do the same. I know many farmers in my district and across the country that have had their contracts that were signed by the administrators at the USDA because they had to put in DEI and inclusive accessibility language last year. That administrator is still in place and is now canceling the contracts of the people that he signed. So the administrator should be fired and the people should have their contract restored. This has gone on way too far. And then when we see what's happening at the Department of Defense, one microcosm, it's also happened here, where Mr. Pete Hegseth, for example, says that you can't have DEI, and what's the first thing he does? He eliminates Jackie Robinson. Then that's racializing it. Why? Because Jackie Robinson was African American. Then he says you can't have DEI, and he won't teach the people in the military academies about Harriet Tubman. Then he says it's DEI, and he takes down the website with Colin Powell. Let's call it for what it is. He's racialized it, and it's wrong. And whatever AI software-generated program that they're using that's going in there and summarily eliminating people from these contracts, and I would say many of these contracts have had to deal with people of color, and I can give you receipts and names of people. I think you don't want me to call out the names at this time, but it is wrong, and he has been very disruptive to businesses, and I would like to have a private meeting with you about that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and I support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I yield my time to the distinguished, to Mrs. Craig.
Ranking members recognized.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to weigh in with my support for this amendment, and I appreciate the congressman introducing it. You know, the legislative branch is a co-equal branch of government, and sometimes I think we've forgotten that here in this town. If the shoe were on the other foot and a Democratic administration were canceling farmer contracts, you'd be raising all kinds of hell, and every single one of you know it. So I really wish this amendment wasn't necessary. I sincerely do. You know, I've already called on USDA to avoid reckless funding freezes and work with Congress to implement federal programs in accordance with the law. We've seen the USDA, you know, accidentally fire the wrong people. I don't know if it's recklessness or incompetence. I can't decide. Most days I think it's both. But nevertheless, the department continues to illegally withhold congressionally appropriated dollars. And it honestly ought to make every single one of my Republican colleagues just as angry as it does me that we passed these laws. You may not have liked them. I can promise you there are lots of laws that'll get signed into law this session of Congress that we won't like, but we will respect the law, and we will continue to live up to our responsibility as a co-equal branch of government. And, you know, as I talk to my family farmers, I thank the gentleman for introducing this amendment because these funding freezes have real consequences for farmers throughout our country. Farmers have invested time and money into these projects to improve their operations, and they're counting on the federal government to uphold its commitment for a contract that the federal government signed. So at a time when we all know, I hear all of us know, that the cost of operations, input costs are high, and farmers' access to markets is uncertain, supporting American farmers is absolutely critical. So I want to say a special thank you to Mr. Vasquez for his leadership here and encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back to Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson is recognized.
I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Riley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for introducing this amendment. The fact that we even have to be debating this amendment is everything that is wrong with this place. This is not complicated, folks. This is just the basic fundamental difference between right and wrong. Upstate New York, where I'm from, the way it works is you give your word to somebody, you keep your word. Not that hard. And we got farmers across upstate New York. I've been here for a minute, and I'm learning it the hard way. This place doesn't have those upstate New York values. This is so simple, guys. This is what happened. The government entered into contracts, legally binding promises with farmers. The farmers did what the farmers do, and they held up their end of the deal, and then the government just walked away, just stiffed them. Maybe that's what this president does with folks. It's not the way we treat people in upstate New York. This is real people who signed a contract, had a promise given to them, and had the government walk away. It's real people. I've got a constituent in Lisle, which is in northern Broome County, and his name's Scott Glesson, and I hope he's watching today. And y'all don't know Scott, but I guarantee you know somebody who's just like him. He's a 6th-generation dairy farmer. He's the guy in town. Everybody knows Scott. He knows everybody. And the thing about Scott is he's always going to step up and help out his neighbors, and he doesn't care what their political party is. He's going to step up and help out. So the federal government comes to Scott, comes to a bunch of farmers across the country and says, man, we really got to start protecting the soil better. We got to start taking all these steps and improving the farms. And we'll cut a deal with you, Scott. Here's what we'll do. If you grow cover crops, I know it's expensive. I know you're barely hanging on by a thread, but here's the deal. Simple thing. We're going to come to you. Hey, here's the deal, Scott. You grow cover crops, and we'll share the cost with you. You come in on it, we'll come in on it, we'll share the cost with you. And you know what Scott did? It's because upstate New York, your word is your word. It's how we operate in upstate New York. I know that's not how this place is, but back home, your word's your word. Scott said, yeah, I'll take that deal. And he went into his life savings. He's a 6th-generation dairy farmer hanging on by a thread, and based on the word that this place gave him, he went into his life savings and did what they asked him to do, and all he's asking for is to do what you said you were going to do. Why is that so hard? The government came in and said, hey, Scott, sorry, you went into your life savings, you put your family out, you did everything you were supposed to do, but never mind, the deal's off. Why? Why are we leaving Scott Glessons of the world out to dry? To give tax cuts to Wall Street, so that a bunch of folks who are pushing paper around Wall Street and exploiting tax loopholes can get more money, while Scott Glesson, who's got dirt under his nails and blisters on his hands, gets hung out to dry. He is not asking for much. You made a promise to the guy. You looked him in the eye, you made a promise, he did what you asked him to do, he went into his life savings. I'm begging you guys, just keep your word. Keep your word, man. Scott doesn't have a super PAC, he doesn't have a bunch of lobbyists. I know this whole damn place is rigged against him. I don't even think he voted for me. I think he voted for the president 3 times. I think he probably voted against me twice, but I'm here to fight like hell for him, and I'm just begging you guys, if we're going to do one thing today, if you're going to take one amendment today, please, please, guys, take this amendment, get it done. Scott's counting on us to hold up our end of the bargain, and it's the least this place can do. Please, please, guys, support this amendment. Please, I'm begging you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, President Trump was given a mandate by the American taxpayers to eliminate. Hang in there. We're just about done. We don't need acting up at this point, please. President Trump was given a mandate by the American taxpayers to eliminate waste, bloat, and inefficiencies in the federal workforce. Throughout this process, USDA has protected critical function areas and listened to members of this committee to protect the needs of rural America. Policy writers like those in this amendment are not relevant to budget reconciliation. Rural America is a priority for me, and I look forward to working with the gentleman from New Mexico on his rural development farm bill priorities. Today, however, I will be voting no on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So on the question is on the amendment, amendment number 53 by Mr. Vasquez from New Mexico. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye.
Yes.
Those opposed by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And next in the queue, we have Representative McDonald Rivet has a amendment at the desk. The amendment number 35, and the clerk will report the
Amendment
the
number
title of the amendment.
35, offered by Ms. McDonald Rivet of Michigan.
Very good. The without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ranking Member Craig, I feel like I have a winner. I do. I feel like I have a winner. I'm offering this amendment that supports research that helps every sector of the ag community. Yeah. The current version of the text cuts maintenance and repairs for agricultural research facilities. These are generally done at universities like my alma mater, Michigan State, go green, through their Saginaw Valley Research Facility that's located in my district. It is groundbreaking for commodities like sugar beets, potatoes, dry beans, soybeans, corn, and more. Funding for this research solidifies the United States' domestic growing and food security. It allows our nation to be a leader in cutting-edge and innovative research. This provides stability for our agriculture industry and innovation as we compete with competitors like China, Mexico, and Brazil.
particularly in light of our current context. I urge you to support this amendment. It's critically important, not just right now, but for the future of the agricultural community. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Other members seeking recognition to speak on this amendment. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Wow. I want to thank the lady for the amendment, and I do want to support it. It gives me also an opportunity to stress to my colleagues how important research is. You know, knowledge is power, and that's really what research provides. Federal investment in research strengthens our national security and competitiveness. It improves resilience and productivity. It enhances food and nutrition security, and it stimulates economic growth. The amendment that my colleague offered would provide $11.5 billion for research facilities. I want to just speak a moment about land-grant institutions. There are 112 of them across the country. 57 of those are 1862 land grants. 19 of those are 1890s, and there are 35 tribal colleges, making up a total of 112 land grants. And so the agriculture research performed by the state experiment stations and research labs at our land-grant universities is really the science that feeds the world. I am a proud graduate of actually 2 land grants. In my undergraduate work in 1890 at North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro, in 1862, The Ohio State University, where I did my PhD. So land grants are in my system. Specifically on the 1890s, we have over 135 years that these schools have provided essential research and education and public outreach and economic development opportunities across our country. According to USDA, I think we've heard it from Mr. Vindman, every $1 invested in public agriculture research generates an average of $20 in benefits to the U.S. economy. I am a proud graduate, as I mentioned, of an 1890 historically black college and university, and these HBCUs, the 19 of them, contribute more than $7 billion to their local economies, and they provide pathways of opportunities for thousands of Americans. Research and extensions at 1890 institutions and others address a variety of local and regional and national and global problems. And so we really should be thinking very seriously about this, because these issues impact all communities, even low-income and underserved communities, the same communities that will benefit affected by this terrible bill. But these include programs in SNAP, and I think we talked about that much earlier, because these research institutions provide SNAP education, and again, knowledge is power. And so I certainly hope that we would support this amendment. It is a good one. I think that we would be negligent, and I would certainly be, if I didn't emphasize the importance of these higher education institutions, because our research has allowed for all land grants, 1862s, 1890s, to continue and expand on their groundbreaking research that spurs economic development in communities across this nation. And really, that's what we need to be talking about. So it's imperative that the funding in research, especially the research that these schools will be doing, are increased, and because they're going to allow these universities to continue having a fighting chance. And I certainly appreciate my colleague for bringing this amendment forward, and I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Ms. Hayes.
No, Ms. Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, to Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I just want to point out
Ms.
that
Brown is
I too appreciate this as a Ohioan, and the fact of the matter is, It kind of ties back to the previous amendment. Ohio State received no notification around the research funding that they tried to draw down from. This administration is just doing things without notification, recklessly stopping research. So I thought you had a winner, but then when you said research, I was like, oh, I don't know how this is gonna fly over with the other side of the aisle. But I do appreciate the effort because it is what we need to move forward. So thank you for the introduction of this amendment, and I do hope that we can get some support from the other side of the aisle. And with
Well, thank you again. Let me say, please support this amendment. It's going to help every campus, and it's going to help all the red and the blue districts. It's a red, white, blue issue. It's a national issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Recognize the gentleman from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The state of Alabama has 3 land-grant institutions. Alabama A&M University, kind of going from north to south here, Alabama A&M University, Tuskegee University, and then there's this other school over in East Alabama that us Alabama grads don't really say the name, but it's Auburn University. The realities of it is that, look, our land-grant institutions, the land-grant universities, they make valuable contributions, have historically across this country, certainly across the state of Alabama, providing opportunity, providing resources for our farming, for our agricultural industry. But it's critical that we are there to support them. You know, our 1890 land-grant institutions, I just gave a commencement address at Tuskegee this week, and it was underscored there the type of research that they're doing, the type of history that they make there beyond the Tuskegee Airmen. I mean, they produce some of the best and brightest scientists in this country. Lonnie Johnson, a name that many may not recognize as a aerospace engineer, nuclear engineer. If you have children, or if when you were a child, you held a super soaker water gun, that was Lonnie Johnson's invention. He's a product of Tuskegee University. He is currently still in the game and undertaking research and development now on some battery technology that has the potential to make planes hybrid. And so, you know, these institutions and these people that these institutions produce, they are vital to protect. We have to protect them. The 1890s, I mean, these are the HBCUs, the historical HBCUs. They present, we talk about pulling people out of poverty, something that everybody on this dais is supportive of. Well, you can't do that without supporting HBCUs. 20% of black graduates, 20% of people who have college degrees who are African American in this country have them from HBCUs. Hell, 40 if not higher, 40%, maybe even 50% of the CBC are graduates of HBCUs. So these are institutions that are producing some of the best and brightest people in this country. And so we have an obligation to support them. We need to be supporting them. And I urge everyone to support this amendment. Thank you. And I yield to the great Dr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. I was at your school, Tuskegee, on last year and did an address for them. These are fine institutions, and you're absolutely correct. We do produce the best and the brightest. And I've got to tell you, going to an undergraduate, 1890, this poor black girl who walked those ghetto streets of Newark, New Jersey, I was able to leave North Carolina A&T and go to the Ohio State University, but only because of an HBCU in 1890. So I would hope that you would support this amendment. Not only if you're not a graduate, you've got plenty of folks in your districts, probably that even work for you, who were educated at these schools. And so, look, let's give them a chance to continue to survive and to thrive. That's really what's important. Thank you. I'm going to yield back to my brother.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Just to add a note to that, I also support it. Thank you for your outstanding work, the Honorable Dr. Alma Adams. And just as a point of reference, Abraham Lincoln created the Department of Agriculture, and there was a moral act of the 1860s, yes, it's a fact, and of the 1860s, and that created the land-grant colleges, so you do not have to have elite universities all on the East Coast and made sure that the agricultural and technical and the agricultural and mechanical universities could be spread across the universities. And after Congressman Morrill, that went on to become a senator, looked up because of the history of racial discrimination in the United States of America, African Americans were not allowed to go to those original Morrill Act agricultural and technical and agricultural mechanical schools. They had to come back with the Morrill Act Part 2, which created the 1890 land-grant universities for African Americans. I just wanted to let that be a part of the record. So there are things that we have to do to continue to move forward so that we can make this a better, brighter nation and live up to our ideals. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, let me weigh in here. The reforms in our legislation on Part A of this Subtitle A amendment and Subtitle B, so there's a foot in each one. The reforms in our legislation ensure SNAP works the way Congress intended it to by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach to preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward so that it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us. Striking Subtitle A would negate all of the work that has gone into crafting thoughtful policy to improve SNAP. This reconciliation package includes historic investment in the Research Facilities Act. I appreciate the interest in that. RFA has never, to date, has never received more than $2 million through the annual appropriations process. Our reconciliation package includes a transformative investment in this program of $125 million per year in mandatory funding. Allowing the U.S. public universities of agriculture to maintain American competitiveness and innovation, to be able to prepare the best and the brightest for America's #1 industry of agriculture. Investing additional funding outside of the existing approach would counteract the committee's ability to meet its reconciliation instruction, jeopardizing this entire exercise. It is for this reason I will be voting no on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So the question is on the amendment offered by Representative McDonald-Rivet on Amendment 35. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. There's the page I was looking for. In the queue, we have Mr. Riley from New York has an amendment at the desk, amendment number 24. The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 24, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for the explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one's the winner, guys. We found the winner. We're actually, this is it. This is it. It's the moment we've all been waiting. And in fact, this is what we're going to do. We're going to call this the America First Amendment for good measure. Because, and this is what it's about.
Yeah,
all right? You guys agree with what I'm going to say? American farmland should be for American farmers, right? What we're seeing, this is a winner. I told you guys. This is the winning one. But what we're seeing right now, we've got all this foreign-owned corporations. A lot of times they're tied to communist China or other hostile regimes, and what they're doing is they're swooping in and they're buying up American farmland. And it's really unfair because we've got these small family farms all over the place. We've heard it all day on both sides, hanging on by a thread. You got these high input costs for our family farms, labor shortages, you got unchecked corporate consolidation. And so the foreign adversaries, China and others, they come in and they know they can kick our farmers while they're down. and outbid them with cash offers. And the problem is that the U.S. government isn't doing enough to stop it. I mean, we don't even know the full extent of this problem. Our best guess is that foreign investors own about 40 million acres of American farmland, but we're really in the dark on this because the reporting is so antiquated. To track foreign ownership right now, the way it's working over at USDA is that they're still using paper forms. Those get collected at local offices, and then they're manually typed into a system with no consistent quality checks. And then you only update the data like once per year. So it's got a ton of errors. We've been talking a lot about error rates today. This thing has a ton of errors. And the national security agencies have told us in no uncertain terms that none of this is sufficient to keep us safe. So we're operating in the dark on a really important national security threat. And foreign acquisition of American farmland, it's not just a national security issue, it's an economic issue in our rural communities, which are hollowed out when these corporate landlords move in. You got families paying more at the grocery store. The next generation of farmers can't afford to get a start because they can't afford to compete with China. So my amendment, we're going to call it the America First Amendment. It's going to have USDA build a real-time, accurate database to stop foreign land grabs from causing any more damage. Because what this is really about, it's about who controls our food supply, who benefits from our land, and I think that should be America and not China. So I'd urge support for this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Redmond for 5 minutes. Speak on the amendment.
Mr. Riley, I think you've got me sold. If I may ask a few questions on this one, because as again, a 25-year Army veteran, I've been stationed at many installations around the country, and they're in rural parts of the country. And so, do you know, is there a lot of rural land around military installations? Are you familiar with that at all?
So did you have to, like, can you just ask me a question? I can
I'll yield. I'm sorry.
Yield to me?
I'll yield to you.
We
for
sit
that.
right next to each other, man.
We
You
do.
could have told me you were going to start asking me questions before you did it and give me a heads up. Yeah, there's a ton of... I'm like, dude, we've been sitting next to each other for 10 hours.
Well,
And you said,
you
Josh,
do-
I'm going to ask
have-
you some questions here.
You
yeah,
have
there's...
Fort Drum.
Yeah,
so-
there's a ton. There's a ton, and this is part of the problem. I mean, we've seen in I think Missouri, if my recollection is right. If you had given me a heads up, I would have looked it up. In North Dakota, some other
Leavenworth,
places, you have rural communities with military installations, and we know in some of those cases we've seen foreign adversaries like China come in and gobble up that farmland around it. And the problem is we should be able to know with absolute specificity and accuracy the answer to that question. But this is what I'm getting at. The systems are so antiquated, we don't really know the full extent of the threat. For all we know, China and Chinese shell companies are holding on to a whole bunch of American farmland in really critical parts of this country, and we're just flying blind. So my amendment would allow us to know the answer with a higher degree of certainty.
Well,
I think I yield to you now. Yeah. I yield back to you. Yeah.
Okay.
I just did it.
All right.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've got 3 military installations in my district, and I've got Quantico. I've got a naval R&D facility located in farm country, and then there's a small Army training base. But I've also been stationed at places like Fort Bragg, Fort Hood, that have a ton of farm or grazing, and I'm aware of many others. And this is actually a legitimate problem. All kidding aside, this is a legitimate problem. It seems like $35 million is really a drop in the bucket to address a potential major national security issue with our competitors buying land immediately adjacent to sensitive military installations where they can send up drones or listen, and it's a vulnerability, and it seems like a no-brainer to me. I wish I was the one introducing this one because it's a good one. I think you really do have a winner. The only folks that benefit are adversaries with this type of security gap. And so I will support it, and I encourage my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Representative McDonald-Rivet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to express my strong support for this amendment. In fact, I have introduced legislation to limit the amount of foreign-owned farmland for this exact concern. We are seeing other countries strategically going in and buying farmland around our military installations. China is a very large concern. I think the concept that we would ask the department to be able to identify where that is so that we're not flying blind is a very good one and important for national security. Fully support. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now pleased to recognize gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes.
Josh, or Congressman Riley, this is one of those issues where I would think that we can come to agreement because coming from Alabama, believe it or not, this is actually a pretty decent-sized issue that we have to deal with. In fact, Senator Tommy Tuberville is actually leading in this space in the state of Alabama. Why? Why Alabama? Because in the state of Alabama, we actually have the 4th most foreign-owned land in the United States of America. The 4th most. 4th most. And so it's an issue in Alabama because like we're a rural state. We're a pretty rural state. We're a pretty rural state. And so it creates an economic issue because that is land that could be being used by farmers to farm. And if that rate continues to increase, if that land continues to essentially be taken out of the market to be able to be used to further our agriculture industry, it puts us at an economic disadvantage. So, Congressman Riley, I am with you on this one, and I would hope that this is something that my Republican colleagues can join. If you don't want to join Congressman Riley here, join Tommy Tuberville, join the coach, and let's make this one an actual winner. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, I thank the gentleman for his amendment and certainly agree that the Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act that became law in late 1978, those reporting system needs to be modernized. This is why the Farm Food and National Security Act had extensive provisions streamlining FIDA reporting so that we know who owns American farmland. Also, this debate actually predates certainly all of us by a couple decades. So in a previous country, not China, was buying up farmland for production purposes to be able to feed their nation. And at that time, several decades ago, there were provisions to many states put limitations in place in those states. This year, the committee will be doing oversight of USDA modernization efforts and will be assessing the needs of the FPAC Business Center and the FIDA process. I will say just throwing money at the IT budget won't cut it. We need reforms which aren't eligible for this process that we're in today. And further appropriating money out of the Treasury is not in our jurisdiction, and since Appropriations Committee did not receive reconciliation instructions, the amendment is technically not in order. Now, I look forward to working with the gentleman on this issue. It's incredibly important moving forward, but today I have to urge a no vote on the amendment. And given that, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Riley of New York, amendment number 24. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to, can we do a vote on this one? A recorded vote on this one? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
A recorded vote has been requested.
Thank you.
Pursuant to the committee rule 3I2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. With that, I believe Mr. Mannion has amendment number 55 at the desk, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 55, offered by Mr. Mannion of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Mannion, to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment increases mandatory funding for the Specialty Crop Research Initiative, or SCRI, to $300 million per year starting in fiscal year 2026. It's a needed investment in the crops that power New York's ag economy: apples, grapes, berries, vegetables, and support thousands of jobs across the state. Apple orchards in my district, wineries across the Finger Lakes, all of these local specialty crop producers rely on the research that comes out of SCRI to stay competitive and sustain their local businesses. Regardless of the crop, growers across central New York and the Mohawk Valley are facing increased frost risks, pest threats, disease, and labor shortages, and they need cutting-edge research to assist them in navigating through this. We've seen SCRI make a difference, funding the development of cold-hardy grape varieties, integrated pest management for tree fruit, and better disease forecasting tools. But demand for SCRI funding far outpaces availability, and the current cap isn't cutting it. This amendment doesn't create a new program. It simply strengthens one of the few federal tools that specialty crop growers actually rely on. These producers are just as vital to the food system as any commodity grower. Let's give them the support that they deserve. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, time's expired. I apologize. Let me get, nope, I need it. Very good. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Mannion's amendment number 55? Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, the reforms in our legislation ensure SNAP works the way Congress intended to, by reinforcing work and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end the executive and the state overreach to preserve the integrity and fiscal sustainability of the program moving forward so it can continue to serve the most vulnerable among us. The striking subtitle A would negate all of that work that has gone into crafting this thoughtful policy to improve SNAP. The existing reconciliation package includes transformative investments to the Specialty Crop Research Initiative to support the critical needs of the specialty crop industry. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on ways to continue to support the specialty crop industry moving forward. However, investing additional funding outside of the existing approach would counteract the committee's ability to meet its reconciliation instruction. It's for this reason I'll be voting no on this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. So on the question of the amendment offered by Mr. Mannion on his amendment number 52, I'm sorry, 55, thank you. The question is on the amendment number 55. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I have to say it's not as robust on either side as what it was at 10 o'clock this morning either. But we're getting it done.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to the committee rule 3I2 for the proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And so at this point, Mrs. Salinas has an amendment to desk number 36. The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 36, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Oregon and across the West, we're very familiar with the growing strain on our nation's wildfire response system. Communities across my state have lived through catastrophic wildfire seasons, entire towns destroyed, tens of thousands of acres scorched, smoke choking the air for weeks on end, tainting wine grapes and leaving families without homes. Throughout these crises, our brave firefighting workforce continues to step up and protect us, despite being thoroughly understaffed and overworked. As of May 3rd, the U.S. Forest Service reports employing just over 9,000 wildland firefighters, which is roughly about 2,000 short of its own stated target of 11,300. But let's be clear, 11,300 is not the number of firefighters we need to meet the scale of today's wildfire threat. It's simply the maximum number that the agency believes it can afford to support under current funding constraints. And that is a real problem, because across Oregon, we're already living with the real-world consequences of underinvestment in wildfire preparedness and forest management. In 2020, the Labor Day fires burned over 1.2 million acres in Oregon, destroying more than 4,000 homes and structures and tragically taking lives. In 21 and 22, Oregon again saw hundreds of thousands of acres burn, with suppression costs alone reaching into the hundreds of millions of dollars. And it is only getting worse. As I mentioned previously in my remarks, 2024 was another record-breaking year in terms of acreage burned across my state. Rather than rising to meet this moment with the urgency it demands, this underlying reconciliation bill offers no serious strategy for building out our wildfire workforce or dealing with staffing shortages at countless other agencies. Instead, my Republican colleagues have chosen to focus their energy on punishing Americans who are struggling to feed their families and afford health care, slashing programs like SNAP and Medicaid, all to help finance tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. And yes, the American people did vote for President Trump, but they also voted for all of us in this room, a co-equal branch of government, and we can exert our will and influence to help the people of our districts. I will be honest, if this reconciliation bill proposed billions of dollars in SNAP cuts in order to fund wildfire prevention, hire thousands more personnel, and tackle other truly pressing issues, I'd still argue we need to find a better way to pay for it. But at least that would be a debate grounded in shared goals and public need. This bill doesn't even pretend to strike that balance. It's the furthest thing from pragmatism. It's ideological, it's cruel, and it's completely the opposite of what our constituents sent us all here to do. That's why I'm offering this amendment, to remind the majority on this committee that common sense solutions do still exist and are worth pursuing. This amendment would require that all revenue generated from federal timber sales be directed toward hiring and paying wildland firefighters and forest management staff. These revenues are already being collected from our public lands, so let's ensure they're reinvested in those same lands and in the dedicated public servants who are there to protect them. It's a straightforward fix that simply ensures that when we extract value from our forests, that value is returned to support the safety and stewardship of those forests and the communities that depend on them. In a moment when much of this reconciliation bill moves us backward, I hope this amendment serves as a reminder that we are here to look forward and seek out bipartisan common sense solutions. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Representative McLean Delaney to speak on the amendment.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I commend my colleague from Oregon because this is a common sense, common ground, again, type of amendment that we can all look at. As we've seen over the last few months, this administration has taken an axe to the U.S. Forest Service, and the departure of over 10% of the agency's workforce, including thousands of public servants who are qualified to fight fire, has created confusion and stress around protecting vulnerable communities from the threat of fire. And I know a little bit about this because although I represent the 6th District of Maryland, I'm a farmer's daughter from Idaho, and I know what wildfires do and I've seen them burn almost a half a mile from my own home. And this is all at a time when the climate is getting hotter and drier, and we need a lot of resources. This amendment requires the Forest Service to prioritize addressing the wildfire crisis by dedicating funding towards hiring additional wildfire firefighters and hazardous fuels reduction personnel. I also have to note that within my district, I have 5 national parks, including the C&O Canal, which gets as many visitors as Yellowstone, almost 4 million, and that our National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, has had all of its firefighting classes canceled. In sum, we need to dedicate resources for firefighters, for their training, and I urge that all of my colleagues support this amendment and to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wish to be recognized. Ms. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly support the Salinas amendment, but I just want to take a moment to say that I'm a little bit curious here. I mean, does every Republican on this committee believe that this reconciliation bill is somehow perfect? Apparently you do. Not a single amendment offered to make any changes, not even an amendment to move a comma. I mean, nothing, and almost not a word uttered by any Republican member on this committee. I mean, you all must think that this bill is somehow flawless, a bill that takes food away from struggling families, a bill that, I mean, literally screws regular people, and no one on the Republican side has expressed any concern about any of that. And they've expressed no concern over the fact that some of the most substantial and controversial aspects of this bill have had no hearings. I mean, we haven't, there's no due diligence here. We've not done our homework on some of this stuff. And they could have significant consequences, adverse consequences, that could hurt a lot of my constituents, a lot of your constituents. And again, major changes, no hearings. This bill represents the biggest cut to SNAP in the history of the program, all, again, to pay for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. And a lot of good amendments were offered by Democrats. This is a good amendment. There should be some bipartisan support for these things. Nothing. Nothing. And I just point this out because process matters. And this process is lousy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mrs. Salinas' amendment number 36? If not, I will take the privilege of doing that. I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment. Quite frankly, as someone who was a state-certified firefighter, ensuring the hiring and adequate pay for our firefighters is extremely important, and I support the efforts to ensure that they're being fairly compensated. The way that the amendment is structured, though, it would be, this amendment would require all revenue generated by timber sales to be utilized for hiring and paying the wildland firefighters and forest management personnel, thereby excluding the fact that revenue generated through timber sales is also critically important, particularly for supporting rural counties and funding rural school districts that are located in those national forests. However, it's not clear how this amendment would affect the current distribution of timber receipts if it became law. And timber receipts are already divided into specific accounts for individual purposes. And so, I mean, here's my pledge. I look forward to working with the gentlelady on ways that we can better support our wildland firefighters, provide certainty for what they need, but within the reconciliation and given the unknown impacts, I have to oppose this amendment. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your continued work.
given that, the question is on the amendment offered by Mrs. Salinas of Oregon, amendment number 36. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment
Mr.
is
Chairman, I
not
request a
agreed
recorded
to.
vote. Thank you.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Roll 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Now in the queue, I have Mrs. Bazinski, who is an amendment at the desk, amendment number 45. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 45, offered by Ms. Buzinski of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would move to strike the incredibly worrisome SNAP cuts as well as reinvest into American agriculture. For too long, we have been falling behind in publicly funded agricultural research. When you adjust for today's dollars, research spending in the United States has actually gone down, not up, since the start of the 21st century. In that same period, China has quintupled its spending in public agricultural research, and since 2015, it has more than doubled the United States spending. The European Union has been spending more on ag research than the United States for over this entire century, and their expenditures are growing. India and Brazil have also grown, and they are each getting closer to our spending. Federally funded agricultural research in the United States has led to life-changing scientific breakthroughs. The USDA ARS lab in my hometown of Peoria, Illinois, which my colleague Congressman Sorensen now represents, is the site of where penicillin was first mass-produced. At the same time, it was for soldiers in World War II. Now NIH reports that most people in the United States take penicillin at one point in their lives, and that is only possible because of federal funding. ARS researchers developed Roma tomatoes. They developed a vaccine for African swine fever. Their research led to the discovery of nitrogen fixation for legumes, reducing synthetic fertilizer inputs and allowing farmers more flexibility. I would just also like to add that I'm proud to represent the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, where I've been able to firsthand visit some of these investments in agricultural research, whether it's at Soy Face or at the energy farms at the University of Illinois, where we're learning to grow, through investments in agricultural research, more resilient crops for the climate that is coming to us in the very near future. I also want to say the University of Illinois is the second oldest, has the second oldest experimental plot in the Western Hemisphere, known as the Morrow plots. So we're very big believers in investment and the importance of agricultural research. But this is just also a point that I want to make, that I believe these investments are a matter of national security. It is bad for the United States if other nations are outplaying us in ag research. Our food system is what keeps us safe, sovereign, and strong as a nation. We cannot lose that edge over our allies and adversaries alike. That's why I'm introducing this amendment. It would require a 5% year-over-year increase plus inflation in an investment in the Agricultural Research Service, Economic Research Service, National Institute for Food and Agriculture, and the National Agricultural Statistics Service. These programs power our economy, our farms, and our land-grant colleges and universities. They have made critical discoveries, many of which are through basic exploratory research that have been built and that have built our way of life. On that note, we know that federal research funding draws private investment as well. And I truly believe that public and private research have complementary roles. But ultimately, private research is driven by private returns to the researcher, and they don't fully capture the benefits to our society. Public research and the basic exploratory research it supports is driven by social returns to the citizens who fund it. Earlier, I gave the example of penicillin. USDA didn't know if their work to mass produce penicillin would work, and if it did, it would not generate a profit for them. but they were able to do that research anyway, and that is the power of public funding. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I hope that it is clear that this is a necessary investment for our national security. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the gentlelady, and she yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on this amendment. Mr. McGovern.
I certainly support the Budzinski amendment, but, Mr. Chairman, it's like a miracle just happened. Republicans all appeared, and I'm just curious, does that mean you're about to shut us down?
Your comments are germane to Mrs. Budzinski's.
Well, I know, again, I mean, we had no...
If you want to shut down Mrs. Budzinski, I would not want to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had no hearings on these major changes that are in this bill, none, that are going to adversely impact people, millions of people in this country. And, you know, I mean, we're trying to offer amendments. This is the only way we can be heard about some of our concerns, and we have many, many more amendments that we'd like to offer. Ms. Budzinski's amendment is an excellent amendment. It should be supported. But, I mean, I find this particularly outrageous that, that you may just shut us all down when there are a lot more amendments that need to be offered. I don't know whether any of my colleagues, you know, want to comment as well, but I find this really disturbing. This is not the way the House of Representatives is supposed to operate. This is not the way democracy is supposed to operate. You know, we're supposed to have debate. You don't have to agree with us on everything. But in some of the other committees, they went all night. So, I mean, we shouldn't be afraid of debate and amendments and ideas. You don't like them, you could vote them down. But again, when you have no hearings on some of the major parts of this bill, no hearings at all, and we just get this bill 24 hours ago, and, you know, and that's it. You know, I find that outrageous. I'll yield my remaining time to Ms. Budzinski if she wants to add anything else.
Ms. Budzinski is recognized.
Thank you. No, I mean, I think that I share your concerns, Mr. McGovern. I mean, I think that all of these amendments, a lot of them, and we've highlighted some of them, were actually introduced originally last year in a farm bill process, but none of this has been in regular order as it relates to any of the components of the farm bill. It's just, I share your frustration. I wish we'd have more hearings on this. I know there's bipartisan support in this amendment in particular on agricultural research, which is something that should be in a farm bill, but I have to discuss it today because of the part of this reconciliation process. This is the only way for me to voice a concern that I have in my district. Because I'm very doubtful that we're actually really going to get to completing a farm bill because of the obscurity of this reconciliation process and where we are tonight. So I share your frustration. I do, and I'll yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek to speak on Mr. Costa? Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am frustrated, I think, like many of our colleagues are, about the lack of the due diligence that I think we should be given. We are not only a year and a half past time on the reauthorization of this farm bill, but we now find ourselves in a situation we subject ourselves to decisions that have been made from high above somewhere, I guess. I'm not sure where that's at, but with regards to a bill that, you know, has been dictated from a reconciliation process that we are not participating in, sadly. We are on the sidelines. This is, again, another example of abdicating, I think, the legislative process as co-equal branches of government. But sadly, there are numerous other examples that we can cite. This amendment, let me speak to, is, I think, a good amendment. I suspect that many of you, while privately might acknowledge to me the amount of cuts that have taken place in USDA's budget, FDA, the registering of programs that have been in the years of work with our colleges and universities, our land-grant universities, that have provided vital research that really has made American agriculture at the cutting edge in research, in terms of crop science, in terms of reduction of pesticides, in terms of more drought-tolerant plants. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. in terms of this public-private partnership that has existed. And we see from Musk and his troubadour cuts in which people have been working for years, scientists, people with their doctorate, and so many areas that improve the quality of food and nutrition and our ability to compete, not only to put the safest and the most bountiful amount of good food on America's dinner table, but leading the world. And so I think that our inability to focus, I have some amendments I know as other colleagues do that would focus on APHIS, on the cuts that are being made there, on areas of funds for plant protection and advanced science, but all that goes by the wayside in this elusive attempt to determine how the USDA's budget and how efforts for people in need, people who are food insecure, are going to be impacted as a result of this reconciliation process, if it's successful. And I hope it's not, for the reasons that we've stated here today. And maybe hope springs eternal. We can actually sit down and work on a bipartisan reauthorization of the Farm Bill. That's my prayer. I want to thank all of you for your efforts. I want to thank the chairman. I know he's tried, but it has not worked out. And for that, I am disappointed, I think, along with many of my colleagues. So this is the final swan song. We'll let it be, and let's vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
National Ranking Member is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we filed 43 additional amendments that my colleagues would like to be heard tonight, and I welcome my colleagues from across the aisle to our markup. For those of you who I haven't actually seen in the last 20-plus hours, it's good to see you. It's good to have you here. Ms. Budzinski, thank you so much for filing this amendment. Every single one of my colleagues have worked tirelessly to try and put lipstick on this pig before we get a final vote. But unfortunately, here we are, where we started, with $313 billion in cuts to a title of the Farm Bill. All of you in this room, many of you know that we have been ready to sit down and work on a bipartisan Farm Bill. We stand ready. But what you've chosen to do is a path that is going to create winners and losers in the titles of the Farm Bill. And what you've chosen to do breaks my heart when you think about an absolute minimum of 3 million Americans losing access to the most successful anti-hunger program that this country has ever run. And, you know, it's just shocking with 43 amendments left, with my colleagues who've been here the whole markup, steadfastly debating and discussing and talking. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you, but you've done the heavy lifting because your members clearly understand that this is a bill with $13 billion in cuts that they actually don't want to be on the record talking about. I have never seen such a silent group of colleagues in my entire life. And so as we get to the end, apparently, with 43 Democratic amendments awaiting to be introduced and discussed and debated, I am incredibly disappointed. I'm sorry, it was 44 that we filed. I'm incredibly disappointed that this is where we are. No Farm Bill negotiation, no ability to impact. Not a single one of these amendments that have been offered have been accepted by the majority. This is a partisan process that, frankly, is a huge challenge to the Farm Bill coalition that has always allowed us to get a 5-year, 12-title Farm Bill across the finish line. And I know many of you on the other side of the aisle do not want this either. I know that because you've told me that. You've told me that. And the powers that be, the powers on high, whether it's the Speaker, whether it's the administration, have said this is what you have to do. And you got to deliver 230, so if you want to support family farmers, you got to deliver more than that in SNAP savings. Why are we doing this? We're doing this to give a tax break to already wealthy people. And we've heard, you know, a number of times today about the tax bill, but the bottom middle class in our country literally gets hundreds, while the top 5% gets hundreds of thousands. It's crazy. Don't even get me started on the large corporations and the millions that they get out of this. Look, if you wanted to support family farmers, you wouldn't be handing out and spending money and creating more debt and deficits in our country in order to make sure that the top 5% in this country is taken care of. These are the wrong values, the wrong priorities. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how much some folks care about family farmers, and then you put forward a bill and ignore the need for a farm bill in our country. So I'm just going to say we got 44 amendments left. We are ready to stay here all night. We are ready to stay here tomorrow. Y'all canceled work on Friday. Yeah, cancel votes on Friday. And at the end of the day, we stand ready to get a farm bill done in this Congress. With that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, does anyone else seek recognition to speak on Mrs. Brzezinski's amendment? Mr. Sorensen's recognized, 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman in my neighboring district, Ms. Budzinski, for bringing up this amendment. Also speaking on behalf of the Peoria Ag Lab, which we're fighting to save. I'd actually like to call out and thank one of my colleagues not on this committee, but Congressman Darren LaHood, willing to work across the aisle. In fact, we're working together to try to save that. It's the birthplace of penicillin, how important it is. We need more of that bipartisanship. It's the honor of a lifetime to serve my home district in Congress. It's also the honor to serve on the House Agriculture Committee. For the Republicans that just came back, welcome. If you may have missed it, but I'm so proud to live in the hometown of John Deere. But farmers are hurting today. They tell me every time I'm home, they want a 5-year bipartisan farm bill. So I ask folks in this committee, where is it? You know, I was one of only 2 Democrats on the last committee to say to Republicans, let's work together. And I got your word that we could work together. Let's sit at the table. You know, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate you, and I appreciate your leadership. And I remember at the end of the last Congress, you told me that because of my vote, you were going to work with me to get a farm bill passed. But here we are. Today, late at night, not late enough. We got more work to do. We're not doing the work of the people today. We're taking food away from hungry people. My state can't afford it. Yours can't either. And honestly, it's sad. I thought we were all better than this. And so I guess I'll just end with this. Mr. Chairman, I thank my colleague, Ms. Budzinski, for her amendment, and I yield back.
Yields back. Anyone else seeks to speak on the amendment? Mr. Figures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman, thanks for introducing this amendment. I think this is yet another example of a worthwhile investment for the American taxpayer. This is something that we receive dividends on, something that we receive benefits from in the state of Alabama. I mean, we are in the process of doing a lot of cutting and a lot of cost sharing, and I know Mr. Scott has mentioned a couple times that a lot of, we do have states that have budget surpluses, and I agree with them. We do. My home state has a budget surplus, but it's not so much a question of whether or not they have the money. It's whether or not they are going to do that with the money. I'm in the state of Alabama. I mean, we literally, I just said 50% of our rural hospitals are on pace to close. And our state legislature didn't do anything with that budget surplus to save those rural hospitals. We still haven't expanded Medicaid, just one of a few states, one of 10 states that has not expanded Medicaid. And so if we're not willing to invest in Medicaid, if we're not willing to invest in rural hospitals, I can't say with confidence that they're going to, take that surplus and use it, even though they have it. They definitely have it. And so that's what this fight is about. It's about making sure that we're taking care of those programs like that we're trying to fund in this amendment to do it. And look, as a freshman, this is my first time sitting in a markup of this nature. And I will say I'm disappointed in the experience. I come here probably like every jaded freshman thinking that we'll be able to work together to do something, but I just legitimately, look, we've introduced the gamut of amendments. We've introduced amendments that Republican members on this committee have introduced in the past. We had a whole love fest around Josh's amendment. We've introduced amendments on subject matter that Senator Tuberville is supporting and driving over in the Senate. And my takeaway from this is that we could literally introduce an amendment tonight that said that the Holy Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and we get in response, no. And everything we do, everything we do is a no. It's a no. It's a no, it's a no, it's a no. And we are not that different as people. We're not that different as Americans. We're not in a position where we literally can find nothing, not one, not a single thing, nothing that we can agree on as Democrats and Republicans. Well, the hell with that, as Americans, as people who are on the Ag Committee, as people who are entrusted with trying to do what's best for a farmer. I've seen that gentleman in the back with that farmer shirt on since day one. Like, that's what we are here to support. We got to do that. And you mean to tell me that you hadn't heard a single thing, not one, that we can just say, you know what? I can agree to that. That's pitiful. That's a shame on us collectively as a committee that we are failing to demonstrate the type of leadership that everybody in their district hears that people want to see. They want to see us working together. They want to see us acknowledging and living up to the principle that we are more alike than we are different. And so I'm thoroughly disappointed in this process. Again, I told, look, I'm a straight shooter. I call it like I see it. I'm not scared to vote the way I feel. I've voted opposite, my party on several instances already since I've been here because I'm a principled person. I vote on what I feel, what I believe. I don't vote on what somebody tells me to do. And at the end of the day, we all have that, we all need to have that level of courage, right? Like we shouldn't just be sitting here doing what one person tells us we have to do because you guys were sent here to represent your districts. You guys were sent here to represent your districts. You weren't sent here to represent the White House. And I can guarantee you none of our districts are in perfect alignment with the White House. And so I encourage everybody to vote your conscience, vote your courage, vote your beliefs, vote your district. But at the end of the day, we can do much better than we have done in this committee room over the past 2 days. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time back to the ranking member. You want it?
I yield the time to you.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll just say that we're here. We'd like to continue to discuss and debate. Ms. Budzinski, your amendment is terrific. I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes on your amendment and every other amendment that was offered here this evening. Even the amendment that was an exact replica of Mr. Mann's bill, the very same bill. Thank you, Mr. Riley, for offering that. So with that, I want to say thank you to my colleagues, and I will yield back to you.
I recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Representative Takuda. Okay, that's fine. Either way, Representative Brown is recognized.
Okay, did you need all the time? Because I can yield to you. All right, I just wanted to thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Representative Budzinski, for introducing this amendment, which strikes all cuts to SNAP and instead invests additional dollars in important USDA research areas. Research supported by the USDA, economic research, has found spending on public agriculture research and development has generated on average $20 in benefits to the U.S. economy for every dollar. For every dollar of spending, $20 in benefits for every dollar of spending. In a year where the president's budget has slashed NIFA by a third and also attempts to downsize ARS, ERS, and NASS, it's Congress's job to create a framework of funding that will support research long term. And I too urge my colleagues' support. But I would be remiss if I did not point out something I found in a book called The Mandate for Leadership, also known as Project 2025. It reads, separate, and this is on page 331 for those who are interested, separate the agriculture provision of the Farm Bill from the nutrition provisions. To have genuine reform and proper consideration of the issues, agriculture programs should be considered in separate legislation distinct from food stamps and the nutrition part of the Farm Bill, and reauthorization of such programs should be fixed on different timelines to ensure this separation. Now, people told us that Project 2025, they didn't know anything about it, that we were being hyperbolic, that we were lying, that this was not going to happen, and here we are doing exactly what it says on page 331. But we're the liars. We're the ones being dishonest. I cannot understand how we are being manipulated, lied to, deceived, out in the open. It's right in front of our faces, y'all. They've got the plan laid out, line by line, page by page, verbatim. But they sit across the aisle silently, and their silence is complicit. Their silence is complicit. And with that, I'm happy to yield my time to the gentle woman from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to also thank.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much. I do want to also support the amendment and say, research is something that, as an educator for a long time, I know how important it is, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. And let me say to Ms. Brown for your incredible research, and for pointing that out on page 300 and what was it, 331. I would certainly encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to look at it again. I'm sure you've seen it before because that's why we're here doing this. And so I'm trying to recall who said it. That people may not remember. They may not remember the words of their enemies, but we'll certainly remember the silence of our friends. And I've heard the chairman say, we use the word friend, but that's what friends will do, what they're not supposed to do. And it's unfortunate that, and I have to go back to what Mr. Figures talked about, voting your conscience and having some sensitivity for people that you represent. And I got to tell you, there are poor people all over this nation, in the red states, in the blue states, and I just wonder what your constituents really think about you. Some of them are starving, and we don't want to give them heat, we don't want to give them food, and you just want to do what the man at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue told you to do. But laws are not made through executive orders. Laws are not made at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I tell my constituents that all the time because they're so concerned about all of these executive orders, but you're right, Project 2025 tells it like it is. Shame on you. I'll yield my time back to you, Ms. Brown.
With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mrs. Takuda from Hawaii is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of Representative Budzinski's amendment. We need more research, we need more statistics, and while I have plenty more to say and at least 2 amendments still left in the queue, I do want to end my time the way I began, with a story, with a face, a statistic to some, a real person who lives in my district who wants and needs to be heard. Stephanie from Kea'au, a military spouse, wrote, "I had to get food stamps for the first time as an adult when my husband was active duty Army E3. We had been in the Army for almost 2 years and didn't make enough to pay housing, car, and 2 toddlers, so I got food stamps for 2 years. It is terrible to pay our active duty families so little that they qualify for government assistance. I spent some of my childhood with a young single mother getting food stamps and Medicaid. I had free school lunches. I would have gone hungry at times. We need these programs for people." We're about to take a series of votes. Colleagues, I ask that when you take these votes, you remember Stephanie, an Army wife, a hardworking American on SNAP. A statistic, yes, one of among millions who would be hurt by this bill, but a real person nonetheless. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We recognize Ms. McLean Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was not going to speak up, but I feel in some way this is almost a closing punctuation on the last day and a half. First of all, I have to say that I am in deep support of this amendment and Representative real lifting up of research, because I am such a firm believer in ag research, in all of the amendments we are supporting, and I might even say of much of the research that is within my own district in NIST and NIH and National Institute of Cancer, because research underpins innovation, it underpins business, but it also furthers our ability for farmers to make a better livelihood, and it underpins our national security. I started this with my comments yesterday that I came to Congress with a common sense, common ground attitude. But I've realized in the last 90 days that shared truths, really you have to start at the same place with shared data, the shared basic thoughts of where you start from, and then shared value outputs and what it means at the end. Looking at this, research is really important, but as you've looked at the last couple of, if we've looked over the amendments, it's been SNAP, it's been our feeding hungry children, it's been conservation, it's been about our national defense, it's been about impact on rural America and communities, and veterans benefits. And as I look at all of these different value outputs, I know there is so much bipartisanship that we can work together. But when I came to go to Georgetown Law from Idaho, it was a different place in Washington. But my whole life, I've been able to drive results by looking at someone in the eye and figuring out how you can work together. I know that we can still do that, and I really, really ask my colleagues across the aisle to look at how this holistically is a tsunami for rural America, not only cuts to SNAP and research, but how all these together are going to hit America in ways in which they won't be able to handle. And our governors are also asking you to look at those unbelievable impacts. To me, it's really about trust in our U.S. government and in each other, and it's about courage. Again, thank you for making this about research, because to me, research is really pivotal in terms of how we underpin our U.S. economy and our national security, but also for our farmers. So with that, I yield back.
He yields back. Now recognize Mrs. Pingree from Maine for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I too want to thank my colleague from Illinois for her amendment on research and reminding us all of the importance of that, and how if we had had the opportunity to actually work on a farm bill, we would be spending a considerable amount of time talking about the importance of the ARS and NIFA, NAS, ERS, these vital entities and the work that they do. I know certainly in my state, for the specialty crop research and organic farmers, the work that they have been doing has been invaluable over the years. My state, too, has benefited most recently from some of the work that they've done on PFAS, the forever chemical, that is coming to your state soon, if you haven't already had to be dealing with the challenges of this, particularly since most of us have had the unfortunate experience of spreading sewage sludge back in the 70s and 80s, and in some places continuing to this day, and leaving behind PFAS and other chemicals that are forever chemicals, often doing considerable damage to the farms, the farmers' health, and to the saleability of crops. I'm reminded as we're discussing this that we only recently were able to get the USCA to pull the list of 100 banned words. If any of you missed the opportunity to hear about that, there were 100 words that couldn't be used in research projects, and all of the ARS 600 projects had to be scanned for those words. And if you haven't seen the list of words, which I hope they are not using, it's amazing that we even had to hear that they were using them. It had such things in it as PFAS and PFAS, but also things like biofuels and tile drains. I don't know when those got too woke for our research, but there were multiple words in there like that. So I would say part of what we're here to talk about supporting today is research, but research without interference, research that really allows our university to do the kind of work that we need in our home states. And since we are coming to the end of our ability to submit amendments, and as the ranking member said, we had many more, we are all happy to stay as late as we need to go through these amendments, to have the opportunity to really do the work that we would have been doing if we weren't slipping the Farm Bill into a reconciliation bill. I just want to bring up that one of my amendments would talk about the staffing levels in our state offices and how important that is. You know, I've spent many years on this committee listening to my colleagues talk about the importance of having boots on the ground, to having locally staffed offices, to having technical assistance for farmers to assist them in the work that they're doing. But I've found in my state that because of the DOGE and other cuts and proposed cuts coming in the future, we've lost up to 50% of the people at our rural development staff. We've lost 20% of the people in our NRCS staff. Maybe it's 30% of the people, including 5 engineers who lost their jobs because they were probationary employees. Some of them got other jobs and didn't come back. And also others who took the buyout because they were fearful that if they didn't take the buyout, they would be riffed in a future bill. So we have lost a huge amount of capacity, and that is people who are there to answer the phones, who are there to be there when our farmers come in and ask about support and assistance, and they're not there now. While I've been told, oh, you know, we'll be fine, or some of them will put back, many of them left to do other jobs. They're not available. And for many of these offices, we were understaffed for a very long time. So to lose those positions because, first, they lost the jobs because they were probationary, or because we offered them buyouts even though they were essential employees, is a huge loss. So I just want to end by, use the last of my 5 minutes, by saying, once again, we're talking about cutting food to hungry people, to our veterans, to our children in our state, to our senior citizens, and we're going to put this burden on the back of our states. And while my colleagues have said, oh, your state probably has a surplus, they'll be just fine, I can tell you right now that my state is in the middle of difficult budget negotiations, that we could have to pay up to 1/4 of the cost of our SNAP benefits, 75% of the administrative costs, so we'll have even less people to administer and make sure that we keep down the error rate. And this will inevitably result in cuts in my state, in your state, and coupled with the other cuts we'll be making to Medicaid and so many other things that are being cut in our budget process, all of our states will be struggling going into the future, and they will wonder what we were doing on this night when we should have been acting responsibly, yet here we were, cutting food. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Other members that wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? I can't see who's down there. Mr. Carvajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am supportive of Representative Buzinski's amendment today. Since it seems that we're going towards not being able to really consider future amendments, as many of us would have liked to have had considered, I wish today we would consider prohibiting the Secretary of Agriculture from further closing remaining offices, field offices throughout the country. Since this administration took office, we have seen disastrous impacts it has had on the American people. From the dismantling of federal agencies, firing thousands of federal workers, and canceling leases for federal offices throughout the country. States like California have had at least 9 USDA lease terminations, including an office in Oxnard that serves my district. This has contributed to further backlogs and less assistance to growers and producers. I've heard directly from my constituents who have been left stranded and locked out of their workstations. These dedicated public servants are researchers who would work on conservation issues to better our agriculture sector, and the impacts of these closures will directly impact our agriculture industry. I wish tonight we could consider working together to prevent the USDA from using federal funds to close remaining USDA field offices throughout the country. There's a lot I wish we could continue to debate and consider, and it's very tragic that it looks like we are terminating our continued debate and consideration of amendments today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I look forward to working with the gentlelady from Illinois. I regrettably would need to, for a host of reasons, within reconciliation, need to recommend a no vote, urge a no vote on this amendment. The question is on the amendment offered number 45 from Ms. Buzinski of Illinois. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, ma'am. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Instead of recognizing a member for an amendment, I'd like to make a few observations. My colleagues from across the aisle filed 78 amendments for this markup. 78 of those amendments were filed over 2 hours after the committee's filing deadline. More than half of them were not filed until today. This occurred despite the fact that the vast majority of amendments filed have been prepared well before the filing deadline. About a dozen of the amendments were nearly identical. I would also note that the committee posted the committee print before the 24-hour posting deadline, a deadline that you will recall you all agreed to in the adoption of the committee rules, and a deadline that you operated under while you were in the majority. I would think that if my colleagues genuinely wanted a vigorous debate, they would have filed their amendments by the deadline instead of flooding the zone in the middle of the markup in which we are supposed to be debating these issues. With that, the committee had postponed further consideration of amendments offered. The consideration of those amendments is now before the committee. We'll now pause a minute to set up the electronic voting
Parliamentary
system.
inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
The ranking member will state her parliamentary inquiry.
Sure. If the previous question is approved, these policies that you just posted about 48 hours ago that will result in millions of children and seniors having their food taken away won't be voted on, correct? So we won't debate on the 44 remaining amendments?
The gentlelady's parliamentary inquiry is out of order, making assumptions, about to be about process. And
Mr. Chairman,
and
your
as I said,
deadline for amendments was less than 24 hours after your bill dropped, just so you know, and we have no rule for that deadline. That is something your team made up, so less than 24 hours after they dropped this bill, they said we needed to have our amendments in by 3:30 when they dropped the bill just before 7:30 p.m. the night before. So my parliamentary inquiry is If we approve this parliamentary inquiry, is it correct that you will shut down debate in this committee? None of our amendments will be heard. 44 amendments remaining, you're going to shut this down. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
The rest of the amendments will not be debated, so we now instruct the
Thank you,
staff
that's
to go
very
ahead,
clear.
moving ahead with setting up our electronic voting. Sorry, was there something I missed? Okay. Oh, we did. With that, the committee postponed further consideration of amendments offered. The consideration of those amendments is now before the committee.
I love you, but I don't like you.
If you wait 1 minute, I'm going to bring you a list of the amendments.
I know. He lost without it. Sure what's your other committee's experience with this, but normally at the beginning, well, actually, they never did this in natural resources. So at your seat, hopefully everybody has found their little clicker. Are we prepared?
Yep.
Okay. The system is up and going. The first vote will be on amendment number 13, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. The recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no, and I now recognize the ranking member.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
I don't even see where I'm at. Oh, off the top. Okay, there it goes.
You can't even see your name.
You got it. You got it. You're second under me right there. So D. Scott.
Oh,
There
D.
you go.
Scott.
Yeah, all right. We'll just right in the middle, yes. And we're gonna
Have
go
all-
this on. Yep.
Have
Yes,
all
sir.
members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. Let me make sure I get my language right. Back up.
The second vote.
The next vote will be amendment number 13, offered by
18.
18, I'm sorry. Amendment number 18, offered by Mr. David Scott of Georgia. A recorded vote was requested. Members record their vote using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Looks good. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
Our next vote will be on a recorded vote was requested on amendment number 18. I just did that. The member was defeated. The member failed. Thank you for the help. The next amendment is amendment number 11, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio. A recorded vote has been requested. The chairman intends to vote no.
Sorry, the ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is amendment number 16, offered by the gentleman, Mr. Jackson from Illinois, who requested a recorded vote. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote.
You got it.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on Amendment 12, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on Amendment 21, offered by Mr. Tander of Michigan. The electronic voting members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will, hearing none, will the clerk please, I'm sorry, wrong script. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on Amendment 9, offered by Ms. Takuda of Hawaii. All members will record their votes electronically. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their votes? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 17, offered by Mr. David Scott of Georgia. Members will cast their votes electronically. The chairman will vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 22, offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland. The members will cast their votes by electronic vote. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 7, offered by Ms. Pengree of Maine. Members will vote electronically, and the chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
Will the clerk please, the clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 8, offered by Mr. Figures. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, there is some confusion.
Yeah, it skipped a vote.
Bless you. Whoa.
Yeah, this is the one that should have been there.
Mr. Chairman?
Have we closed that vote?
Yeah, Pinker's vote's closed. This should be Mr. Figures.
So we're on, we're
Mr.
on
Chairman?
Ms. Pingree now, I believe.
I believe there were two McLean
I'm
Delaney
sorry,
votes.
there were two McLean Delaney, so we will, if the clerk would clear this one. It should be amendment number 23. If you can, well, if everyone will just suspend and the clerk will clear that. So this vote, my apologies, is on amendment 23 offered by Mrs. McLean Delaney of Maryland. This electronic vote, chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. So to relieve any confusion, we will, once again, we will vote on amendment number 7 offered by Ms. Pingree of Maine. This will be an electronic vote, and the chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the electronic vote.
Nothing's going on. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. There we go.
Did you delete me?
Have all members voted? Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. Next vote will be on Amendment 8, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be amendment number 15, offered by Ms. McDonald Rivet of Michigan. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members, nope, go ahead.
Sorry. Just looking at my list here.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 19, offered by Mr. Carbajal of California. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. And the next vote will be amendment number 32, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas. This will be electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on
Ranking-
this amendment.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on Amendment 37, offered by Ms. Salinas of Oregon. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be amendment number 60, offered by Mr. Gray of California. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no.
Ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote.
So goofy.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 63, offered by Mr. Gray of California. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 5, offered by Mr. Venman of Virginia. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
All right, the ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. This next vote will be amendment number 53, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no on this amendment.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, would the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 35, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 24, offered by Mr. Riley of New York. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman intends to vote no.
The ranking member intends to vote aye.
The clerk will open the vote.
We're getting in a rhythm now.
Yeah, about it. So close. Huh? Have all members, hang in there. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote will be on amendment number 55, offered by Mr. Mannion of New York. This will be an electronic vote. The chairman will be voting no.
The ranking member will be voting aye.
The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?